Those who had evolved with sacred geno points maxed out almost had no need in first God's sanctuary. And once punished by the God's sanctuary rules, they would suffer incredible damage. So, most people would simply enter second God's sanctuary. Even if they chose to stay in first God's sanctuary, they would never be allowed to participate in the chosen contest in first God's sanctuary. The most they could do was to kill some sacred blood creatures, which would not matter that much to them. As for super creatures, even a newbie evolver with all geno points maxed out would still be too weak to kill one. Before practicing super geno arts designed for evolvers, newbie evolvers did not have too much advantage other than a strong physique. At this point, if Hansen used all he got, his fitness would be comparable to an evolver with everything maxed out. However, Hansen still did not dare to fight a super creature head-on. Since Mr. Yu had already evolved with all the geno points maxed out, Hansen did not know why he was still in first God's sanctuary. Hansen was not quite surprised. In fact, he had an idea when he found the fitness level of the guy in golden armor too high. Even so, Hansen did not think Mr. Yu deserved his attention. Since the guy's techniques were lacking, his fitness would not matter. It was like a small child playing with a big hammer. It was nothing to be bragged about. Other people from Steel Armor Shelter turned pale. Going with a group like this to somewhere like Devil Desert, anyone would feel uneasy. Some people even wanted to go back. Hansen, what should I do? Su Xiaoqiao whispered to Hansen. Su Xiaoqiao also felt scared. They had more people to begin with, and Mr. Yu was an evolver. Now they already had a conflict, and it would be more difficult after entering Devil Desert. Since you have taken the money, we must go. Go on, said Hansen. Su Xiaoqiao also knew that it was impossible for him to quit the trip now. Luckily, Hansen was with him, which gave him some courage. Su Xiaoqiao lead the way in Devil Desert. After traveling for 6 days, all they could see was dunes. Everyone in Mr. Yu's group was arrogant. Although the people from Steel Armor Shelter were pissed, they chose to be silent since Mr. Yu was an evolver. There, Su Xiaoqiao said, pointing at a dune far away. Everyone looked to their direction and saw a huge tree standing on top of the dune. There really is a huge tree in the desert. Mr. Yu's eyes lit up. He did not go to second God's sanctuary after evolving because he wanted to take advantage of his physique and kill some sacred blood creatures for money. If he could kill a rare sacred blood creature, it would be even better. However, sacred blood creatures were not that easy to be found, and he did not want to waste too much time in first God's sanctuary. Therefore, he naturally did not want to return empty-handed from the trip to Devil Desert. Hansen was also surprised to see the tree. Normally speaking, large trees like this could hardly survive the desert. Most desert plants were something like cactus. The group of people urged their mounts to approach the tree. They found the tree was even bigger than they thought after getting closer. The trunk was so thick that it took 8 people throwing their arms around the tree to make a circle. And the tree must be at least 100 feet tall. They also found that, like Su Xiaoqiao claimed, although the tree seemed intact, it was turned into charcoal entirely. It did not seem like the tree was burned by fire either, since none of the leaves or branches was hurt. It was like the entire tree was carbonized in an instant. The tree was burned by the creature? Hansen asked Su Xiaoqiao, puzzled. I am not sure about that. I saw the creature landing on the tree from afar and only dared to approach the tree after it was gone. When I came here, the tree was already this way, said Su Xiaoqiao. Where is the creature? Mr. Yu asked Su Xiaoqiao. He did not take all these men here just to see the tree. I only know that it went in that direction into the desert. As for where it went, I have no idea. Su Xiaoqiao pointed in the direction and said. Lead the way, Mr. Yu commanded. Our contract is quite clear. I am only responsible for taking you to see the tree. You will have to find the creature yourself, Su Xiaoqiao frowned and said. Cut the crap. Lead the way as we have asked. A follower of Mr. Yu exclaimed. Su Xiaoqiao looked to Han Sen, and Han Sen said to Mr. Yu, since you have signed a contract and my friend has fulfilled his duty, please go there yourselves. Are you talking to me? Mr. Yu looked at Han Sen with obvious contempt. I don't think there is a second Mr. Yu, said Han Sen casually. Since you know there is no other Mr. Yu here, you should know who the boss is, said Mr. Yu coldly. Now that I do not know, said Han Sen, squinting his eyes. If you don't know who the boss is, at least you should know who the strongest person is, a follower of Mr. Yu said coldly. That I do know. Han Sen nodded. Good. Only the strongest person could make the decision. All you need to do is to shut your mouth and lead the way. The follower gave Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao a fierce stare. Han Sen did not mean to move. He smiled and said, I think you must have misunderstood something. Misunderstood? I know who the strongest person is, but that person is not Mr. Yu, said Han Sen casually. Not Mr. Yu? You don't mean yourself? Other followers laughed. Yes, that's what I meant. Han Sen nodded seriously. You must be out of your mind. You think you can be compared to an evolver who has maxed out on his sacred geno points? They looked at Han Sen as if they were looking at an idiot. Not all evolvers are good, said Han Sen casually. Then he turned to Su Xiaoqiao and said, since the contract is fulfilled, we should leave now. Let me show you whether an evolver is good or not. Mr. Yu urged his mount to charge Han Sen. Han Sen. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly became pale. If Mr. Yu were to attack Han Sen, there was no way Han Sen could beat an evolver. Han Sen sat still on the three-eyed beast. He had already sold the tornado wolf, and Meowth was not the best ride, which was why Han Sen had been riding three-eyed beast on this trip. Mr. Yu's was holding a beast soul sword, which looked like a sacred blood beast soul. Han Sen squinted his eyes at Mr. Yu's sword, which was exactly what he needed at this point. Mr. Yu rushed to Han Sen, cutting his silver sword at Han Sen's neck like a lightning bolt. Those with Mr. Yu did not move. It seemed they were enjoying the show. Mr. Yu was an evolver, so there was no one who could threaten him in First God's sanctuary. Shortly, everyone opened their eyes wide. As the sword was about to cut Han Sen's neck, Han Sen suddenly reached out a hand and clipped the sword with 2 fingers. Everyone thought Han Sen was crazy. No one should be able to clip an incoming sword with 2 fingers, especially when it was an evolver who was holding the sword. Mr. Yu uses more force than usual, trying to kill Han Sen directly. The moment the sword touched Han Sen's fingers, it seemed that Han Sen's entire body became weightless. He attached himself to the sword and moved along with the sword wherever it went as if he was a fallen leaf. Feeling shocked, Mr. Yu took the sword back and threw a punch at Han Sen, who had approached him with the sword. Han Sen hit Mr. Yu's fist, jumped up and landed behind Mr. Yu, his skeleton's dagger on Mr. Yu's neck. It seems that an evolver like you is no big deal, said Han Sen lightly. Although Mr. Yu had the best geno point count, he was terrible at martial arts. He was probably from a rich family, but he was scum himself, which was different from Yuan and Qing. Mr. Yu was dazed, and others were dumbstruck. No one could foresee that an evolver was easily beaten by Han Sen. Do you want to live or die? Han Sen moved the dagger forward slightly with a smile. The sharp blade immediately cut the skin of Mr. Yu's neck, a drop of blood gliding down the dagger. What should I do for you if I want to live? Mr. Yu became pale, and none in his group dared to move. I am a fair person and could offer you an opportunity to correct yourself. However, if I let you go just like this, I'm afraid you will not learn your lesson. So, a sword for your life, the one you're holding right now, said Han Sen. No way. My dad is the CEO of Dongcheng. If you lay a hand on me, my dad will kill your entire family, yelled Mr. Yu fiercely. Han Sen almost burst out laughing. All right. When you go to hell, remember to appear in your dad's dream and tell him that it was Hansen who killed you." Hansen pushed the skeleton dagger deeper into Mr. Yu's skin. "No. You can have it," Mr. Yu exclaimed, almost scared to death. "This is your last chance. When I count to 3, if the sword is not in my hand, you can keep it with you in hell." Hansen started to count, 1, 2. Mr. Yu's did not even dare to bargain and quickly transferred the beast soul sword to Hansen. "Do not claim to be an evolver next time, so that you will not lose face for all evolvers." Hansen took back the sword and the skeleton's daggers and returned to the back of his mutant three-eyed beast. Once Mr. Yu gained his freedom again, he quickly summoned a beast soul knife and led his followers to attack Hansen. "Go back," said Hansen casually. He had foreseen this outcome and quickly rushed to the group of people. Mr. Yu did not want to recognize the fact that he was weaker than Han Senator. "I should not have lost," thought Mr. Yu. In addition, Mr. Yu's had a lot of good men on his team, so he believed he must be able to kill Hansen this time and avenge himself. However, when Hansen was in the middle of them, Mr. Yu started to regret, because he found that the group were not a help, but a burden. Hansen walked casually among them, and for some reason, they could more easily hurt their teammates than Han Senator. Every time Hansen brandished the skeleton's daggers, an injury would be made. Momentarily, 6 persons were hurt in the group. Su Xiaoqiao was dumbfounded. The way Hansen was doing it made him wonder who the evolver was. Mr. Yu was terrified. He could not describe the feeling he had. Obviously, Hansen was the one who was besieged. However, it felt like Hansen was actually behind the siege. Mr. Yu did not even have any chance to attack Han Senator. Every time he tried to make a move, he would be blocked by one of his own people. Someone who had not really practiced martial arts could not tell how incredible kiting skills were. In the eyes of Hansen, people like this could not give him any pressure, no matter how many they were. "Get lost," Mr. Yu exclaimed when he found there was no chance to attack Hansen. Hansen did not chase after the rest of the group. When they had left, a blue lightning bolt left Hansen's hand. A mutant ghost butterfly boomerang flew toward Mr. Yu, who was throwing himself at Hansen. Mr. Yu tried to cut the boomerang in half, but when his weapon was about to touch the boomerang, it quickly made a weird turn and disappeared in front of his eyes. Bypassing Mr. Yu's knife, the boomerang hit his chest hard. Bang! Blue flames exploded on Mr. Yu's chest, making him fall from his mount and roll around on the ground. Mr. Yu was burned seriously and rolled around on the ground to put out the blue flame. When he looked up, he found that Hansen was squatting in front of him, a skeleton's dagger on his neck. "Mr. Yu, you're such a kind person. I know you must want to help the poor and give me more sacred blood beast souls for free. Now, this time, how many do you plan to give me?" Hansen patted Mr. Yu's face with the other dagger. Mr. Yu wanted to slap himself for messing with this guy. Why on earth did he do that? He had 2 sacred blood beast souls in total and one was gone already. Now he had to give the other one away. He did not leave First God's sanctuary after evolving in order to make some money. Not only did he gain nothing, both sacred blood beast souls must be handed to others. Although Mr. Yu was super upset, he had to transfer the beast soul to Hansen with his heart bleeding. "Let's go." Mr. Yu gave the only sacred blood beast soul left to Hansen to regain his freedom. Staring at Hansen fiercely, he no longer dared to do anything. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and led his team away. "Hansen, why didn't you kill that animal?" Su Xiaoqiao was excited but puzzled at the same time. In his eyes, Hansen had every opportunity to kill everyone in that team. "Who would scout for us if I killed them?" Hansen grinned. Mr. Yu and his team were there for that creature. If that creature was a super creature for real, the smart thing would be to let the team scout for them, instead of taking the risks. When it came to a super creature, Hansen would never easily take the risks. It would be best if he could determine how strong the creature was before he decided on how to act. Su Xiaoqiao understood what Han Sen was thinking and followed the team with Han Senator. However, the rest of the people from Steel Armor Shelter did not want to continue the trip and started to return. Brother, is that Mr. Yu really an evolver with all his Geno points maxed out? I don't think he's that strong. Is it possible that he's lying? Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen were taking their time, riding on their mounts while chatting. You better not try him yourself. Although that guy has no skills, he does have the physique of an evolver, said Han Sen. Really? I thought an evolver with all the Geno points maxed out would be very strong, well it turns out he's just SOSO. Su Xiaoqiao was aiming at becoming an evolver with his sacred Geno points maxed out. Originally, he wanted to work hard on that goal and evolve around 30 years old. However, seeing what Mr. Yu could do, Su Xiaoqiao no longer thought the goal was that important. Maybe he shouldn't waste so much time to pursue it. This is an exception. Normally speaking, an evolver with sacred Geno points maxed out should be very strong. This guy has not practiced the super Geno arts designed for evolvers yet, so he is not that different from an unevolved person with top physique, Han Sen smiled and said. While these two were chatting, Mr. Yu's team were urging their mounts and hoped to find the creature before Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen did. Seeing that Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen were following them, Mr. Yu was even more certain that he was in the right direction. He thought as long as he could find that creature, he could probably kill it with a single blow since he had maxed out on his sacred Geno points. Therefore, Mr. Yu's team were running fast, and Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen lost them as they were in no rush. Are we too far from them? We can barely see them, said Su Xiaoqiao worriedly. No, this is perfect. Han Sen did not care and continued on his way. Occasionally, they could spot some dead creatures on the way, which should have been killed by Mr. Yu's team. Mr. Yu checked those bodies and found they were mostly killed with one strike, so it should have been Mr. Yu himself. Mr. Yu is quite impulsive. If he runs into that creature, it should be fun to watch, Han Sen talked to himself. After traveling for 2 days, Han Sen suddenly stopped and stared afar. What is it? Su Xiaoqiao also looked ahead but saw nothing. Their group must be in trouble now. Not sure if they have run into the creature you're talking about. Let's hurry up and see what happens. Han Sen quickly urged the three-eyed beast to run forward. After running for a few miles, Su Xiaoqiao saw a group of people fighting a creature from afar. It was barely fighting, but more like slaughtering by the creature. A humongous golden fire bird swept its wings across the group of people. Those touched by the wings were all burning. Once caught the golden flames, no matter how they tried, they could not put out the fire. Very soon, they were all turned into charcoal. Mr. Yu was the fastest on his mount. The rest of the group was all carbonized by the birds. Even Mr. Yu was not able to escape. He only bought himself some time before the bird ran after him like a golden light. Feeling the heat behind him, Mr. Yu wanted to fight for his life. He jumped from his mount and wheeled his weapon toward the creature's head. Although this weapon was not a sacred blood beast soul, it was a strong weapon and he made a great strike. However, the creature did not even dodge, but let the weapon hit itself. What happened next shocked Han Senator. The knife went through the bird's head as if it had cut real flames. The creature was not hurt at all. The creature's body passed Mr. Yu, who was then turned into a ball of flame. All he could do was to scream before being burned into charcoal. Super creature. It is definitely a super creature. Han Sen was both shocked and pleased. He was happy that he found a super creature eventually. However, this one seemed to be even stronger than the turtle. After everybody was burned into charcoal by the bird, it tweeted and flew toward the top of a high mountain. Although the mountain was located in the desert, it was magnificent. The top of the mountain was still covered in snow. Han Sen wondered why a fire bird would choose such a place to rest. After the bird had left, Su Xiaoqiao and Han Sen approached the dead bodies of the group of people. Watching the looks of the dead, they both felt a chill. Like the tree, their bodies were still intact, but turned into charcoal. It was horrific and sickening to look at. Initially, Han Sen thought since Mr. Yu was an evolver with all his geno points maxed out, he would be able to last a while facing a super creature. However, Mr. Yu died so fast and in such a horrifying way, which made Han Sen shiver. How come all the super creatures are so incredibly strong? Han Sen wondered. Watching what had happened to the group of people, Han Sen no longer dared to provoke the birds right away. It really is a phoenix. So scary. Su Xiaoqiao said with his hair standing on end. Phoenix should definitely be stronger than this. However, in First God's Sanctuary, the creature should be invincible, said Han Sen and turned away. Since he now knew the bird was indeed a super creature and found out where it was resting, Han Sen had all the information he needed. Before he discovered a way to kill it, it was pointless for him to stay there. Normal weapons could not hurt the bird. In order to kill it, he needed more than strength and speed. Somehow, he needed to find a method to hurt it. When Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter, he checked on the cloud beast, which had become more transparent. Obviously, in a few months, he would be able to harvest another super creature. Han Sen hoped to gain the beast soul of the cloud beast. A super beast soul of the cloud beast would mean so much to Han Sen, and make it so much easier for him to hunt super creatures. Grow faster. Han Sen talked to himself, watching the cloud beast. When Han Sen went back to Blackhawk, he found many unanswered calls and messages from Professor Yan's lab, asking him to go back for the trial. Since he was in the Devil Desert, Han Sen had missed the trial for a couple of days. Han Sen quickly changed and went to the lab. You have missed the trial for several days. You're lucky that Jing Jia was the main subjects. Otherwise, Professor Yan would never let you off the hook, said Qin Jiming, who had been in charge of Han Sen's case. Han Sen watched Jing Jia was running up and down in a closed field and asked curiously, "What is this? I have never seen it before." It is a recently built model called Sprint. The aim was to obtain the comprehensive data of a person under extreme conditions. You can also give the shot. Qin Jiming suddenly remembered something and asked Han Sen, "Did you do the test I gave you last time? You should give me the data back." "I haven't had time yet." Han Sen suddenly remembered the solution and device, which he had not been able to use yet. "Do it when you have time," Qin Jiming did not insist. After all, Han Sen was only the unofficial subject, while Jing Jia's data was the key. After coming out of Sprint, Jing Jia was covered in sweat. It looked like he had been through hell. "Han Sen, come and try this." Jing Jia saw Han Sen, quickly pulled him into Sprint and closed the door. "At least tell me how to use this." Han Sen saw different obstacles and said with a wry smile. There were many metal walls facing different directions. Some were even up in the air. Do you see the white zones on the metal walls? You have to step on the white zones to pass all the walls. If you step out of the white zones, you would get a shock and have to start over again. In order to pass, you have to pass all the metal walls to reach the finishing line without getting shocked. Qin Jiming explained the rules to Han Sen through a microphone. "Doesn't seem that hard," said Han Sen, glancing at the white zones. Although the white zones were only 1 foot wide each, it was wide enough for Han Sen. However, when Han Sen started the test, he found that he was terribly wrong. The metal walls and white zones were designed specifically to increase the challenge. The walls were not flat but skewed in different angles. Some were even upside down. So, he had to jump continuously and could take no break. In addition, he also needed to use all kinds of positions. Almost all the muscles must be motivated in order to finish the task. It truly was a scientific design. If he was not fast enough or flexible enough, there was no way he could shift his moves in time to step on the next metal wall. It was a simple test, but the challenge was tremendous. With Han Sen's physique, he even felt some difficulties. It was the first time he had done the test, so he was not sure about the placement of the metal walls ahead of him. Han Sen had to rely on his reflex to march forward. If he had practiced a few times and got familiar with the channel, it would not be as hard for him. However, a test of this level could not make Han Sen cringe. Although it looked laborious, Han Sen still managed to go through the entire sprint. Watching Han Sen during the test, Jing Jia's look became grim, and Qin Jiming was also shocked. Other researchers on different tasks also gathered, looking surprised. Sprint was not an extreme challenge, and Jing Jia could easily pass it now. However, Jing Jia had learned by heart the placement of all the metal walls. The first time Jing Jia did the test, he was shocked 8 times before he passed. That meant, without learning the test, there were 8 occasions where Jing Jia could not react fast enough, which were also the key points in the design. Of course, there were more than 30 tricks in total. Jing Jia managed to tackle everything else but those 8. After missing once, Jing Jia never failed again at the same tricks. However, for the first time Han Sen did the test, he did not even miss a single point. If he did not know for sure that Han Sen had never taken the test, Qin Jiming could not believe that Han Sen was actually doing it for the first time. It is pretty hard. I must be kinda slow? Han Sen came out of sprint and sweated a little, which was quite rare for him who had practiced jade skin. You did really well. Great physique and reflex. Qin Jiming's eyes lit up. Other researchers were thinking, it seems that the difficulty of sprint should be increased. If Han Sen knew they would think this way, he would feel terrible for Jing Jia. Han Sen had only passed the easiest mode of sprint. By adjusting and adding the metal walls, the difficulty could be further improved. In addition, gravity inside the device could also be increased. From level I to level X, Han Sen had only passed level I, which was the easiest among them all. Sprint is much better than an ordinary gravity trainer. It must be great for me to practice overload. Since Han Sen discovered this interesting device, he had come to the lab more and more often. He mainly came to the lab to use sprint and was not interested in other tests. He always waited for the researchers to leave the lab before he started to use sprint to train himself. As Han Sen had expected, sprint was not only harder than a gravity trainer, it was also more effective and comprehensive when it came to training his entire body. If I could pass level X of sprint when the gravity level was adjusted to 25.0, then it would mean my real fitness index had reached 25. When Han Sen passed all 10 levels, he became more and more obsessed with sprint. The reason he was able to pass was that he had learned the placement of all the metal walls. When he tried the first time, he got his first shock when he got to level 3. In the harder levels, he had to learn the arrangement of the channel before he could pass. However, he was still passing under low gravity. If the gravity was turned up to 25.0, Han Sen would not even finish level I. That was okay though. What Han Sen needed was to squeeze every ounce of energy in his body, so that he could learn more about his body under the condition of overload. Although he got shocked repeatedly, Han Sen was still enjoying his training. Watching Han Sen abusing himself, Jing Jia also worked harder on his own training. Han Sen did not care what Jing Jia did, but only focused on his own goal. In addition to training, Han Sen also needed to go to lectures. Originally, he thought his performance would allow him to become a major in the military upon graduation, but because he had missed school for a long time, he did not get good grades in many courses and had to double his effort so that he could still become a major. Fortunately, he had won a championship in the archery tournament for the school, and Professor Yan had also promised him extra credits. If he could be top 3 in his other 2 courses, he believed he would still become a major. Han Sen had also been studying how to kill the phoenix-like creature. However, he could not come up with a good solution at the time being, so he had to give up the thoughts for the moment. When he saw the creature, he had used the Fairy Queen to observe how it killed Mr. Yu. Based on what he saw, the creature was not entirely made of fire. Within its body, there was still a solid core, and in order to kill it, he must directly attack its core wrapped in flames. However, the bird's flame was untouchable, and normal weapons could not even reach its core, not even a long one like a spear. The only feasible way to attack it was to shoot an arrow into its body. However, Han Sen did not even have a sacred blood beast soul arrow. There was no way he could hit the super creature, so he had to give up temporarily. A few months had passed in the blink of an eye. With overload, Han Sen's fitness index had reached 25. With heresy mantra also used, his fitness index was over 30, higher than an evolver, with all the Geno points maxed out. It is time I try to kill a super creature, Han Sen decided. His fitness index had reached 30 at this point, which was about the limit of First God's Sanctuary. It would be hard for him to improve any further. In addition, he had the sacred blood sword from Mr. Yu. He almost had everything ready at this point. All he needed was a super creature as his target. As for the fire bird, Han Sen would not even consider it without a proper arrow. Before Han Sen went to hunt, he took the semi-annual assessment. Thanks to his efforts, he had got the highest score on campus, earning him a lot of credits. To Han Sen's joy, the cloud beast that he had been feeding for a year had become a super creature as he had estimated. Looking at the cloud beast, Han Sen clenched the skeleton's dagger in his hand and whispered, "Heaven, Buddha, God of Fortune, Lady Luck. Please give me a super beast soul." Crack! Han Sen killed the super cloud beast and heard the voice in his head. Super creature cloud beast killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. The voice, the body of the cloud beast dissolved, and a piece of life essence fell on the floor exactly like last time. Damn it, cursed Han Sen with his teeth gritted. Again, he did not get the beast soul. It would take him a year to have another chance. The cloud beast must not be my lucky charm. I have never gained a beast soul from it. Han Sen felt depressed. He had fed quite a few cloud beasts, but had not gained a single beast soul. No matter how much he liked that beast soul, he had to consider feeding another type of creature. In the end, Han Sen bought a living archer crow. The beast soul of the archer crow was a beast soul arrow. If he could gain that, he could consider killing the phoenix-like creature. In addition, with a super beast soul arrow, it would be much easier for him to kill another super creature. At least he would be able to injure it. The silver lining was that this cloud beast gave Han Sen another 9 super Geno points, which further enhanced his physique. When Han Sen gathered what he needed to take with him, he went back home during the school recess. In another 6 months, he would be graduating from Blackhawk. At that time, he would directly go to the military and have little chance to return home. Although Han Sen wanted to serve on the warship where Ji Yanran was, that warship had a high level of security clearance, and it was extremely difficult to get in. At least Han Sen did not have that kind of power at this point. After returning home, Luo Sulan was not as excited as Han Sen thought she would be. It seemed something had occupied her mind. "Mom, has something happened?" Han Sen asked, worried. "You're a grown man now. I suppose I should give you something your father left behind." Luo Sulan hesitated for a while, retrieved a small box from the closet, and placed it in front of Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the alloy box in front of him in surprise. He remembered that his dad died in an aircraft accident, and people did not even find his body, so how was it possible that he had left something behind? Seeing that Han Sen was puzzled, Luo Sulan said, "Your dad gave this to me 2 days before he had the accident. He said that it might be useful to you someday. You were too young, so I did not show you this. Now that you've grown up and know right from wrong, it's time that I give it to you. Does it have anything to do with Dad's death?" Han Sen's heart leapt. Luo Sulan shook her head and said, "I don't know if that is the case. I feel like someone like your dad would not leave this for no reason. And it was as if he knew something was wrong at that point. Han-sen bit his lip and slowly opened the box. He was too young when his father died, but as he grew older, many things about the incident seemed odd. Their family business was prospering under his father's management, but it was merely a workshop compared to Starry Group. The family business did not even own their own mines. Why would a giant company like Starry Group be interested in such a small business? If Dad was murdered by them, what was in it for Starry Group to go through such trouble and murder his dad? Han-sen was puzzled by many details, but because he was too young, he did not remember everything and could not tell what was wrong. Han-sen opened the box. There were 3 items in it: a metal chip that looked like a work permit, a small diary book, and a crystal pendant hanging on a red cord. Han-sen first took up the metal chip, which was indeed a work permit. Black characters were imprinted on the white chip. Han Jingji, Unit 7, Secret Service, AX 958712558. Han-sen read the characters to himself and felt surprised. The name Han Jingji was familiar to Han Senator. It was the name of Han-sen's great-grandpa. About his great-grandpa, all Han-sen knew was his name. Apart from this name, Han-sen knew nothing about the man. Seeing the work permit, Han-sen learned that his great-grandpa used to work for a governmental organization in the Alliance, but it looks like he was just an ordinary staff member. Han-sen looked at the back of the work permit and there was a logo. Han-sen did not find anything else special about the permit. Putting down the work permit, Han-sen took up the crystal pendant. It was quite small and made of red crystal. It looks like a cat or fox with its head and tail connected. Its tail was too big for a cat, but its face was a cat's face. It felt like a piece of jade. Since Han-sen knew nothing about jewelry, he did not know what it was. "Mom, where did this pendant come from?" Han-sen looked to his mother, puzzled. Luo Sulan had a complex look on her face. She hesitated and said, "When your father gave to me, he said your great-grandpa left this behind and that if you ran into any trouble, you can take this to Starry Group and seek help from the Nings." Seek help from Starry Group and the Nings? Han-sen almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. For the longest time, he thought Starry Group was responsible for his father's death. However, his father said he could go to the Nings with this pendant, which was simply unbelievable. "I also felt it was fishy, so no matter how hard it was, I did not go to Starry Group," said Luo Sulan with a wry smile. Han-sen nodded. If it were him, he would have chosen to do the same. No matter what, Starry Group was an important suspect in killing his father. There was no way he would ask for their help. The whole thing was so odd that Han-sen was confused. He did not know what was the relationship between his father and Starry Group, or why his father had said that. However, everything told Han-sen that his father's death was not as simple as he thought it was. Putting the pendant down, Han-sen took the diary from the box. Although the style of the diary book was old, it did not look like it was used often. Han-sen opened the book and saw 2 words which made his pupils contract. Super Gene. Han-sen's heart was racing. He thought no one knew about the existence of Super Gene. He had searched on the Skynet and the platform of the Special Squad, but he had found absolutely nothing on super creatures or Super Gene. Seeing these 2 words on the diary book, Han-sen had a million thoughts at once. The book and the writing seemed to be quite old. Are they also left by my great-grandpa? How come he wrote something like this? Does he mean the same thing that I know of? Han-sen quickly scanned the pages of the diary. However, except for the first page, there was no other words on the diary. All the other pages were blank. Someone else also circled the 2 words in red ink and wrote a question mark. Han-sen was so shocked that he only noticed it a while later. What does this mean? Is someone questioning whether Super Gene exists? Han-sen frowned and looked to Luo Sulan, wishing his mother had an answer. However, Luo Sulan sighed and said, "Your father did not say anything but that these were left by your great-grandpa Han Jingji." Keep them with you, maybe they will become handy later. Hansen nodded and put away the 3 items. They might explain his father's death, and he was the only one who could find out about the truth. Hansen felt more puzzled since his mother showed him everything. Originally, he only wanted to find out whether Starry Group was behind his father's accident. However, everything seemed to be more complicated than he had thought. Hansen thought Starry Group must have something to do with his father's death, but his father asked his mother to go to the Nings, owners of Starry Group, before he died. It was so self-contradicting that Hansen still could not understand what had happened. Hansen knew it was pointless for him to worry. He had to gain more and more power in order to find out. With his current background, if he became obsessed, it was more likely he would get killed than find out about the truth. After staying at home for a few days, Hansen returned to Blackhawk and started to prepare for hunting a super creature. Hansen still had not completed the 3rd phase of Heresy Mantra. It looked like he could not make a breakthrough in a short amount of time. All that was left to do was to fill his Sacred Geno points up. Hansen planned to gain more Sacred Geno points while looking for a super creature. Since Hansen has no method to kill the phoenix-like super creature, he planned to leave it alone for the time being. Initially, Hansen wanted to go to the Jade Dragon Mountains alone, hunting sacred blood creatures while looking for super creatures. Maybe he would run into something like the Golden Growler. However, before Hansen left, he saw the sign he told with Lu Weinan on the crooked tree outside the steel armor shelter. Last time, Lu Weinan took him to find the Beetle Knight. Hansen had agreed to give Lu Weinan a 20% cut, but he never saw Lu Weinan again. Unexpectedly, Hansen found the sign at this point. Hansen arrived as dollar at the time and place indicated by Lu Weinan on a note, and saw Lu Weinan next to a creek in a mountain nearby. Last time I did not find you. I finished eating the sacred blood meat, so I could only offer you money or finish a task for you. I will try my best, said Hansen. Lu Weinan looked at Hansen in surprise and said, Brother, you really killed those 2 sacred blood creatures? I went there again and saw nothing. I thought those 2 creatures had left. I killed them, Hansen said calmly. Brother, I don't want your money. I happen to have something that I want to ask you and wonder if you could do me a favor. Lu Weinan hesitated and said. Tell me. I'm not sure if I could help though. Hansen frowned secretly. He preferred to give money, which would be less troublesome. So, I have a few friends who want to go to Jade Dragon Mountains. However, the place is obviously too dangerous for me. If you have time, could you take them into the mountains? You could take my 20% cut as the reward, or I can pay you more, said Lu Weinan helplessly. Who are going to Jade Dragon Mountains? Hansen was surprised, because not a lot of people dared to go there. Some family friends. They have strong physique and almost all of them are already evolvers. When they finish this trip, they will go to Second God's Sanctuary, explained Lu Weinan. Hansen suddenly understood that those people were going into Jade Dragon Mountains for sacred blood creatures. Time and place? Hansen thought about it and decided to take the task. He was going to Jade Dragon Mountains anyway. Since Lu Weinan's friends were evolvers, if he went together with them, there would be less chance of conflicts in case that they ran into each other. Since there were several evolvers, Hansen did not want to waste his energy fighting them. After all, there were not a lot of evolvers as weak as Mr. Yu. Lu Weinan was overjoyed, told Hansen the time and place, and introduced those people to Hansen. Brother, you must have maxed out on everything. Why haven't you gone to Second God's Sanctuary? After discussing business, Lu Weinan couldn't help asking. Lu Weinan was one of the few people who knew Dollar was still in First God's Sanctuary. Most people thought Dollar had gone to Second God's Sanctuary a long time ago. Also, Lu Weinan had witnessed how strong Hansen was a few years back. At that time, he thought Hansen had already maxed out on everything. However, 2 years later, Hansen was still in First God's Sanctuary, which made him feel puzzled. I still have some unfinished business here, and will not go to second God's sanctuary soon, Han-sen answered casually and did not want to elaborate. Han-sen did not mind going into Jade Dragon Mountains as $. He wondered if a group of revolvers could hurt a super creature. Han-sen estimated that an evolver with all the Geno points maxed out should have a fitness index around 30, while a super creature should have an index of at least 40. Without practicing any hyper-Geno arts designed for evolvers, a fresh evolver stood no chance in front of a super creature. Han-sen packed and went to the agreed place to meet the group of people. Lu said he could hire $. To guide our way. We thought he was bragging, and it turns out to be you for real. Chen Zichen squinted his eyes, looking Han-sen up and down. It seemed he was very interested in $. I am just a normal person who takes the money and does the job, Han-sen said casually. Indeed. If you are not a normal person, you will not be staying in First God's sanctuary until now, Chen Nanqing, the skinny guy next to Chen Zichen said. Han-sen did not pay him any mind and said quietly, when do you plan to go? Now, said Chen Zichen. Han-sen did not say anything and led the group riding Meowth. Only the two brothers, Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing, were evolvers with their sacred blood Geno points maxed out, while the other four were their followers and only evolved with their mutant Geno points maxed out. Naturally, they were much weaker than Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing. However, even the brothers did not scare Han Senator even if they were strong. They had just evolved and had not learned the hyper-Geno arts designed for evolvers, so there was no way they could beat Han Sen. Everyone had heard about $. However, as evolvers, they did not think too highly of him. Chen Zichen was very interested in $. And tried to test how strong Han Sen was. However, Han Sen did not show anything, but only guided the way. It was not the first time Han Sen had come to Jade Dragon Mountains, but he became careful immediately after he entered the mountains, in case there was a super creature. $, don't worry. Go ahead, and it's fine if there were several sacred blood creatures. In that case, we could all enjoy barbecue tonight, Chen Nanqing said sarcastically, displeased with Han Sen's low speed. All right, Han Sen replied and accelerated a little bit. However, Han Sen was still going slowly and making sure he had everything under control. Half a day into the mountains, Han Sen saw a group of creatures looking like a cross between a cow and a horse running in the mountains. Han Sen looked carefully and determined that they were all mutant creatures. There seemed to be no sacred blood creatures among them. $, how about we have a match? Let's try to kill as many of those mutant creatures as possible, and see who could kill more. Chen Nanqing did not have any negative feelings against Han. Senator $, was so famous 2 years ago, and everyone said he could have become the #1 chosen. However, Chen Nanqing was not even qualified to take part in that contest then. Being able to defeat $, would mean a lot to Chen Nanqing. The gratification of beating a champion must be incredible. Chen Nanqing did not care whether or not his game against $, was fair. Only winning mattered to him. There is no need. I am not your match, replied Han Sen. In Han Sen's eyes, Chen Nanqing was not qualified to be his opponent. Having a stupid match against Chen Nanqing would only be a waste of time. No one needed mutant meat in the group. Even mutant beast souls were almost pointless. Wasting time on killing seemed incredibly childish to Han Sen. Chen Nanqing laughed complacently. The 4 Evolver followers also threw a contemptuous look at Han Senator. Naturally, someone without spine like this did not deserve their respect. However, Chen Zichen looked Han Sen up and down with his brows knitted. Although his friends did not notice, Chen Zichen saw indifference in Han Sen's calm. Indifference was even worse than contempt. From Chen Zichen's perspective, Han Sen had never taken them seriously, as if they were non-existent. Chen Zichen felt uncomfortable about Han Sen's indifference. Although he did not share Chen Nanqing's delight in abusing someone who used to be strong, Chen Zichen wanted to beat Han Sen as well. However, Chen Zichen hesitated and did nothing. He thought, forget it. I am already an evolver. There is no point in beating him now. I must wait until he evolves, and then defeat him. Because Han Sen did not deign to heed Chen Nanqing's provocation, the group was getting along pretty well. After 2 days, they still had not seen any sacred blood creatures, which upset the group a little. Didn't people say that there are plenty of sacred blood creatures in Jade Dragon Mountains? How come we have seen none of them after such a long time? You must be leading the wrong way? Chen Nanqing asked Han Sen impatiently. We are on the right track. The mountains are huge and we are still in the periphery. Han Sen remained calm. He had picked the path where he ran into the golden growler, so there must be plenty of sacred blood creatures. Having marched for another half a day, Han Sen suddenly stopped and looked at the layering mountains in front of him with delight. Why did you stop? Chen Nanqing frowned and asked. I'm afraid we cannot go further, Han Sen paused and said. The group of people looked ahead and did not see anything. Chen Nanqing said impatiently, there are no creatures or anything wrong. How come we cannot go? If I'm not wrong, this should be a life lotus ahead of us, Han Sen pointed at the mountains and said. What? You're saying there is a nest? Everyone became excited and looked at the mountains in front of them. However, they could not tell why it was a life lotus. There are plenty of mountains like this in this area, and those mountains looked nothing special to them. Are you sure there is a nest? Qin Jiming asked Han Sen incredulously. It's only a guess. I am not sure, said Han Sen casually. However, he was certain inwardly that there must be a nest. Han Sen was calculating how he could break the egg before everyone else. It was indicated in the contract they signed that Han Sen was only responsible as a guide. When there was a creature, Han Sen could also choose to kill it. Whoever killed the creature would be its owner. It was Han Sen's only condition for taking the group into Jade Dragon Mountains, and the group agreed easily because they did not believe as an unevolved person, Dollar could kill any creature before they did. Let's go and have a look. Chen Zichen put away his mount and approached the life lotus first. In a life lotus, the slopes were extremely steep. Without wings, people would have to climb the cliffs. Han Sen also put away Meowth and followed the group. If it was an ordinary place, Han Sen would have chosen to rush inside a moment ago. However, in Jade Dragon Mountains, he was not sure if there were additional creatures, so he chose to take his time. After climbing a few mountains, it was more and more obvious that it was a life lotus. The group was overjoyed and said, there is a nest indeed. How lucky we are. Even if they killed 10 sacred blood creatures, a sacred blood beast soul would not be guaranteed. However, in the egg there was very likely a sacred blood beast soul. Even in second god sanctuary, a sacred blood beast soul would still be helpful in the beginning stage. Even if it was not useful, it could be used to trade for the beast souls in second god sanctuary. Therefore, although the group of people were already evolvers, they also had strong desires for sacred blood beast souls and would never let go of such a good opportunity. After making sure that there was a nest, the group accelerated toward the center of the life lotus. Careful! Han Sen, who was walking behind them, exclaimed. The group were shocked and quickly looked to Han Senator. Han Sen was pointing at the sky, so they looked up and saw a bird with 3 feet coming at them like a piece of dark cloud. Clear! Chen Zichen shouted and summoned a spear more than 6 feet long. He stepped on the cliff and stabbed the spear at the bird. The rest of the group quickly dodged. They dug their fingers into the rocks and quickly climbed up. Han Sen was surprised. Although they had high fitness levels, they must have practiced special martial arts in order to achieve this. It was not hard to drive one's fingers through the rock, but it was difficult to do that repeatedly even for evolvers. Chen Zichen made his first strike with the spear, but the bird had already risen higher. When Chen Zichen started to fall, the birds then clawed at him. Initially, Han Sen thought Chen Zichen must have sacred blood wings to make such a daring move. However, Chen Zichen did not have wings. As the bird was about to get him, he suddenly turned his body around in the air and moved 3 feet away from the bird's claws without touching anything. Then Chen Zichen raised his spear and stabbed at the bird's wing again. The bird was cunning enough to dodge the spear one more time. Watching Chen Zichen fighting the bird in the air and stepping on the air repeatedly, Hansen felt he was looking at 2 birds. When Chen Zichen stepped on the air the 3rd time, he started to fall. However, he only landed briefly before he threw himself into the air again. Hansen was more than surprised. The footwork that allowed Chen Zichen to step on the air 3 times was incredible. Without wings, Hansen could not achieve that. The footwork was not even recorded in Panorama. Hansen wondered who Chen Zichen was to be a master of such footwork. Suddenly, the bird screeched and landed on the top of the mountain. Next to the bird stood a person. 7 twists of the Chens is impressive indeed, the person said, watching Chen Zichen who had landed on the ground. The entire group were shocked. Chen Zichen stared at the person and asked, "Since you know about 7 twists, you should be a family friend of the Chens. Why did you attack us?" It was obvious now that the bird was not a wild creature, but the man's pet. It was not really an attack. "I was just wondering about 7 twists," said the person, stepping on the bird's back. The birds landed shortly and hovered next to the cliff where the group was standing. Hansen then saw what the person was wearing. He was in black armor, which covered his face as well. "Who are you? Tell me who you are, otherwise I will not be polite," Chen Nanqing exclaimed at the guy. "My name is Yi Yufeng. I don't think you have heard my name. I am a student at the headquarters of Ares Martial Hall, and I know your family well," said the guy in black armor. "So you are from the Ares Martial Hall? No wonder you dared to attack us." "I need to question Huangfu Xiongqing when I get back," Chen Nanqing said, annoyed. Yi Yufeng said calmly, "Ares Martial Hall is the Chen's friend. I did not mean to attack you, but to appreciate 7 twists and to save you." "Save us?" Chen Zichen asked. "You must be going to the nest." "To be honest with you, I have already been there. Unfortunately, the creature inside was too strong. I almost lost my life and gained nothing, which is why I am giving you a reminder," said Yi Yufeng. "We appreciate it, but this is our business, and has nothing to do with Ares Martial Hall," Chen Nanqing snorted and walked toward the entrance of the nest. Chen Zichen glanced at Yi Yufeng and followed Chen Nanqing. They did not know if Yi Yufeng was really a student at Ares Martial Hall, but there was no way they would give up on a nest. In addition, they were 6 evolvers after all, so they believed they could cope with any creature inside the nest. "What kind of creature is it?" Hansen did not follow the group but asked Yi Yufeng, standing on the bird's back. "I did not realize the famous dollar belongs to the Chens." Yi Yufeng checked Hansen out. Their faces were both covered in armor, so neither of them could see the other. "If that is the case, you better not enter the nest. Otherwise, you might lose your life for some money," Yi Yufeng smiled and said. "I'm afraid you don't know that all 6 of them are evolvers." "Do you think the creature could hurt 6 evolvers?" Hansen probed. Yi Yufeng smiled and said, "No need to probe. Even if I tell you, you would probably not believe me. Evolvers like the Chen brothers could never hurt the creature even if there were 60 of them. If they were slower, maybe they would lose their lives there. As for you, you better not go in." The creature would not recognize dollar, Yi Yufeng said and controlled the bird to fly toward the entrance of the nest. However, he was just standing outside the entrance and did not mean to go inside. It seemed he was waiting for the group to come out. When Hansen arrived at the entrance, the group of people had entered for a while. They walked very fast. It seemed that they were worried Yi Yufeng would break the egg before they did. Hansen looked inside and sat on the rock next to the entrance along with Yi Yufeng. "Aren't you going inside?" Yi Yufeng looked at Hansen in surprise. "Didn't you say it's dangerous and I'd better not go?" Hansen asked. Yi Yufeng was dazed for a while before he smiled and said, "I heard a lot about dollar, but but just found out how interesting you are." When Han Sen was about to reply, he suddenly heard messy footsteps from the nest. Han Sen quickly looked down. Shortly, people started to climb out of the entrance. The first who came out was Chen Nanqing, who was as pale as a piece of paper. His armor was slashed open either by a weapon or a claw. Blood was oozing. Behind Chen Nanqing, Chen Zichen also climbed up. He looked slightly better than Chen Nanqing. His armor was also broken, but it was not as severe as Chen Nanqing's injury. His face was also grim. After Chen Zichen, no one came out. Han Sen looked down and saw nothing. "You guys are more impressive than I thought. You both lasted quite long in the nest," said Yi Yufeng. "Is that a sarcasm?" Chen Nanqing was in a terrible mood. Hearing Yi Yufeng's words, he bristled and wanted to hit him, but was stopped by Chen Zichen. "I truly admire you and did not mean to be sarcastic. I almost died in a couple of seconds, while you lasted for about 15 minutes and you are still alive," said Yi Yufeng seriously. Knowing Yi Yufeng was sincere, Chen Nanqing was less angry. However, thinking of the 4 evolvers who had sacrificed in the nest, he sat down depressed, his lips twitching. "What is the creature? How come it's so strong?" Han Sen frowned and asked. He did not go down because he thought Yi Yufeng must have some tricks up his sleeve since he did not go down himself. Maybe the egg had been broken by Yi Yufeng already. It turned out that there was truly a strong creature in the nest. However, what Yi Yufeng said was true. There was a creature in the nest that even 60 revolvers could not defeat. Han Sen suddenly thought of 2-word super creature. "I don't know," said Yi Yufeng, since Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing did not bother to reply. Han Senator Yi Yufeng continued, "I believe you guys did not see what it was either." Chen Nanqing gritted his teeth and said, "If I could see it, I would cut its head off immediately." "That creature is invisible?" Han Sen did not understand what they meant by not being able to see the creature. It was not invisible, but too fast. It was running all around among the cells in the nest. "We could not see what it was at all," said Yi Yufeng. He paused and continued, "The only thing I know is that it is a quadruped beast." Han Sen looked to Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing, who had stayed in the nest longer. Maybe they had more idea about the creature. "We know more or less the same about the creature. It was a quadruped beast and should be black." Hearing Chen Zichen's words, Han Sen became more pleased. Chen Zichen must have a fitness index above 30. Since even he could not tell what the creature looked like, the creature was probably much faster than a sacred blood creature. If it was a super creature, then this was great news to Han Sen. However, thinking about the creature's speed, Han Sen frowned. Using both Heresy Mantra and Overload, Han Sen's fitness level should be a bit stronger than Chen Zichen. However, if Chen Zichen could not keep up with the creature, Han Sen probably couldn't either. "I wonder if you are interested in the hunting the creature with me?" Yi Yufeng suddenly said, attracting the attention of Chen Zichen, Chen Nanqing and Han Sen. "You know how to kill it?" Chen Nanqing stared at Yi Yufeng and asked. "I have a method, but I can't do it alone. Otherwise, there is no need for me to ask for your help." Yi Yufeng then looked to Han Sen and asked, "I wonder if you have evolved, $? "Not yet." Han Sen told the truth. "That is unfortunate. If you have not evolved, you would not be fit enough to even see the creature. Even if you have evolved, without your sacred blood geno points maxed out, you will still be killed like those 4 guys. Although Yi Yufeng did not say it directly, he implied that Han Sen was not strong enough to collaborate with them. "What if I choose to go down?" Han Sen asked Yi Yufeng calmly. "I meant well, but if you want to commit suicide, I will not stop you. In fact, if you choose to go inside, you could buy us more time, which would do us more good than harm." Yi Yufeng smiled and said. "What's your method?" Chen Nanqing asked Yi Yufeng hastily. It looked like he wanted to eat the creature alive. "It is pretty simple. The creature is only too fast for us to even hit it. In fact, if we could hit it, it would be easy for us to kill it, said Yu Feng. Cut the crap. We all know that, Chen Nanqing sneered. You have a way for us to hit it? Chen Zichen stared at Yu Feng and asked. Yu Feng said quietly, of course. But before I tell you, we must determine how to divide our gains, so that Ares Marshall Hall and the Chens could still be friends. How do you propose we divide the gains? Chen Zichen asked Yu Feng. The beast soul of the sacred blood creature would belong to whoever killed it. We will divide the meat equally, and I get to break the egg, Yu Feng said his plan. Obviously, the plan did not include Han Sen. Neither Yu Feng nor the Chen brothers think of Han Sen as either opponent or partner. They all thought all Han Sen could do was to distract the sacred blood beast and buy them some time before he was killed. We are two people and you are alone. Why do you get to keep all those things to yourself? Chen Nanqing shouted. If you have a way to kill this sacred blood creature, I would have no problem having our stuff reversed, said Yu Feng. Chen Nanqing had nothing to say. If he had a method, he would not have been as embarrassed as he was and lost 4 men. Please explain your method, Chen Zichen said. I believe that you will be faithful, so I will not hide anything from you. Yu Feng paused and said, it is actually pretty simple. Since the sacred blood creature was fast, all we needed to do was to lower its speed. What are you talking about? How can we possibly lower its speed? Exclaimed Chen Nanqing, annoyed. You sure cannot, but I can. Yu Feng then summoned a ball of black smoke. The smoke was moving constantly like a sand clock that repeated itself. This is my sacred blood add-on beast soul, time curse. It could be used on any creature and slow it down. Of course, although it was a sacred blood beast soul, it is not very effective on a sacred blood creature. However, it can still slow the sacred blood creature down a little bit. What do you think of my idea? Yu Feng asked, pointing at his beast soul, time curse. It depends on how much slower the creature would get, Chen Zichen said, staring at time curse. You can try it yourself, Yu Feng said and put the time curse on Chen Zichen. Black smoke suddenly covered Chen Zichen's body. Chen Zichen walked a few steps and was obviously slower than he was. Chen Zichen nodded and said, the effect is quite good. Although it did not surprise me, it should allow us to hit the sacred blood creature. Let's give it a shot. Great. Yu Feng took time curse back and determined the exact action plan with the 2 brothers. Then, the 3 of them entered the nest together. Han Sen followed them down, and they did not pay him any mind. Maybe Han Sen could distract the sacred blood creature for a while, so they did not stop him. It was not the first time that Han Sen had been to the nest. The glow from the green gold did not make him nervous. Even if the creature was actually a super creature, Han Sen believed he could struggle to defeat it. Shortly, Han Sen saw the broken green gold wall and vast space filled with different cells. The cells crisscrossed like the nest of spiders, making people cringe, as if a million spiders would come out of them any time. Outside the green gold wall, blood was spilled everywhere. However, they never saw the bodies of the 4 evolvers with mutant geno points maxed out. Maybe they were eaten. Chen Zichen, among us, you are the only one who could dodge a fatal attack from the creature, so I'm afraid you must go first and lure the creature out so that I could use the time curse. Yu Feng stopped walking and said. Chen Zichen nodded slightly and shapeshifted into a monkey-like creature. Walking to the broken green gold wall, he crawled into the underground space of the nest nimbly. Yu Feng and Chen Nanqing watched Chen Zichen closely, and so did Han Senator. He was curious to know what the creature looked like. Yu Feng had agreed to be the bait before they came down. If Yu Feng did not need a person acting as the bait, he would not have chosen to collaborate with them. Obviously, Yu Feng did not have the ability to dodge the creature's attacks while using time curse. When Chen Zichen just walked into the space, he suddenly saw a black shadow rushing toward him from the back of a cell nearby. The shadow became so sudden and fast. Han Sen had been paying full attention, but all he could see was a blur. He felt like it was something between a wolf and a fox. Chen Zichen was indeed very strong. Under such critical conditions, he quickly turned around in an impossible angle and protected all the vital parts of his body. The shadow only scraped his arm, but even so, it still managed to make him bleed. After landing, the shadow did not even pause before it jumped at Chen Zichen. "Here goes," exclaimed Yu Feng. The time curse took the creature in a whirl. The time curse covered a large scope, so unless the creature retreated, it was impossible for it to avoid the beast soul's impact. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt slowed down. The group then saw what the creature looked like. It was a black wolf larger than an ordinary one, with the size of an adult tiger. Its fur was gleaming with a metal sheen. If it was not moving, it would look like a statue. "Kill it." Both Yu Feng and Chen Nanqing rushed to the creature immediately, trying to kill it together with Chen Zichen. Hansen shapeshifted into the bloody slayer and came forward as well. The creature had become much slower, and they could see how it moved. It was indeed a great opportunity. Because its speed had been lowered, the creature failed to hurt Chen Zichen. When it landed, it watched the group of people coldly and did not seem to panic at all. All four of them showed their weapons and started to attack. However, the black metal wolf suddenly howled and quickly jumped again, its speed as fast as before. "Damn it, this creature is so weird that the time curse did not even work on it," exclaimed Yu Feng, looking frightened. Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing were also pale. They could also tell that the speed of the wolf was not affected by the beast soul. However, Hansen did not think the wolf was immune to time curse. In fact, the time curse was already working on it. Since it did not slow down, it was very likely that in the beginning the wolf never used all it had got. It was trying to lure the whole group to come closer before it killed them all. The black metal wolf quickly flashed in front of Chen Nanqing, who was fast enough to summon a large copper shield more than 3 feet tall to block its claws. Crack! The 5-inch thick shield, which seemed extremely sturdy, was suddenly ripped open by the wolf claw like a piece of paper. It almost broke in half. "My sacred blood shield!" Chen Nanqing cried in anger. Chen Zichen and Yu Feng each cut at the wolf that just landed with a sword. As the sword flashed, the metal wolf had already thrown itself at Hansen. Although Hansen was holding the spinning spear, seeing what had happened with the sacred blood shield, he did not dare to block the wolf with the spear. His heart started to race, and incredible power filled his body. Hansen stepped forward using Sparticle and dodged the metal wolf's attack. After it landed, the wolf did not immediately attack again. It turned around and gazed at Hansen, obviously surprised that Hansen could dodge the attack. In addition to the metal wolf, Chen Nanqing, Chen Zichen, and Yu Feng did not expect Hansen to be able to avoid the wolf's attack either. Even they felt it was quite challenging to achieve that. As evolvers with their mutant geno points maxed out, the 4 men working for the Chens were all killed under the wolf's claws. The fact that Hansen was able to run away as an unevolved person amazed them. "Go back!" Yu Feng quickly shouted and started to run toward the entrance. Although the wolf was under the influence of time curse, they could still see no hope to kill it. Yu Feng and Chen Nanqing were quick, but just as they moved, the wolf appeared in front of them like a phantom, blocking the way to go out. "Damn it! I will fight it out with it." Chen Nanqing raised the copper shield, which was already falling apart, to the metal wolf. None of the guys dared to slack. Wielding their weapons, they knew very well that if they could not bypass the wolf, none of them could live. However, the behavior of the wolf showed them some hope. The reason they could not kill the wolf before was that they could not even hit it. However, if the wolf chose to block their way, it had to bear their attacks. This way, maybe they would have a chance to kill it. Shortly, they found that things were not as smooth as they thought it would be. The wolf not only dodged all their attacks, but also clawed at Chen Nanqing's shield in the blink of an eye. Crack! The shield could no longer hold its shape and fell apart. Chen Nanqing was knocked over by the incredible force and tumbled over before he could stand up. Ding! Yi Yufeng suddenly had a dagger in his hand and quickly stabbed it at the wolf's neck. "Give me a beast soul!" Yi Yufeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Obviously, he had great faith in his strike. Bang! The dagger hit the wolf's neck and exploded. Thousands of smaller blades flew in all directions at the wolf with great speed. Han Sen was a bit shocked. No wonder Yi Yufeng was so confident. The dagger turned out to be a one-use beast soul, like the ghost butterfly boomerang. It seemed it was also a sacred blood weapon. Otherwise, Yi Yufeng would not be so sure of himself. What happened next made Yi Yufeng turn pale. Thousands of small blades hit the wolf's body and clanked. With the weapon's sharpness and speed, it did not even cut the hair of the wolf, but fell on the floor like broken glass. How is that possible? Yi Yufeng almost stared his eyes out. Chen Nanqing and Chen Zichen were also dumbstruck. Obviously, they could also tell how good the dagger was. However, the wolf's performance made them feel desperate. Only Han Sen, who had determined the wolf to be a super creature, had guessed the result, and did not look surprised at all. After being attacked, the metal wolf was agitated. It howled again and came at Yi Yufeng. Blood suddenly spilled. Yi Yufeng used all his force to run. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his leg was clawed and blood started to well. Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing had taken the opportunity to go out of the opening in the green gold wall and quickly ran out. Because he was injured in the leg, Yi Yufeng could not run fast. Being the last one, Yi could no longer dodge the second attack from the wolf. Feeling desperate, Yi Yufeng raised his sword and wanted to cut the wolf before he died. Although it was pointless, he did not want to go down doing nothing. The sacred blood sword was useless against the wolf and immediately bounced back, almost cutting Yi Yufeng himself. Seeing the claws almost at his chest, although Yi Yufeng was wearing sacred blood armor, he did not think it could protect himself. "This is the end of me," he thought. All of a sudden, Yi Yufeng felt someone pulled him in the back away from the claws. Bang! Yi Yufeng was thrown out toward the exit. Getting up, he saw Han Sen standing opposite the wolf. Dollar? Yi Yufeng was dazed. He did not believe Dollar would have saved him. Go. Why are you standing there? Han Sen exclaimed with his eyes fixed on the wolf. The reason he saved Yi Yufeng was not because he liked the man, but because he had thought of a method to kill the super creature, and Yi Yufeng and his time curse would be a great help in Han Sen's plan. Yi Yufeng looked at Han Sen with complicated feelings and limped outside. As he ran, he kept looking back and saw the black metal wolf had thrown itself at Han Sen at the same high speed. Yi Yufeng did not have the heart to watch. Although he felt terrible, Han Sen was already doomed. If he did not leave fast enough, his life saved by Han Sen would also end there. Yi Yufeng gritted his teeth and ran as fast as his injured leg could carry him. The wolf kept howling. In the nest, Han Sen's gaze was fixed on the metal wolf. Before the wolf jumped, Han Sen had already stepped ahead. With his heart thumping and blood pumping, Han Sen's veins stood out all over his body like green snakes, looking scary. The power of heresy mantra was used to its extreme, and overload had motivated Han Sen's body cells. Han Sen could almost hear his bones moan. Fast, incredibly fast. When Han Sen put his foot forward, it almost became a blur. Even so, Han Sen was still slower than the metal wolf. This wolf was a super creature featuring speed, so it was even faster than the turtle. Even when the time curse was still working, Han Sen was still slower than the wolf. However, the wolf was unable to hit Han Sen. Han Sen's kiting skills made the wolf go to the wrong spot, where Han Sen had avoided ahead of time. Of course, Han Sen could not predict the future. The reason it happened was that Han Sen could determine where the wolf was going next, as he understood its pattern. Han Sen was leading the wolf attack himself to some extent. The kiting skills that he learned from Queen allowed him to protect himself against the wolf. However, it was almost impossible for him to kill the wolf. Even the one-use sacred blood beast soul could not hurt it. Han Sen had basically no chance to kill it. Before Yi Yufeng took the time curse back, Han Sen tried to fight the wolf as much as possible, trying to know its strength better, which would be helpful to him in the future. Although Han Sen could predict the wolf's action, it was too fast and strong for Han Sen to fight back. Seeing Yi Yufeng had run out as well, Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing were dazed. Yi Yufeng was injured in the leg, and they thought it was unlikely that he could survive. Yi Yufeng did not bother to talk to the brothers and looked to the entrance. However, he did not see Han Sen come out. No need to look. That guy cannot make it, said Chen Nanqing. Shut up. Although Yi Yufeng was thinking the same, he did not want to hear Chen Nanqing say it out loud. Yi Yufeng could not understand why Dollar had chosen to save Yi at the risk of his own life in the end. When Chen Nanqing was about to lose his temper, he suddenly heard footsteps from the nest. Is the wolf coming out? Chen Nanqing suddenly panicked and quickly ran back, forgetting about Yi Yufeng's offense. Yi Yufeng looked down and was surprised by a golden figure. It was none other than Dollar. Chen Zichen also saw Han Sen and was shocked. How come he also survived? Are you okay? Asked Yi Yufeng as Han Sen jumped out the hole. Yeah, replied Han Senator, if Yi Yufeng did not go too far from the time curse so that the beast soul returned to its owner automatically. Han Sen could have lasted a bit longer. After the fight, Han Sen became more certain of his conjecture. It was too difficult for him to kill a super creature alone. Previously, Han Sen did not solicit other people's assistance, because he was afraid that others might be more a burden than help. However, after encountering the evolvers, Han Sen had new thoughts formulated. Normally speaking, people from First God's Sanctuary would be no match of a super creature, even if they had maxed out on their super geno points. Evolvers like Yi Yufeng, Chen Nanqing and Chen Zichen could last while facing a super creature. Yi Yufeng was especially helpful because he had the special beast soul, Time Curse. Although Time Curse did not slow down the metal wolf enough for them to beat it, it was not a problem. Han Sen still had Flame Lieutenant, which could enhance the power of Time Curse and further reduce the wolf's speed. If Han Sen could find some beast soul with similar function, maybe he could further limit a super creature's abilities. There remained to be one key issue, which was how to kill the super creature. Since even a one-use sacred blood beast soul could not injure the metal wolf, it would be even harder to kill it. Han Sen had the sacred blood beast soul sword from Mr. Yu. With the enhancement from the devil sword and flame lieutenant, maybe it was possible to kill the wolf. However, he must hit the wolf first. Han Sen alone could not accomplish that, so he was wondering how he could make Yi Yufeng agree to help him. It would be even better if he could also get Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing's help. When using his sacred blood shield, Chen Nanqing managed to take some hits from the wolf. Maybe with Flame Lieutenant, he could handle the wolf's attack a bit longer, which would buy Han Sen more time. Han Sen wondered if Chen Nanqing had more sacred blood shields. If not, it would be fine as well, as long as he could distract the wolf a little. Dollar, it turns out you are also an evolver. You've been hiding it from us, said Chen Nanqing. Naturally, Chen Nanqing believed that Dollar was an evolver who had evolved but stayed in First God's Sanctuary like they were. Otherwise, how would it be possible for him to escape from the wolf? In fact, Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng believed so as well. They took it for granted that an unevolved person could not be so strong. Han Sen did not argue, as he did not care about these things. Dollar, if you need anything in the future, simply ask. I will remember this forever, Yi Yufeng said to Han Sen seriously. I do have something that I need to ask of you, said Han Sen bluntly. Name it, said Yi Yufeng. Come down with me again and kill the wolf, said Han Sen calmly. Hearing Han Sen's words, Yi Yufeng, Chen Nanqing and Chen Zichen all looked puzzled, unable to believe what Han Sen just said. A normal person should know clearly by now that it was impossible for them to kill the wolf. Even they were all evolvers at this point, they had just evolved and had never practiced hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers. Compared to an average evolver, they were much weaker. Okay. You have saved my life, so it is fair that I give my life back to you. Although Yi Yufeng also believed that going down equaled death, he agreed to do it anyway. Hansen smiled and said, I am asking you to come because I know there is a way for us to fight the wolf. If I am asking you to die for me, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Before Yi Yufeng spoke, Chen Zichen asked, Dollar, you really think we could kill the wolf? If it is just Yi Yufeng and me, I think we have a 50% chance. If you and your brother join us, then we should have a 70% chance, said Hansen, sure of himself. 70%? Chen Nanqing looked at Hansen incredulously and said. It was the four of us just now, and we even lost some sacred blood beast souls. Why would anything change when we try a second time? Last time, we did not know the wolf very well. But now we do, so we can design tactics according to its characteristics, which would increase our chance, Hansen smiled and explained. Chen Zichen pondered and said, although that is right, I'm afraid tactics wouldn't work on the wolf. Its speed and strength are simply overwhelming. What if we add this into the equation? Hansen summoned the Flame Lieutenant. The Flame Lieutenant appeared next to Hansen. All the beast souls nearby suddenly had a red glow. Is this a sacred blood aura? The three guys were surprised to see Flame Lieutenant and feel the abilities of their beast souls enhanced. Exactly. The sacred blood our beast soul could increase the power of all beast souls within a certain range. If we use it together with the time curse, we will further slow the wolf down. If we designed properly, we will have a chance to kill it, said Hansen. Chen Nanqing looked at the Flame Lieutenant in surprise. A sacred blood aura was as rare as a three-legged person. All the gangs would die for even a mutant aura. The effect of a mutant beast soul aura was already incredible for a gang, let alone a sacred blood one. Among all the gangs in First God's Sanctuary, not many had a sacred blood aura. The fact that Hansen had one to himself seemed to be a huge waste from Chen Nanqing's perspective. Dollar was a lone wolf, while the aura was meant for a group. The more people there were, the more power the aura had. With the sacred blood aura, we can indeed give it a shot. However, we must have a thorough plan first. Chen Zichen looked at the Flame Lieutenant closely and asked Chen Nanqing, Nanqing, you have another sacred blood shield, right? I do have a backup, but it is my last one. Beast soul shields are hard to find. Chen Nanqing felt reluctant to use his backup shield, afraid that it would be ruined by the wolf again. It took him a lot of effort to collect the shields. Although after he entered Second God's Sanctuary, these beast souls would not be as effective, he could still use them to protect himself in the beginning. If he lost everything here, he would have a disadvantage in Second God's Sanctuary. With the beast soul aura, the shield would be strengthened and could last longer. In addition, you don't even need to use it much. Just block the wolf when it is critical and take the shield back afterwards. It will be fine, Chen Zichen smiled and said. Both Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing agreed to take part in the plan to kill the wolf. Of course, they did not do it for Hansen, but for the wolf's beast soul. The creature was incredibly strong. If they could get its beast soul and it's the right type, it should be considered strong in Second God's Sanctuary as well. As for how to distribute the gains, the meat of the wolf is mine, and whoever kills the wolf gets to keep the beast soul. Sounds fair? Hansen proposed. The wolf must be a super creature. He wanted both the beast soul and life essence. He was not sure if he could get the beast soul, but he could not let anyone know about the life essence. Sure. No problem. Chen Nanqing agreed. Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng were fine with that as well. They did not need the sacred blood meat, so all they could do with it was to give it away or sell it. How about the egg? Chen Zichen asked the key question. They might not be able to gain a beast soul from the wolf, but the egg would certainly produce a beast soul. It is too early to talk about that. Let's try if we could kill the wolf first. Han Sen did not compromise. It was very likely that there would be a super beast soul in the egg as well, and Han Sen did not want to give that up. The Chen brothers must be eyeing the egg as well. If they started the argument now, they might not even be able to go as a team. Fine. Chen Zichen nodded and let it go. He believed that if they could really kill the wolf, the two brothers would have a bigger chance at the egg since they would work together. The four of them explained all the beast souls they owned each and designed a plan to fight the wolf according to its characteristics. It took them a long while to finalize the plan. Remember, if we don't hit the wolf, go back immediately. Do not try to take risks. We can always go back as long as the wolf remained in the nest. No need to hurry, Chen Zichen repeated the plan before they went down. He was afraid that Han Sen and Yi Yufeng would disturb the plan to snatch the beast soul. We'll do everything as we planned, Han Sen agreed, because he did not believe any of the others had what it takes to kill a super creature. The four of them entered the nest one by one as they planned. This time, Chen Nanqing was the first. Chen Nanqing was walking with a sacred blood shield over his head. His task was to block the first attack from the metal wolf so that Yi Yufeng had the time to use time curse on the wolf. As for Han Sen, although he was holding the spinning spear, he did not plan to use it. After all, a gear would not be enhanced by the aura because it was not a beast soul. Therefore, it was impossible for him to use it to kill a super creature. Han Sen was hiding the sacred blood sword and devil sword, planning to cut the wolf if he could find its weak spot. Holding a black round shield, Chen Nanqing walked into the nest, feeling nervous. This shield was much smaller than his copper one. Thinking of the incredible strength and speed of the wolf, he did not feel secure at all. With a howling, a black shadow suddenly dashed from a cell, leaving Chen Nanqing no chance to dodge. Chen Nanqing quickly raised the shield to protect himself. Bang! Feeling a strong force hitting the shield, Chen Nanqing was knocked dozens of feet away, despite that he was pushing the shield with his shoulder. Chen Nanqing hit the wall and rolled over to get up, seeing 3 long marks added to the surface of his shield, which was obviously clawed by the wolf. With the buff from the Flame Lieutenant, the shield had become much stronger. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Chen Nanqing quickly looked to the wolf and saw that Yi Yufeng had finished using time curse on it. Seeing that the wolf had become much slower, Chen Nanqing let out a sigh of relief. However, the wolf quickly threw itself again at Chen Nanqing. Although it had been slowed down, the speed was still frightening. Before Chen Nanqing could gather his strength, the wolf was already in front of him. Rolling and crawling, Chen Nanqing tumbled away while shouting, "If you don't hurry, I will be killed." Yi Yufeng pulled Chen Nanqing away from the wolf. Holding their weapons, Han Sen and Yi Yufeng rapidly launched attacks at the wolf. Under the buff of Flame Lieutenant, the time curse had slowed the wolf down significantly. However, the super creature could still manage to dodge all the attacks of the four and fight back at times. Although it was 1 against 4, the wolf still had the advantage. The four of them had to collaborate with one another to cope with the creature. Fortunately, they had planned ahead of time and did not panic. Damn it! Why is the wolf so fierce? Chen Nanqing was clawed again at his shoulder. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his shoulder was scratched deeply, and blood was flowing. Bang! Han Sen stabbed his spear at the wolf, which was the first time they had ever hit the creature. However, the spinning force was useless on it. The metal wolf shook its body and got rid of the spear, its fur completely intact. "Retreat, immediately!" Chen Zichen exclaimed. All 4 of them were injured to different extent, so it would make no sense for them to keep going. According to their original plan, they fought as they backed out. Eventually, they made it into a small channel. Although the wolf tried to chase after them, the channel was too narrow for it, so it gave up. After resting and healing for 2 days on the ground, the 4 of them went back to fight the wolf with no success. However, although they were not able to beat the wolf, they had learned more and more about the creature through the repeated efforts. They could hit the wolf more and more often, and they got injured less and less frequent. However, they could never hurt the wolf. Even sacred blood weapons left no mark on its body. The creature is so strong. I'm afraid we could not kill it even if we continue to try, said Chen Nanqing, dejected after several failures. Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng remained silent. In fact, they agreed with Chen Nanqing. The metal wolf was so incredibly strong that they could never hurt it. However, they had gone too far to give up. Everyone looked to Han Sen. Naturally, Han Sen did not want to give up. Although they were not able to hurt the metal wolf, they had hit it multiple times. Han Sen had closely observed the reaction of the wolf. Although super creatures had incredible fitness levels, some were weaker than others. This metal wolf was more or less on the same level as the baby golden growler. It was only fast, but lacking otherwise compared to the adult golden growler. All kinds of creatures had their own weaknesses, but since the overall fitness of a super creature was too good, their weaknesses could be overlooked. For example, when Hansen first encountered the baby golden growler, he could not even injure its eyes. This time, the situation was similar, but better. After repeated provocations, Hansen gradually discovered the weaker part of the wolf. However, it was only relatively weak. Even in its weaker part, Hansen felt like it would take more than 35.0 in fitness, plus the Sacred Blood Sword, Devil Sword and Flame Lieutenant, to cause any injury. Hansen had learned that the weakest part in the metal wolf's body was its jaw. Hansen felt like Metal Wolf was always carefully protecting its jaw, so it would not be difficult to hit it there. Fortunately, because the group of people were too weak for the metal wolf to stay alarmed. It had fought the group lots of times and started to think that they could never hurt it. This was what Hansen had been trying to achieve. The reason he did not use the Sacred Blood Sword and Devil Sword was to wait for this to happen. He would only have one chance. If he could not make it, the wolf would be guarded in the future. Therefore, Hansen had been holding back and waiting for the best chance to make the fatal attack. Hansen could tell that the Chen brothers were having second thoughts and did not feel hopeful anymore. If it was not for the fact that Hansen had saved his life, Yi Yufeng would probably give up as well. How about we just let it go? Chen Nanqing said after hesitating for a long while. After all, they could not stay in First God's sanctuary for too long, otherwise their body would suffer irreversible damage. They could not waste all their time there. Chen Zichen also said, You see that the metal wolf has really tough skin. Even if we have the chance, we can never injure it. We have tried almost stabbing it everywhere, but it simply did not work. It would be a waste of time if we continue to try. Hansen pondered and said, You can choose to stay or leave as you wish. Then, Hansen looked to Yi Yufeng and asked, What's your plan? At this point, Hansen had known the wolf very well. Even without the 2 brothers, he could beat the wolf. However, without the time curse, Hansen was not so sure. After all, the wolf was too fast for Hansen to hit it in the jaw. Yi Yufeng said quietly, You have saved my life, so it is only natural that I do whatever you say. If you need me, I'll be here. In that case, help me and let's try again. Hansen was glad that Yi Yufeng said that. Without the time curse, Hansen was not sure how likely he was to succeed. Yi Yufeng nodded and did not speak. Chen Zichen and Chen Nanqing felt awkward and got up. We'll leave now. Wish you success. Although they said that, they did not believe that the 2 of them could kill the metal wolf. Chen Nanqing even believed that without the 2 brothers, and Yi Yufeng might be in danger. After all, neither of them had a sacred blood shield, so there was no way they could defend themselves. Before leaving, Chen Zichen gazed at Hansen and Yi Yufeng, hesitated and said, We have spent more than a month together. No matter what you think, I have a lot of respect for the two of you. Here is a word that I would like to share, if you don't mind. Please, said Hansen. We don't belong in the first God's sanctuary and should not waste too much time here, Chen Zichen said and got up to fare Hansen and Yi Yufeng well. Chen Zichen's words reminded Han Senator, since he had not evolved, he would not suffer from the punishment of God's sanctuary. However, Hansen did not know how long ago Yi Yufeng evolved. If Yi Yufeng kept staying, he might suffer irreversible damage in his body. Hansen told Yi Yufeng, if you don't feel well, leave with them. I should be able to last a few days more, said Yi Yufeng. Then let's rest for 2 hours and try again. If we don't succeed this time, you can go back. Hansen planned to try one last time. If he failed to kill the wolf, he would rely on himself. After all, Yi Yufeng had been faithful, so Hansen could not let Yi sacrifice himself. After resting for a while, Hansen and Yi Yufeng again entered the nest. In the broken wall, Hansen told Yi Yufeng, I will lure the wolf out, and all you need to do is to summon the time curse. You don't have to fight the wolf this time. Okay, replied Yi Yufeng and did not say anything more. Hansen took a deep breath and entered the opening. He was walking in an odd way. He was not following a straight line, but swinging left and right. It looked like he was a cripple. Hansen had integrated kiting skills and the skeleton's disordered movements into his walking, making his opponent unable to tell where he was really going. Even if the metal wolf rushed out, Hansen was sure that he could dodge its attack. Suddenly, the wolf threw itself at Hansen like a ghost. However, the direction it went was off, because of the skills Hansen used, so Hansen was able to avoid its attack. Yi Yufeng was fast enough to attach Time Curse to the wolf. With the help of Flame Lieutenant, the wolf had become much slower, and Hansen could see where it was moving. Hansen immediately stabbed his spear at the wolf. Because they had fought multiple times, the wolf knew that the spear could not injure. It simply slightly moved aside before throwing itself at Hansen again. However, Hansen had used the kiting skills to avoid its snap and knew very well where the wolf would be going. After releasing the time curse, Yi Yufeng initially wanted to help Hansen fight. However, after watching for a while, Yi Yufeng stopped in surprise. After spending more than a month with Hansen, Yi Yufeng thought Hansen should be a strong evolver with his sacred geno points maxed out. However, Hansen would not be much stronger than the two brothers and himself. Originally, Yi Yufeng did not think they could do well in this last shot. After all, they were missing 2 people, and it would be an issue how to distract the wolf. However, Hansen was distracting the wolf himself, which showed Yi Yufeng something he had never seen before. Since the 4 of them were working together previously, Yi Yufeng had not been able to tell Hansen's strength. With Hansen facing the wolf alone, Yi Yufeng felt shocked. Even with the Flame Lieutenant and Time Curse used, Hansen, who had shapeshifted, was still much slower than the wolf. Normally speaking, Hansen would not be able to dodge all the attacks from the wolf. However, Hansen managed to avoid all the wolf's attacks easily, without sweating. Yi Yufeng couldn't believe his eyes. Hansen was much slower than the wolf, so how could he easily avoid its attacks? Yi Yufeng felt more and more puzzled. Hansen's footwork did not seem to be too strong. Even at his best, he was still slower than the wolf. However, Yi Yufeng felt like no matter how fast the wolf was, it was impossible for it to hit Hansen. Yi Yufeng felt more and more odd, his brows knitted. Suddenly, Yi Yufeng thought of something and appeared to be shocked. He couldn't help exclaiming, "Is that Heavenly Go? Is Dollar a descendant of that person?" Although Yi Yufeng had heard about Heavenly Go, he had never witnessed it being used. Therefore, he was not sure if Hansen was using Heavenly Go. The techniques Hansen was using made him feel it should be similar to the legendary Heavenly Go. Although Hansen was slower than the wolf, he could easily dodge its snaps. When Yi Yufeng looked closely, it almost felt like the wolf was controlled by Han Senator before it even moved, Han had already come up with a solution. Aside from Heavenly Go, Yi Yufeng could not think of any martial arts that could be used in such a way. Heaven is the checkerboard, and men are my stones. According to the legend, Heavenly Go could be used to control minds and even behaviors of opponents. Some even said that it could be used to predict the future, which was what Yi Yufeng thought Han was doing. Yi Yufeng did not join the fight because he had determined that Han was able to defend himself well. If Yi Yufeng tried to help Han, he might even disrupt Han plan. Han had never practiced Heavenly Go. He had just learned kiting skills from Queen and had no idea what Queen was practicing. However, Han did not have time to think about that. All his focus was on the metal wolf. Han had been extremely familiar with the environment. Every step he made was designed carefully based on his experience in more than a month. What Han was waiting for was an opportunity to make the metal wolf make one move. For this move to happen, Han had been calculating to the smallest detail. Every step he made was the result of countless calculations. Only when the wolf made that move could Han launch his fatal attack at the wolf's jaw. For this moment, Han had thought about the wolf's pattern and character 1,000 times. In addition, for this one chance, Han had been holding back for more than a month and refrained from using his sacred blood sword and devil sword. Because the spinning spear could not be enhanced by the flame lieutenant, and the fact that Han was holding back himself, he posed the least threats to the wolf. Facing him alone, the wolf was the least guarded at this point, which was exactly what Han needed. Even if the Chen brothers did not ask to leave, Han would also try to fight the metal wolf alone. Only by doing this could he execute his plan. Watching the target stepping into his scheme, Han eyes were as calm as water. Although his heart was beating rapidly because of heresy mantra, his mind was extremely peaceful. Han was clear that this was his only chance, so he could only succeed and cannot fail. To succeed, he did not need to be angry or explosive. All he needed was to perfectly execute his plan with no mistakes. The wolf was roaring from time to time. For so many days, the wolf had been disturbed by the group repeatedly, so it had wanted to eat them alive for a while. At this point, Han was facing the wolf alone, but the wolf even hit him, which made the wolf snap harder. Seeing the creature getting agitated, Han was delighted. The more frantic the wolf was, the more likely he was to succeed. Gradually, the wolf was led to the designed spot by Han Senator. In other words, Han was forced into a corner by himself. It was a narrow corner between two stone walls. The two walls formulated an angle of 45 degrees, and there was a large stone about 3 feet tall in front of Han. If the wolf wanted to attack Han and must jump over the large stone. In order to do that, the wolf had to jump much higher than usual, which would force it to expose its jaw to Han. Coming back from death was Han only option, and Han only chance. The wolf was extremely enraged. Seeing that Han who was super sly, forced into the corner and had nowhere to go, the wolf couldn't help jumping over and throwing itself at Han, trying to kill him with one blow. Yi Yufeng, who was watching, suddenly became pale. As he tried to rush over, he realized it was too late. Yi Yufeng had to watch the wolf going at Han. Staring at the wolf coming at him, Han stayed still like a stone. The moment that the jaw of the wolf was exposed to Han, he flipped his wrist, and a silver sword covered in black smoke suddenly reached forward. This move was so unexpected that even a human could not see it coming, let alone a creature. In addition, before Han attacked, he almost seemed indifferent. There was no way of telling his murderous intent. It was a great contrast between how fierce this move was and how cool he seemed. Thump. With the use of heresy mantra, Han heart ran like an engine, making horrendous sounds, which could even be heard outside of his body. Veins stood out on the body of the bloody slayer. Han felt that his muscle and bones were on fire, generating tremendous heat. Using overload at its extreme, Hansen's body was like a volcano. If Hansen went a hair over, his body would explode. Different from his burning body, Hansen's brain was extremely calm. He felt like an onlooker, watching his body turning stronger and his sword stabbing at the wolf. Hansen was exercising both absolute control and extreme fierceness. Whoosh! The tip of the sword cut the black fur with friction. There were even sparkles. Kill! Hansen roared and motivated every last ounce of energy in his body, pushing the sword through the fur into the flesh of the wolf. Blood started to flow along the blade. The wolf's whimper was stopped by the blade in its throat. However, the creature suddenly turned its head and broke the sacred blood sword. The beast soul suddenly disappeared and Metal Wolf fell on the floor with blood welling from its wound. Hansen quickly stabbed the spinning spear at the wolf, which gave Hansen a fierce stare and escaped deeper into the nest. There was no way that Hansen would let it go. He had prepared so long for this moment. Grabbing the spinning spear, Hansen ran on his 4 hooves toward the wolf. Because it was bleeding too hard, the wolf had slowed down significantly and failed to get away from Hansen. However, when the wolf entered where the cells were, many creatures started to rush out and come at Hansen. Hansen did not even care. He dashed into the numerous creatures like a demon. Hansen did not believe that one nest could nurture 2 super creatures. He was confident to face any creature but the super creatures. The creatures were roaring, the spear was dancing, and blood was splashing. Hansen made his way through the creatures and followed the wolf closely. Everything changed so fast that Yi Yufeng was dumbstruck. A moment ago, Hansen was in danger and was about to be killed, while suddenly, it was the metal wolf that suffered a severe injury and ran away. Yi Yufeng could not even understand what had happened. Seeing Hansen killing the creatures like death himself, Yi Yufeng suddenly came to himself and rushed forward. The deeper Hansen went, the more creature he saw. However, Hansen did not even care. He simply killed everything he saw. Every creature in his way was killed with one blow. The bloody slayer's body was covered in warm blood. The metal wolf had become slower and slower. It seemed that it was injured so badly that the creature could no longer run fast. Even when Hansen was hindered by the creatures, the wolf still cannot get rid of him. Suddenly, the wolf turned its head back and threw itself at Hansen, determined. It seemed that the wolf was going for mutual destruction, knowing itself could not survive. Seeing the wolf coming at him, Hansen remained calm. The speed and strength of the wolf had been greatly reduced, so he could no longer pose any threat to him. Dodging the wolf's attack, Hansen swept the spear across at the wolf, sending it into the air. Before the wolf fell, Hansen lifted its body higher with the spear. Bam bam bam. The wolf was strapped by the spear so fast that it could not even land. Hansen knew that the spinning spear could not break the wolf's fur, so it was pointless to stab the creature. He was simply beating the wolf hard to make its wound tear. More blood flowed from the wolf's jaw. Yi Yufeng was dashing among the creatures. When he approached Hansen, he saw Hansen whipping the metal wolf, which used to be invincible and had now lost the ability to fight back. Suddenly, Hansen turned the spear around and drove it into the wolf's injured throat, nailing the wolf's body to the stone wall. Bang! The wolf's body hit and smashed the wall. The spear was driven into the wolf's injury with a strong spinning force. Blood spurted from the wolf's throat. The creature had lost all its energy and even stopped struggling. With blood and sparkles, the head of the spear eventually hit the wolf's brain. Larva of super creature cursed wolf killed. Beast soul of cursed wolf gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Watching the body of the cursed wolf dissolving, Hansen quickly grabbed the black life essence, overjoyed. Super beast soul. Super beast soul. I have another super beast soul. Hansen almost wanted to shout to express his joy. However, Han Sen stopped himself and put away the life essence before Yi Yufeng saw it. Han Sen did not want to leak the existence of the super creatures. It would cost so much trouble. As Yi Yufeng and Han Sen slaughtered the creatures, there was nothing that could stop the two of them. Very soon, they killed everything in the nest, including a cow-like sacred blood creature. Han Sen killed the creature with one strike but did not gain its beast soul. However, Han Sen was not let down at all. He was very much still immersed in the excitement of gaining the super beast soul. The two of them quickly got to where the egg was. What they saw made them feel shocked. Where the egg should be was empty. Han Sen and Yi Yufeng both felt odd. With all the creatures still alive, it was unlikely that the egg was gone. It was hard for them to believe that someone could hide himself from all the creatures and break the egg. In addition, Yi Yufeng was the one who found the nest first. Before he was there, the green gold wall was still intact, so no one could have entered the place. Did the Qin brothers manage to break the egg without alarming any creatures when they came down the first time? Yi Yufeng murmured to himself, but felt his guess was unlikely. The brothers were only in the nest for a very short amount of time. Even if they did not alarm any creature, it was impossible for them to reach the egg and return safely in such a short amount of time. Han Sen suddenly had a thought. Was the cursed wolf hatched from the egg? Although the disappearance of the egg gave Han Sen some thoughts, he could not confirm any of it. After splitting the meat of the sacred blood creature with Yi Yufeng, Han Sen returned to Steel Armor shelter and ate the meat on the way. When Han Sen returned to the shelter, he had gained 2 more sacred Geno points and now had 85. After going back to his room, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the cursed wolf excitedly. Type of beast soul of cursed wolf, weapon. A black dagger suddenly appeared in Han Sen's hand. Although it was just a bit more than a foot long, it was heavier than an average broadsword. The blade was so thin that it was almost transparent, making Han Sen feel cold when looking at it. Han Sen wielded the dagger, and a Z-steel block was sliced in half with no resistance. Without a good target, Han Sen could not tell what other strengths of the weapon were. Super Beast Soul Weapon. Han Sen almost laughed out loud as he had been overjoyed with his new gain, which was exactly what he needed at the moment in order to hunt super creatures. With this dagger, he would never worry that he had nothing to kill a super creature with. If he ran into the baby golden growler again, Han Sen could kill it without a doubt. However, it would not be easy for him to go to that island again. In addition, he was not sure whether the baby golden growler would stay on the island. Han Sen had to give up the thought. Although super creatures were rare, he should be able to find one if he was paying attention. There was no need for him to go that far. The most important thing was to become stronger himself. After all, super creatures each had its own features. Although he had a super beast soul dagger, Han Sen needed to improve himself further in order to be safe. He also needed time to find a super creature to kill. Taking out the life essence of the cursed wolf, Han Sen started to lick it. The black crystal gradually turned into black liquid. Han Sen drank it and felt his body cells undergoing incredible changes, giving him a better physique. Life essence of cursed wolf eaten. 1 super Geno point gained. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Sen felt enchanted. The life essence of the cursed wolf brought Han Sen 8 super Geno points. Han Sen now had 43 super Geno points. One thing made him feel puzzled. The golden growler was the only creature that spilled out its life essence without its body dissolving, while all the other creatures killed by Han Sen disappeared in thin air. However, Han Sen knew that he would not get an answer anytime soon, because there was not enough information. He simply gave up thinking on that. After returning to Black Hawk, Han Sen started to search information related to super creature on the Skynet. In the meantime, he was trying to improve himself further to prepare for the next hunting trip. It was not that easy to locate a super creature, so Han Sen had to be patient and browse the news of Steel Armor Shelter and the shelters nearby each day. One day, Han Sen went on Gladiator, which he had not logged in recently. Opening the friend list, no one was online. In fact, Hansen only had Queen, Desperado, and QHC in the list. Hansen chose to be matched randomly. There were so many advanced players on this platform that he always had something to learn. Very soon, Hansen started a fight with an opponent. Lost. Hansen had lost a dozen fights in a row and reached the limit of what his body could take. It was not his lucky day. All the opponents arranged for him by the system were too advanced. The weakest of them also had a fitness level around 50. The longest he had lasted was less than 4 minutes. Hansen did not care about losing and winning as long as he could practice his skills. When he came out of the holographic device, Hansen was soaked in his sweat. His body was still burning, and he felt completely spent. Keeping his body under the influence of overload, Hansen got extremely tired. However, he had become used to it. As long as he took some rest and ate properly, he would recover very soon. Bang! Just when Hansen left the holographic device and entered the hallway, someone came hastily from the opposite direction. Walking with his head bowed, the guy bumped into Hansen. Hansen was knocked over. He had wanted to move away, but he didn't realize that the guy was not paying attention at all. In addition, he had used the last drop of his energy just now and could not dodge in time. Sorry. The guy apologized and pulled Hansen up hurriedly. It's fine. Hansen got up and waved his hand. Brother Han? The guy saw who Hansen was, suddenly became overjoyed, and would not let go of Hansen's hand. The guy was ordinary looking, in uniform of Black Hawk and with his hair messy. Hansen regarded him but did not recognize him. He was not sure why the guy was happy to see him. Save me, Brother Han, his schoolmate started to beg Hansen. Hansen was a bit upset. He was not sure if the guy was crazy. They were in a military academy, and the students should be completely safe. In addition, there was no one around chasing him. What's the matter? Hansen frowned slightly, watching the guy's hand tremble. The guy looked left and right. No one was in the hallway, and no one should be noticing them. The guy was still concerned and pulled Hansen into a corner before he told Hansen what had happened. The student's named Wang Di was also in the senior year. He was top 3 in martial arts department and rather well known on campus. With his good looks, the guy had a bright future ahead of him. However, since Wang Di started to go to Gladiator, everything has changed. Initially, like Hansen, Wang Di also went to Gladiator in order to improve himself. However, Wang Di later discovered the VIP section in Gladiator. In order to enter the VIP section, Wang Di needed to pay a large amount of membership fee. Since he was from a wealthy family, and had earned quite some money in God's sanctuary himself, Wang Di paid the membership fee and entered the VIP section. In an ordinary game, there was only winning and losing. However, in the VIP section, a large sum of money must be submitted before the game started as the stake. Once lost, one would hand the money over to one's opponent. In the VIP section, the opponents were always randomly matched. However, the unevolved and evolved belonged to different groups. In the beginning, Wang Di was only giving it a shot. He had met both strong and weak opponents and earned some money. Later on, he became more and more obsessed. Not only had he lost all his money, he had owed the system a huge debt. What do you need me for? I don't have any money to lend you. Hansen was not interested in helping a gambler. Hansen would not even give money to a gambling friend, let alone a stranger like Wang Di. No, brother. I do want to borrow money, I only want you to save me. Wang Di shook his head and continued. Because Wang Di had already become obsessed, not only had he borrowed a lot of money from others, he had also signed some deadly contracts. At this point, Wang Di had owed so much money that it was impossible that he could give it back. In this case, he had to fight life and death battles. The so-called life and death battles were not real combats, but slaughters to satisfy some perverts. In a life and death battle, everything could be used, and the only goal was to kill the opponent and survive. Blood and death were the ultimate feast for those perverts. In 2 days, staff of Gladiator with take Wang Di to take part in a life and death battle. Although Wang Di was just a student, because of the contracts he had signed, Gladiator was allowed to take him away. "How can I help you?" Hansen frowned. In fact, he felt that Wang Di did not deserve his sympathy. With a good background and solid foundation, Wang Di did not make use of his advantages, but became obsessed in gambling, which ruined himself. Although Hansen was good at mind games, he would never be a part of gambling, because he knew that one would always lose at some point. If one had no other option but to gamble, Hansen could understand that. However, with a million options, Wang Di still chose to gamble, which was simply his own fault. But after all, they were schoolmates, and Hansen would not mind helping the guy if it did not take much. "I want to ask you to go to the life and death battle on my behalf." Before Wang Di finished his words, Hansen turned away. The request was too much. Hansen was not so arrogant that he thought he was invincible. He was merely an unevolved person, and so many people could kill him in the alliance. If he agreed to take part in the life and death battle, he would be handing his life to others. As a stranger to Wang Di, there was no way Hansen would sacrifice himself for the guy. "Brother. Wait. I could pay you." Wang Di quickly pulled Hansen's sleeve and exclaimed in terror. "I know you don't have any money left." "And even if you do, money cannot buy human life," said Hansen calmly. Hansen knew a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator. When Huangfu Pingqing introduced Gladiator to him, she had told him about the VIP section. Technically speaking, Gladiator belonged to Ares Martial Hall, but there were other powerful board members who were in charge of the VIP section. Huangfu Pingqing had repeatedly told Hansen not to go to VIP section, which would do him no good. In her words, it was a playground for perverts. Hansen was a good listener to advice. Without enough temptation, he would never go to VIP section. Wang Di had dug his own tomb, and there was no need for Hansen to help the guy, since Hansen was no saint. "No. Brother, although I don't have money left, I could give you sacred blood beast souls," said Wang Di in a trembling voice, unwilling to let go of Hansen's arm. Sacred blood beast souls could not be traded for a human life. Hansen shook his head and thought, why would you do this, knowing that nothing good could come out of gambling? Not just any sacred blood beast souls. "Brother. I have a sacred blood beast soul add-on, which is extremely rare and useful. You are so strong that you will definitely survive the life and death battle. I also have a sacred blood beast soul weapon that I can give you. Please save me," Wang Di begged, as if Hansen was his last straw. Initially, Wang Di had been desperate already. Meeting Hansen, however, gave him some hope. Wang Di felt like maybe God was giving him another chance, so he would do whatever it took to survive. Hansen wanted to say no, but hesitated when hearing Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on. All the add-ons he had witnessed were extremely strong, like Qin Xian's Water Spirit and Yi Yufeng's Time Curse. "Which shelter are you in? And what does the Beast Soul add-on do?" Hansen hesitated and asked. "I know you are in Steel Armor Shelter." "I'm pretty close." Wang Di became overjoyed, quickly told Hansen his shelter and the abilities of the Sacred Blood Beast Souls, and looked at Hansen expectantly. After returning to his dorm, Hansen dialed Huangfu Pingqing's number and saw her in the holographic image. Huangfu Pingqing was wearing a black strap gown. The low cut showed off her deep cleavage. The contrast of black and white made her breasts stand out. "Little brother, you must be calling me for some favor?" Huangfu Pingqing said, smiling. "Ahem. Sister, you are so insightful and intelligent to be able to tell this. You are definitely the best candidate to inherit Ares Martial Hall." Hansen said with a dry smile. He never contacted Huangfu Pingqing and felt bad that he was only calling because he needed something. Just tell me what you want. You're no good at flattering. Huangfu Pingqing grinned, her face glowing like a blooming flower. Sister, then I'll be straightforward. Can you tell me a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator? Asked Hansen. After Wang Di told Hansen about the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, Hansen became very interested, but he did not agree to Wang Di's request immediately. The alliance was different from God's Sanctuary. The strongest opponents Hansen could ever face in First God's Sanctuary were those who had just become evolvers, and they were not even that much of a threat to Han Senator. However, in the alliance, too many people had the ability to kill Hansen, and he did not dare to slack at all, which was why he was asking Huangfu Pingqing. You went to the VIP section? Huangfu Pingqing suddenly became mad. Didn't I warn you against it repeatedly? Not me, but one of my schoolmates. Hansen told Huangfu Pingqing everything about Wang Di. If it was possible, Hansen would love to help him. Huangfu Pingqing heard Hansen out with her brows knitted, pondered, and said, Consider this person dead already. Don't get in the middle of this. How so? If he wins the battle, his debt would go away, right? Hansen continued to ask. You think those perverts would let him win? Huangfu Pingqing curled her lips and said. All I could tell you is that whoever goes there is a Toro waiting to be slaughtered. Less than 1% could survive. If I'm willing to spend some money, will it be possible to get him out? Hansen thought about it and asked. He'd rather not see Wang Di die. You think a snake is going to give up on its prey? Huangfu Pingqing said grimly. This is not your business. We can do nothing about. What if I fight on behalf of him? Hansen asked tentatively. He did not want to let go of the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, which was almost impossible to find on the market and would be a great help in hunting super creatures. You know him very well? Huangfu Pingqing gazed at Hansen. Not really. Hansen told Huangfu Pingqing about Wang Di's proposal to hire Hansen with the beast souls. You didn't agree yet, right? Huangfu Pingqing asked with her brows knitted. Not yet. But I really want that beast soul add-on. Is there no way around this? Huangfu Pingqing asked. Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes at Hansen and said, If I were you, I would give up such a stupid idea. If you go there, it is impossible that he would survive. To be honest with you, the people Wang Di will be facing there are actually evolvers. It is the same if you go on his behalf. Do you think you stand any chance? This is fraud, said Hansen, frowning. It is. And what can you do about it? Those people are so powerful that neither of us could afford to mess with them. Just give up the idea, said Huangfu Pingqing. If I were to go, what kind of evolver would my opponent be? Hansen pondered and asked. You are not serious, right? You think you can beat an evolver? Any evolver would be too strong for an unevolved person, especially in a life-and-death battle like this. Your opponent would not hold back at all, because no one would risk his own life. Huangfu Pingqing stared at Hansen. If the opponent is someone who is just evolved, maybe I could win, he said calmly. Huangfu Pingqing gazed at Hansen for a long before she said, I will send you a video clip. If you think you have what it takes to kill this person, then you can go. Hansen received the video shortly. He clicked play and saw two guys fighting in a ring. One guy was as strong as a tower. He was at least 8 feet tall. The extremely muscular body made him look like Iron Man himself. The beast soul weapon used by his opponent only left a shallow mark on his skin. The muscular man then lifted his opponent up and easily ripped the poor guy apart like tearing apart a chicken. Blood rained like crazy. Audience outside the ring were cheering excitedly, shouting and hitting the fence. Then the video was followed by another one. The protagonist was still the extremely muscular man. His opponent was beheaded immediately this time. All the video clips were more or less the same thing. All the opponents of this man were torn into pieces by him barehandedly. The strongest person only lasted half an hour in front of this man before meeting his fate. Who is this person? Hansen turned off the video and asked Huangfu Pingqing. It is not important who he is. The key is that if you entered the life and death battle, he is very likely to be your opponent, said Huangfu Pingqing. In fact, Huangfu Pingqing was exaggerating a little bit. The perverts enjoyed watching a bloody and slow kill instead of a sequel, which would be way less fun. Therefore, when they sought an opponent for the unevolved, they would prefer to choose an evolver without all his geno points maxed out. This way, the unevolved would still have some chance to struggle. However, the man in the video that Huangfu Pingqing showed Hansen was a top evolver, famous for his cruelty, hence popular among the perverts. The man was not for every unevolved person. The reason Huangfu Pingqing said that was to dissuade Hansen from risking his life. Can you make sure that he will be my opponent if I enter the battle? Hansen asked seriously. Of course, said Huangfu Pingqing resolutely. She did not want Hansen to take any chance. Okay then. I have decided that I will enter the battle on behalf of Wang Di. Hansen's calm words made Huangfu Pingqing feel dumbstruck and speechless. Huangfu Pingqing did not know what was wrong with Hansen to make such a decision. Although that man just evolved 1 or 2 years ago and thus had a low count of geno points among evolvers, his fitness index should still be around 40, which was way beyond any unevolved person. Attacks from an unevolved person were basically useless on that man. In addition, the man had practiced a hyper-geno art called Iron Jacket, which could change the structure of one's body cells. The user would have incredible defense and could not even be hurt by a weapon. Hansen would stand no chance facing this guy. However, Hansen insisted that he go. In Huangfu Pingqing's eyes, Hansen was crazy. Why? Give me a reason, said Huangfu Pingqing, a bit annoyed. Because I can defeat him, Hansen said calmly. This man was strong, and even as strong as the turtle. However, one thing the guy was lacking was his speed. More importantly, Hansen was not the same person he used to be. He had gained enough strength and even a super beast soul dagger from the cursed wolf. After seeing the videos of the man, Hansen was certain that he could defeat this person. In fact, Hansen with his new dagger was the man's worst enemy. The man had strong fitness but low speed, which made him Hansen's favorite target. In addition, the fitness level of the man was not too strong for Hansen to conquer. If Hansen would have this man as his opponent, he could totally enter the battle. Huangfu Pingqing stared at Hansen incredulously, unable to believe what she had heard. You think you could beat him? Yes, Hansen answered decisively. You sure you are not sick or drunk? Huangfu Pingqing almost wanted to crack Hansen's head open to see what he was thinking. In her eyes, an unevolved person claiming he was able to beat the man was as laughable as an ant claiming it could lift an elephant. I am neither sick nor drunk. I am perfectly sober, Hansen said seriously. Sister, if you could make sure that my opponent would be this person, I am 100% sure that I will win. But are you sure that I would face him? Huangfu Pingqing stared at Hansen and became silent. She could not take Hansen's words for it. However, Hansen did not seem to be joking. Huangfu Pingqing had to reconsider. You're not joking? Huangfu Pingqing wanted to make sure, looking Hansen in the eyes. Absolutely not. No one would joke about his own life, said Hansen seriously. Huangfu Pingqing said, I don't know why you have suddenly become crazy. Do you know you could lose your life right there? Once you go, there is no turning back. If you lose, death will be the only option. If I win, can I come back alive? Asked Hansen. Huangfu Pingqing sighed and said, the person in charge of the VIP section is named Mingyu. Maybe you have not heard his name, but he should know his brother, who is my cousin son of heaven. brother of son of heaven? Han Sen hesitated. In fact, Ningyu is son of heaven's twin brother, and Ningyu was not his original name. When they were born, Ningyu weighed 8 pounds and was very healthy. However, son of heaven was a weak baby, less than 5 pounds and dying. Their grandfather was a believer of fate, so he hired a fortune teller, who told him that Ningyu's fate had obstructed his brother's. Then the fortune teller changed the name of the healthy baby to Yu, which is a name said to be helpful to his brother's development. Except for their grandfather, no one in the family believed that just by changing the other child's name, son of heaven would get better. However, to the joy of the family, after his brother was named Yu, son of heaven gradually became healthy. Since then, Ningyu's health became worse and worse. He had not recovered until now. After their grandfather died, their mother hired another fortune teller to cure Ningyu. However, that fortune teller only shook his head and said one sentence before he left. Huang Fu Pingqing paused. What sentence? Han Sen became curious. Yu meant moon, which is not a suitable name for a man. Since Ningyu has a strong fate, the name was even more harmful to him. However, Huang Fu Pingqing smiled wryly and said, the fortune teller looked at son of heaven and stopped. Everyone understood what he meant. If Ningyu changed his name back, son of heaven might be in danger again. So, Ningyu is still named Ningyu? Han Sen asked. Huang Fu Pingqing shook her head and said, their mother has considered changing Ningyu's name, but Ningyu said himself that the name was given by his grandfather. Since his grandfather had passed away, he has to respect his grandfather's wish. In addition, the name was helpful to his brother. If he were to change the name, his brother will be harmed, which will make him a bad brother. He would rather suffer than be a bad grandson and brother. When he said that, Ningyu was only 8 years old. What a great person! Han Sen pondered and said. Ningyu is someone who always plays by the rules. If you win, he will never let you die on his watch. However, can you really win? Huang Fu Pingqing changed the subject back. She could not believe that Han Sen would win that evolver. Based on what you know about me, do you think I would do something that I am not sure of? Han Sen asked calmly. Huang Fu Pingqing paused. Based on her knowledge, Han Sen was not a risk-taker, and even less an idiot or madman. However, it was so hard for her to believe that Han Sen could beat that evolver. After all, there was a huge gap between the unevolved and evolvers. Sister, please arrange for that evolver to be my opponent, said Han Sen. Okay, Huang Fu Pingqing agreed. She sighed and said, I hope that Ningyu is not there. To be honest, although Ningyu is a gentle person, I always feel uneasy around him. I would rather be around son of heaven, who has a terrible temper. Han Sen then asked about all the opponents that he might encounter and agreed to fight on Wang Di's behalf. He asked Wang Di to give the beast souls to him before the battle. The beast souls were a sacred blood beast soul add-on and a sacred blood beast soul weapon. Because they were not in the same shelter, Han Sen asked Huang Fu Pingqing to use or her connections in Wang Di's shelter to receive the 2 beast souls, which Han Sen could retrieve any time later. The sacred blood beast soul weapon was an axe, which Han Sen was not interested in. The beast soul add-on was what Han Sen needed. Huang Fu Pingqing arrived at the VIP section and saw Ningyu there. It was impossible for her to avoid Ningyu at this point. Brother, Huang Fu Pingqing called. Every time she saw Ningyu, she would feel nervous. Although Ningyu was the gentle person, the sight of him always sent a chill down her spine since she was little. Therefore, Huang Fu Pingqing was oddly closer to son of heaven, who was cranky and arrogant. Huang Fu Pingqing could not even explain why herself. Pingqing, haven't seen you in a long while. Ningyu rubbed Huang Fu Pingqing's head, smiling. His eyes were like 2 crescent moons. Ningyu looked like son of heaven, but thinner. His complexion was pale, and even his lips were light in shade. Ningyu was a great cousin to Huang Fu Pingqing since they were little. There was a time when Huangfu Pingqing visited the Nings with her parents. The little girl broke a precious antique and was terrified. Ningyu rubbed her head like he did just now and claimed the responsibility. Although he was beaten hard, Ningyu said nothing about the truth. Huangfu Pingqing had always been grateful to Ningyu, but for some reason, she felt reluctant to approach him. Even when Ningyu rubbed her head, she had an urge to dodge. In front of Ningyu, even a strong woman like Huangfu Pingqing felt self-conscious. Huangfu Pingqing did not have too much in common with Ningyu, so she said directly, "Brother, I have a favor to ask." "Pingqing, anything for you if it's not against the rules," Ningyu said with a smile. After saying that, Ningyu could no longer hold back coughing. His face looked even more pale. "Brother, are you getting better these days?" Huangfu Pingqing couldn't help feeling worried. "Doesn't matter. I've gotten used to it," Ningyu smiled and said. "What is the favor?" "Brother, someone I know is brought to the VIP section," Huangfu Pingqing said hurriedly. "Pingqing, you should know that some rules could not be broken, ahem," Ningyu said and coughed. "Brother, I am not asking you to let him go, but to make Taekwang his opponent," Huangfu Pingqing gritted her teeth and said. Although she did not believe it was a good idea, she had to respect Han Sen's will. "He is your enemy?" Ningyu looked at Huangfu Pingqing in surprise. "No." Huangfu Pingqing quickly shook her head. "Is he an evolver?" "No." Ningyu looked interested. "Interesting, what is his name?" "Han Senator brother, can you do it?" Every time when she was in front of Ningyu, Huangfu Pingqing felt unsure of herself. "As long as no rules are broken, whatever you want." Ningyu smiled at Huangfu Pingqing with doting gaze. "So, it's a yes?" Huangfu Pingqing became overjoyed. Ningyu nodded, the corner of his lips twitching under the handkerchief. It looks like he was trying not to cough. The VIP section was where the dark side of human nature was let loose. The space was filled with audience, with the ring washed repeatedly by blood in the center. No one could see the faces of the audience. Everyone was wearing a metal mask. Many visitors did not want to be seen in this place. Although one can also watch the live broadcast with membership via Skynet, many people still preferred the true experience and the taste of blood. The name Taekwang was famous in the VIP section. It was not because he was truly strong. Among revolvers, Taekwang was still a rookie with good potentials at best. However, in the VIP section, for the unevolved were unable to pay their debt, Taekwang was a nightmare. Satan was the nickname that people gave Taekwang after watching his fight. The cruelty Taekwang showed in the battles had earned him the nickname. For the unevolved, Taekwang was indeed invincible and cruel like a devil with bloodthirst. In the past battles, none of Taekwang's opponents had an intact body. They were either ripped apart or torn off the heads. Whenever something like that happened, the audience would become fanatic. Cheers would fill the entire space. It did not matter who Taekwang's opponent was. What everyone wanted to see was the cruelty of the Satan. "I will tear your head off." When Taekwang was standing on the ring again, he pointed at his opponent and shouted out his favorite line. All the audience started to cheer for the upcoming blood and death. In fact, compared to Taekwang, the audience were the real devils. In a room above the ring, Ningyu was drinking a cup of wine as red as blood on the couch, overlooking the ring with his smiling eyes. Han Senator, he should be that person brother used to hate. As Freak, head of the Steel Armor Special Squad, and an unevolved person. Interesting. Ningyu watched Han Sen walking to the ring with a mysterious smile. Han Sen had to go through a lot of procedures before he could officially represent Wang Di. The most important part was the Geno test. In order to determine whether Han Sen was an unevolved person or an evolver, he must go through a strict test. Since there was a clear distinction between the genes of an evolver and an unevolved person, it was not difficult to tell that Han Sen was unevolved. However, this test could not show was fitness level. In the VIP section, there was another rule. If one were to fight on another person's behalf, one must have a higher fitness level than the replaced player. This was not difficult for Hansen at all. He controlled his body to go through the test so that his fitness level was just a bit higher than Wang Di's. After all the procedures, Hansen appeared in the ring of the VIP section. Looking at Tai Kwang was roaring like a monster, Hansen was extremely calm. Either the excited cheers or the fierce movements of Tai Kwang could not affect Hansen at all. No matter how fierce Tai Kwang was, he was still weaker than the Golden Growler. Hansen would not feel pressured just because Tai Kwang was taller. There were too many large creatures in God's sanctuary. Hansen shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen and was suddenly crowned with a ruby crown. Holding the dagger of the cursed wolf, Hansen watched Tai Kwang, who was trying to provoke him quietly. Although Tai Kwang had seen the beast soul summoned by Hansen, he did not mean to use a beast soul himself. With his fitness level, he did not need to use any beast soul to abuse an unevolved person. The crazy audience also enjoyed seeing him tearing his opponents apart with bare hands. Tai Kwang himself also loved that feeling. The moment when the laser curtain disappeared, Tai Kwang quickly walked to Hansen with a cruel smile, his fingers apart. Tai Kwang almost did not try to defend himself at all, because he did not think it was necessary. The Hyper-Geno Art, iron armor, that he practiced, would protect him against any sacred blood weapons from First God's sanctuary. Even a strong unevolved person could only leave a scratch on his body using a sacred blood weapon. The scratch would only make Tai Kwang more excited, and the audience more exhilarated. Tai Kwang understood well how to please the wealthy people who were paying for the thrill. Watching Tai Kwang approaching Hansen, Huangfu Pingqing couldn't help feeling nervous, her palms sweating. Although Hansen had repeatedly confirmed that he could beat Tai Kwang, Huangfu Pingqing still felt it was not realistic. Tai Kwang evolved with his sacred Geno points maxed out. An unevolved person was simply too much weaker than him. The audience, on the other hand, were overjoyed. Watching Tai Kwang getting closer to Hansen with his fingers apart, they shouted in madness. Rip the bastard apart. Kill him. Rip his head off. F** and K his ass. It was like a scene in the hell. Thousands of devils were shouting with desire. Suddenly, Tai Kwang was next to Hansen with bloodthirst. His hands were about to catch Hansen's shoulders. With such a huge body, Tai Kwang was incredibly fast. Tai Kwang's speed was like a lightning bolt in the eyes of the unevolved. Even for an unevolved person who had already maxed out on the sacred Geno points, the movements of Tai Kwang's hand could hardly be discerned. However, he was still much slower than the turtle. In the eyes of Hansen, who had shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen, Tai Kwang was not fast at all. The moment when Tai Kwang was about to grab Hansen's shoulders, Hansen used heresy mantra to make his heart thump. Blood started to pump from his heart and his body became tense. Boom! Using Sparticle, Hansen's foot became a blur. A black thing flashed at Tai Kwang's neck and Hansen had already come to the back of his opponent. Brat, although you have some tricks, my flesh is like iron and your crappy daggers could not even shave for me. Tai Kwang turned around and roared at Hansen. Is that true? Hansen looked at Tai Kwang with a blank face. Ahem. When Tai Kwang was about to say something, he could only make a sound like a blocked pipe. His neck broke, and blood sprayed out. The audience became silent. The cruel look had disappeared on Tai Kwang's face. The evolver was terrified and shocked, trying to cover his injury with his hand. However, the injury was too deep and wide. No matter how Tai Kwang tried to stop the bleeding, it simply did not work. Momentarily, the evolver fell to the ground and started to twitch. After a brief silence, the audience cheered and roared even louder. Hansen took back the beast souls and walked down the ring, also surprised about the sharpness of the dagger, which easily slit the throat of an evolver like Tai Kwang who had practiced a defensive Hyper-Geno art for evolvers. The weapon was so sharp that it was cutting iron like butter. Huang Fu Pingqing looked at Han Sen, who had left incredulously, unable to believe what had happened. Interesting. Bring him to me. Ningyu spoke via his comlink, watching Han Sen with a glow in his eyes. Han Sen was brought to a room and saw Ningyu smiling and Huang Fu Pingqing standing nervously next to Ningyu. Hello. My name is Ningyu. Ningyu walked to Han Sen and reached out his right hand, looking harmless. Han Sr. Han Sen shook Ningyu's hand. The vibe he got from Ningyu was different from what Huang Fu Pingqing had described. Han Sen could not tell what kind of vibe it was. He did not feel uneasy around Ningyu like Huang Fu Pingqing. Instead, he felt Ningyu was like a poppy flower, making people tremble but couldn't help feeling attracted. Ningyu was quite a talker and always knew the right thing to say. He would never make people feel awkward or stressed. Initially, Han Sen thought it would not be easy for him to leave the place. At least, Ningyu would not let him go easily. However, Ningyu simply talked to him for a while before sending him back, without any intention to probe. It turned out to be a quite pleasing conversation. After Han Sen had left, Ningyu sat in front of the holographic video and repeatedly watched Han Sen strike that killed Tai Kuang. After watching God knows how many times, Ningyu muttered to himself, "That's quite a dagger. Maybe we have a chance at that thing after all." On the way back, Huang Fu Pingqing asked Han Sen curiously, "What kind of beast soul is that dagger? How come it's so sharp? You basically killed Tai Kuang in one strike." "Just a sacred blood beast soul from a wolf-like creature. Its only strength is the sharpness," Han Sen grinned and said. Huang Fu Pingqing couldn't help rolling her eyes at Han Sr. "Isn't that enough already? What an incredible dagger. It even cut open the throat of an evolver whose body had been strengthened with hyper-geno art. Although he only has a fitness index about 40, this weapon is super impressive for something from First God's Sanctuary. You are just so lucky." Huang Fu Pingqing paused and said seriously, "But since you have such a beast soul dagger and Ningyu had seen it, you will have some trouble. Ningyu will not let this go. Be very careful." "Why?" Han Sen was confused. No one knew the cursed wolf dagger was in fact a super beast soul, so there would be little point for someone to harm him because of a sharp dagger. Huang Fu Pingqing hesitated for a while before she said, "You don't understand. Such a beast soul weapon is very precious for Ningyu. It could probably allow him to achieve something the Nings have pursued for a long time. Do you think you will forget about it?" Han Sen became interested and asked Huang Fu Pingqing, "Something the Nings have pursued for a long time?" Huang Fu Pingqing's words reminded Han Sen of what was left behind by his grandpa and what his father said. His grandpa wrote Super Gene on the notebook, and his father said he could take that pendant to ask the Nings for their help. Is it possible that the Nings know about super creatures and super genes, but they don't have the ability to hunt them? Is that why he would be interested in the dagger? Han Sen guessed. However, he had no way of knowing whether it was true. Huang Fu Pingqing moved her lips and said, "I don't even understand it myself. In fact, not just the Nings, even in my family, sometimes the older people would ask me to do something I don't quite understand. In addition, there are things I am not supposed to tell anyone." Huang Fu Pingqing obviously seemed to be in a difficult position, so Han Sen did not ask her anything more. However, her words still revealed a lot. Han Sen suddenly thought of the fact that Su Ruyan had once taken a group of people to find a nest. If the nest would only produce a sacred blood beast soul as people believed, why would they take such painstaking effort for just that? It was not reasonable at all. The money Starry Group had paid for the mission was more than enough to purchase a sacred blood beast soul. After all, to hire an entire special squad was very costly. In addition, there were fees for the voyage as well. Although Han Sen did not know how much they had paid, it must be a tremendous amount. Also, a lot of human lives were sacrificed. Was that all just for a sacred blood beast soul? Han Sen thought. Unless they are not looking for the nest for a sacred blood beast soul, but a super beast soul. He felt something was still odd. From his own experience, the egg would not produce a super beast soul if cracked open. However, a super creature might be hatched from it. If Starry Group knew about this, what good would Su Ruyan and the group of people do, since they were not able to kill a super creature at all? One thing was for sure, the Nings know something about this. Maybe the Huangfus also know something. As for how much they know, I have no idea. The day after Han Sen returned to Blackhawk, he received an invite from Ningyu to join a hunting campaign organized by Starry Group. Initially, Han Sen wanted to reject, but Ningyu offered him something that Han Sen could not say no to. Starry Group could help Han Yen get admitted to a posh school right away before Han Sen became an aristocrat. Han Sen's original plan was to become a sacred blood aristocrat before he served in the military, which would allow him to send his sister to a posh school in time. However, Han Sen was trying to evolve with his super geno points maxed out. This way, he was not sure if he could still make it. He had tried everything he could and used some connections, but nothing worked. Ningyu's proposal made it impossible for Han Sen to turn him down. At the same time, Han Sen felt more guarded against Ningyu, who is definitely a manipulative person. He knew what it was that Han Sen wanted and offered it to Han Sen, making it impossible for Han Sen to say no to him. Ningyu, if you're trying to kill a super creature with the dagger, it will also be a great opportunity for me. Even without your offer, I would still have said yes, so your calculation is wasted. Han Sen accepted Ningyu's offer and felt expectant. If Ningyu was trying to kill a super creature and Han Sen had the only weapon that could possibly kill a super creature in First God's Sanctuary, it would be hard to say who the winner would be. Han Sen signed an agreement with Ningyu. Starry Group would get Han Yen admitted first, and Han Sen needed to go to the Faith Shelter South to Steel Armor Shelter to join the staff of Starry Group. Han Sen had been to Faith Shelter once when he returned from Green Shelter, so it was easy for him to travel there. To Han Sen's surprise, Ningyu asked the staff to take the 2 sacred blood beast souls that Han Sen earned from Wang Di to Faith Shelter as well. In addition, Ningyu had also summoned a few strong fighters of Starry Group located near Faith Shelter to join them. Because Ningyu himself was too far away from Faith Shelter, he would not join the campaign himself. The leader was someone with his sacred geno points maxed out named Yang Yongqing. In addition to Yang Yongqing, there were 2 more people with their sacred geno points maxed out. The others had a high sacred geno point count as well. There were 8 in total, including Han Sen, making Han Sen feel amazed by the power of Starry Group. Yang Yongqing did not tell Han Sen where they were going or what their target was. Han Sen did not ask either, but followed the group into the mountains. It seemed that Yang Yongqing and the rest did not like Han Sen very much, which Han Sen could understand. After all, he was not in Starry Group. To seek help from an outsider must be shameful in their eyes. Han Sen did not mind that. He was not interested in his companions at all. All he could think about was the Beast Soul add-on he got from Wang Di. The Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on was named Evil Thunder. It was something that could be used on humans. Han Sen tried it out and found that although he would feel numb after using the Beast Soul, it would not harm his body, but increase his pain threshold significantly. At the same time, his strength and speed were enhanced tremendously. Han Sen was very pleased with the result. Although it was not a good thing to be numb to pain, the improvement of his fitness was what Han Sen needed the most. Han Sen tried to use all he got together with the Beast Soul add-on and reached about 35 in fitness index. With many super geno point gained, Han Sen's fundamental fitness level was abnormally high. An average unevolved person with mutant geno points maxed out would have a fitness index around 10 to 15, someone with super geno points maxed out would have a fitness index around 15 to 20. However, Han Sen had reached 25 with no external help. Han Sen estimated that he could reach 30 when his super geno points were maxed out. If someone evolved with mutant geno points maxed out, one's fitness index would reach 20 after the evolution with the mutant body. In the case of an evolution with sacred geno points maxed out, with the enhancement from the sacred body, the number would be 30. Hansen had guessed that once he evolved, he would gain a super body, which would also double his fitness level. Another sacred blood beast soul he gained from Wang Di was a bullhead axe. It was a heavy weapon with a long handle. Hansen could use it instead of the spinning spear when he was not dollar. However, Hansen only knew the basics about axe skills, so he was not as good with this weapon. We will enter the primeval forest soon. Be careful not to be stung by the poisonous bugs. Their poison is still largely incurable. Before entering the primeval forest, Yang Yongqing said to Hansen. It was not because Yang Yongqing liked Hansen, but because Ningyu had told Yang to guarantee Hansen's safety, as long as Hansen still had the beast soul dagger. That was why the rest of the group did not feel good about Hansen. They thought Hansen was just a lucky guy who had gained a strong beast soul. Hansen did not mind it. For others, someone who had maxed out on his sacred geno points might be a strong fighter, but Hansen did not think much of it. Even if they had evolved already, Hansen would not take them too seriously. Why don't we just fly over? Hansen looked at the primeval forest with trees covering the sky and frowned. If he were to fight the creature head-on, Hansen was not afraid of any creature in First God's sanctuary except for super creatures. However, in an environment like this, it was hard to protect oneself against small bugs. Fly over? Do you know how many frightening creatures there are in the forest? There might be many sacred blood creatures that could fly. If you want to get yourself killed, you can try flying over, said Zhu Ting, who had a mustache. He looked at Hansen with a half-smile, like he was looking at an idiot. Hansen smiled and said nothing. It would just take more time for him to walk in the forest. To prevent any possible risks, Hansen summoned the sacred blood phantom ant armor. Although it was troublesome to wear the armor, it would effectively protect him from all the miniature creatures. Watching the armor glowing like a gemstone, Zhu Ting said with contempt, "You're wearing your fancy armor in such a dark place. You want to turn us into living targets to attract all the creatures' attention?" In fact, if Hansen was not someone Ningyu asked them to protect, Zhu Ting would have called Hansen a moron. Use different armor. This is too eye-catching, Yang Yongqing also told Hansen. Hansen shrugged and took back the phantom ant armor. He did not want any trouble. Since the rest of the group had asked him to take it back, Hansen did not want to waste time arguing with them. After all, Hansen was there for a super creature, and he needed these people to lead the way. He could care less about these details. Zhu Ting, go scout with Lao Lu. Yang Yongqing was obviously the leader of the team. He put Hansen in the middle so that Hansen would not be attacked. Although Hansen wanted to go faster and see their target soon, the rest of the group were being extremely careful, and Hansen had to march slowly as well. It seemed that the rest of the group were not there for the first time. They were very familiar with the paths in the forest and avoided a lot of unnecessary troubles. They had a purpose for this campaign, so they were in no mood to do any killing. They almost avoided all the creatures, and the rest were killed by the two scouts. In less than 2 days, the group reached a huge mountain. Everyone's face became grim and they all looked to Hansen. "Mr. Han, our target is in the mountain, but it is not an easy target. Just stay here and we will draw it out. Find an opportunity to hurt it. Remember, safety first." Yang Yongqing then told Zhu Ting, follow Mr. Han. If he dies, you will die as well. Brother, relax. I'll make sure he is safe, said Zhu Ting, thumping his chest. Hansen and Zhu Ting were hiding behind a boulder at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the rest of the group to draw the creature down. Hansen was impressed by the scenery of the mountain and forest. "We are about to see the creature. I'm sure you can tell me what kind of creature it is now," Hansen said to Zhu Ting. On the way, the group said nothing about the creature to Hansen, so Hansen still did not know anything. Zhu Ting smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what you know. All you need to do is to stab it, and the rest is none of your concerns. The creature will not stay still for me to stab it, will it?" Hansen frowned and said. "It more or less will," said Zhu Ting casually. Hansen was dazed. He suspected if the creature was a super creature. How would a super creature stay still when being stabbed? Since Zhu Ting would not tell him anything, Hansen stopped asking and stared at the mountain. Initially, Hansen thought there would be a lot of noise. However, he never heard any fighting or roars that he had imagined. In a couple of hours, Hansen saw the group coming down from the mountain. They were very slow and constantly pausing. Because they were too far away, and Hansen's sight was blocked by trees, he could not tell what they were doing. Hansen walked to the side, wanting to see more clearly, while Zhu Ting pulled him and said, "Stop it. Hide right here and wait for Yang Yongqing to draw it here. This creature has very strong eyesight. If it sees you, everything will be ruined." Hansen felt even more curious. He wondered what kind of creature it must be. There was no way for Hansen to tell, so he had to wait. The group gradually approached them. A while later, Hansen saw the creature following them, which made Hansen dumbstruck. It was a giant snail, the size of a car. Its shell was translucent like a piece of jade, and its meat under the shell was red like fire. Its two eyes were as big as the headlights of a car. The snail was chasing the rest of the group, but its speed was not great. Although it was much faster than a real snail, it was about as fast as an ordinary adult. There was no way it could catch up with the guys. Standing in different directions, Yang Yongqing and his team members were shooting arrows and throwing daggers at the giant snail, trying to keep the creature at a distance from themselves. However, all the weapons were basically useless on either the shell or the meat. An arrow hit the shell of the snail and broke into pieces. Luckily, the arrow was a Z-steel weapon. If it were a beast soul, its owner would be crying by now. The weapons that hit the red meat bounced back like they had hit rubber. The speed that they bounced back was even higher than when they hit the turtle. Although the giant snail seemed very strong, it seemed pointless to be careful. Hansen wondered why the guys would draw it over instead of asking Hansen to go over and stab it. Although Hansen felt confused, he knew that the group were doing it for some reason. Therefore, Hansen was waiting patiently. Stay still. Wait for them to draw the creature by the boulder. Take the chance to stab it once. Remember, be fast. After the stab, whether you have heard it or not, retreat immediately. Do not hesitate, Zhu Ting told Hansen again. Hansen nodded but became more curious about the giant snail. Hansen wondered what its skills were to make Zhu Ting so scared. Based on its speed, Hansen could not imagine how dangerous the snail could be. As the snail approached the boulder, Hansen summoned the cursed wolf dagger and leaned against the boulder, waiting for the snail to pass by. Zhu Ting also held his breath and leaned against the boulder. Shortly, the giant snail was led to the boulder. When it passed by, Yang Yongqing whistled, which was their agreed signal. Hansen immediately turned around the boulder with the dagger in his hand. The giant snail had its back facing Hansen, a piece of red meat exposed under the white shell like a skirt. The dagger immediately came at the meat. Before the dagger touched it, the snail seemed to feel something and tried to withdraw its tail. However, it was too late. The black daggers had already cut the meat and left a foot-long injury. Hansen felt like he was cutting beef tendons. Although the meat was cut, the injury was not deep, and the snail quickly hid in the shell, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Hansen wielded the dagger at the shell, trying to smack it. "Run!" Zhu Ting became shocked and mad. Before Hansen even made the cut, he shouted and pulled Hansen away. Suddenly, the snail, which had just hidden in the shell, came out of the shell and flew toward Han's senator. Its body was red and looked like a snake with a pair of wings. Bang! The red body flew from the shell, and the white shell fell to the ground, smashing rocks and making the mountain shake. Hansen wondered how heavy it was. The soft body that had got rid of the shell became incredibly fast. It flew toward Hansen like a red lightning bolt. Seeing the flying snake almost in his face, Hansen quickly slashed the cursed wolf dagger at it. To Hansen's surprise, the flying snake quickly zigzagged and dodged Hansen's strike. Without slowing down, it threw itself at Hansen once again. Hansen frowned. He did not have time to think, so he used heresy mantra and quickly rolled around on the ground to move away from the flying snake. The snake did not even pause, but continued to attack Hansen. Zhu Ting threw a bunch of Z-steel, flying daggers to the snake, which did not work at all. All the flying daggers were bounced away. Yang Yongqing and the rest quickly ran over and shouted, "Run! You'll be safe 300 feet away from the shell." Hansen still did not know much about the flying snake. He no longer dared to take any risks and started to run. Hansen did not follow a straight line. Although the flying snake was chasing after him in the sky, Hansen's route made it impossible for it to attack. Eventually, Hansen made it 300 feet away from the shell. Like the group had said, once Hansen got there, the snake stopped chasing after Hansen, but screeched like baby cries and flew back to the shell. Yang Yongqing and the rest let out a sigh of relief and took Hansen away from the mountain. Hidden in the shell again, the creature became incredibly slow, and it was no longer possible that it caught up with the group. What happened? Didn't I tell you to run after the strike? You almost got us killed, Zhu Ting shouted at Hansen, pointing at his nose, after they reached a safe place. Sorry, I just want to try if I can cut the shell open, said Hansen apologetically. Although Hansen did not believe the snake could kill him, he did go against the plan, which was his fault. Well, you think too much of yourself. It's good enough that you can hurt its body. The shell? Ha, said Zhu Ting satirically. Zhu Ting did not think there was a single weapon in First God's Sanctuary that could scratch the shell. That's enough. It's good that nothing has happened, Yang Yongqing stopped Zhu Ting and said to the rest. Our mission is completed. We'll take a rest and prepare to go back to the shelter. You are not going to kill the creature? Hansen was dazed. He did not expect the group would go back like this. Kill? You think you can kill the creature with just a sharp dagger? Such a naive boy, Zhu Ting snorted. Yang Yongqing gave Zhu Ting a stare to stop him and then said to Hansen, Mr. Han, you have seen that we do not have the ability to kill the creature, so we'll have to wait for young Master Ningyu to organize another campaign to kill it. Hansen suddenly understood that Ningyu only asked him to come to test whether his daggers could hurt the creature instead of killing it. Ningyu himself was probably traveling to Faith's shelter at the moment to organize another campaign to kill the creature. Hansen did not say another thing and followed the group back. At this point, he was sure that the giant snail must also be a super creature. It seems that the Nings do know something about super creatures. Otherwise, why would they have spent so much time and effort to look for a nest and killed this creature? Obviously, they're after something. Hansen thought to himself. However, he was not sure whether the Nings had ever killed a super creature or gained super genes. If the answer was no, how did they know about the existence of super genes? Or was it just a speculation? Hansen thought about it and felt it was unlikely. A long time ago, his great-grandfather had written down super genes. How did he find out? At his great-grandfather's time, human had just entered God's sanctuary and had rather low genopoint count in general. It was difficult for them to hunt sacred blood creatures or even mutant creatures. So, how did he know about super genes? What did it have to do with Starry Group and the Nings? Hansen had no answer. He always thought that once he got strong enough, he could avenge his father and hit Starry Group hard. However, things were not as simple as he thought they were. After leaving the primeval forest, the rest of the group let out a sigh of relief. Although there was a surprise during the mission, It was a smooth trip, and they could get back to Ningyu with a satisfactory answer. Zhu Ting was the only one who kept complaining about Han Sen's behaviors, which was annoying. At mealtime, Zhu Ting hunted a mutant creature and barbecued the meat. Although Zhu Ting was a jackass, he had great cooking skills. The barbecue he made was way better than what Han Sen could make. The meat was tender and juicy, definitely top-notch. Han Sen never expected this annoying companion to have such skills. However, Yang Yongqing and the rest seemed to have known about Zhu Ting's strength. Maybe they had enjoyed his barbecue several times already. The group were chatting while eating. Some even took out liquor bottles. After Han Sen took several bites, he started to feel something was fishy. The temperature of his body was rising, which was almost impossible for someone who practiced jade skin. If this happened, it meant something was wrong with his body. Very soon, Han Sen realized what the issue was. He did nothing on the way back and had been eating what he brought with him. The only thing that could go wrong was Zhu Ting's barbecue. Ningyu, if you try to kill me like this, then you think too little of me. Han Sen used jade skin and the coolness had turned his body back to normal. He then pretended nothing had happened and continued to eat the barbecue. After everyone had finished the barbecue, Han Sen saw that nothing was wrong with Yang Yongqing and the rest. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should pretend, he heard a thump. Quickly, Han Sen saw Yang Yongqing and others fell to the ground as if they were high. They only twitched a little before they stopped moving. Zhu Ting? Han Sen looked to the only sober person besides himself in surprise. Taking my knockout drops and you haven't fallen? A strong fighter indeed, Zhu Ting said to Han Sen with a smile, looking rather surprised. Who on earth are you? Han Sen had now understood that Zhu Ting was probably a spy in Starry Group. Otherwise, he would not poison the rest of the group as well. However, Han Sen still did not know which force he belonged to. Han Sen did not expect Zhu Ting to be a spy. Someone as petty as him did not seem to be spy material. Zhu Ting paused and said, "It does not matter who I am. The key is you should know who owns you. What do you want?" Han Sen stared at Zhu Ting and asked. Now you have two options. One is to give me the beast soul dagger, and the other is to die. I am a fair person. You can choose yourself. Zhu Ting was still smiling. Do you take me for a moron? If I give you the dagger, I will only die faster, Han Sen sneered. It is possible that you live after giving me the dagger, but if you do not give it to me, you will die for sure. Even if I cannot have the dagger, I will not let Ningyu have it, said Zhu Ting. He summoned a beast soul sword and cut it at Han Sen's neck. When the blade was about to touch Han Sen's neck, Han Sen flipped his wrist and the dagger hit the sword. With a crack, Zhu Ting's sword was broken. What the? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in surprise. He obviously did not realize Han Sen had such strength after taking the knockout drops. The knockout drops he used had no scent or taste. After taking it, one would not be knocked out immediately, but after a while. The drug was a family secret, which had never failed Zhu Ting before. Zhu Ting had soaked the barbecue with the drug and watched Han Sen eating the meat. It was simply impossible that Han Sen was not affected. Han Sen did not think that much and stabbed the dagger at Zhu Ting. For someone who wanted to kill him, Han Sen would not have mercy. The strike was fast and fierce, but Zhu Ting moved in an incredible angle and dodged the dagger. Han Sen felt like he had seen this footwork somewhere before. 7 twists. You are one of the Chens? Han Sen immediately remembered where he had seen Zhu Ting's footwork. Chen Zichen had once used the same technique. You know about the Chens and 7 twists? Zhu Ting also seemed surprised. He did not expect Han Sen to be able to recognize his footwork. So, you are indeed one of the Chens? Han Sen asked. It does not matter if that is true. You can tell me what your connection to the Chens is. If you're lucky, maybe I will spare your life, said Zhu Ting quietly. I would love to know how you can take my life, Hansen said. There are many types of strengths in the world. Using drugs is one of them, which is my specialty. You are now poisoned with my drug and will die any time, said Zhu Ting. It seems that your drug did not work on me, replied Han Sr. Now you should think about how you can make me spare your life. Zhu Ting smiled and said, You think it is impressive that you were not knocked out? That drug only makes you sleep. The poison I am talking about is nothing like that. Zhu Ting put his hand in front of his nose, looking enchanted. Did you smell the fragrance? It is no perfume, but real poison. Have you heard about hypergeno art called deadly perfume? It makes the user develop genes that produce poison. Every person would have his unique poison. So even if you have also practiced deadly perfume, you cannot produce the antidote of my poison. And as far as I know, I am the only person who had survived after practicing deadly perfume, which is now a forbidden technique. I do not believe that you can drug me with a scent, said Hansen calmly. Initially, I could not, but since you have been drugged with the knockout drops, it will bring out the deadly perfume in you, Zhu Ting smiled and said. So, I am a dead man already? Hansen asked. Can you tell me who you are? That is not necessarily true. Since I can produce the poison, I can also make the antidote. If you give me the beast soul dagger, I will let you live. Zhu Ting squinted his eyes and said. How am I supposed to believe you? Hansen asked. Zhu Ting spread his hands and said, In fact, there is no need for me to kill you. After this incident, it is no longer possible for me to stay in Starry Group. Killing you would not do anything for me. And without the dagger, you have no value to me. What if I do not want to give it to you, said Hansen calmly. Zhu Ting looked Hansen up and down and suddenly chuckled. In fact, we can also collaborate. What did Ningyu offer you? I can offer you the same and save you from my poison. What do you think of these terms? I still need to ask, how am I supposed to believe you? Hansen said quietly. He was only trying to know as much information as he could. The poison did not have much effect on him due to jade skin. You should know that when I used the sword on you, I was not trying to kill you. It was just a bluff, said Zhu Ting. Hansen did not say anything. Obviously, he knew that Zhu Ting did not use real force. However, the sword was a sacred blood sword, so Hansen still cut it in half. Okay. I will tell you something you do not know about. In fact, I bet you have no idea what kind of creature Ningyu was asking you to kill, Zhu Ting sighed and said. Isn't it just a sacred blood creature? Hansen's heart leapt, but his face remained still. Sacred blood creature? Maybe. At least no one knows if they are sacred blood creatures so far, Zhu Ting grinned and said. Would you mean? Hansen frowned. Have you thought about why some sacred blood creatures were significantly stronger than others, like the one in the primeval forest? Even so many people with their sacred geno points maxed out could do nothing about it. We were not even on the same level with it. Don't you feel that is strange? Zhu Ting paused and said slowly, Have you ever wondered that maybe there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures? Hansen's heart was racing, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, Beings beyond sacred blood creatures? Otherwise, why do you think Ningyu had gone through such trouble to hire you? Do you think it is easy to break the rules and send a kid without any background to a posh school? If it is just a sacred blood creature, why would Ningyu do that? Zhu Ting did not reply but asked. I have considered it, but it is almost impossible to believe there is another level beyond sacred blood. There is no such information in the Alliance, Hansen kept probing. We have only entered God's sanctuary less than 2 centuries. Everything in God's sanctuary is still fresh to us. We can only find out whether there are higher beings after killing one. Both the Alliance and the Nings want to figure it out. Since they did not find it, how do you know there must be higher beings? Hansen asked. Zhu Ting smiled and said, You don't need to know about that. Now you have three options: surrender the beast soul dagger to me, or kill the creature together with me, or be poisoned to death. You are a smart guy and should know how to choose. Although I am not a smart guy, but I know how to choose, Hansen smiled and approached Zhu Ting. I do not want to murder you, but don't push me. If I don't have the dagger, I will not let the Nings have it. Zhu Ting's eyes became cold, staring at Hansen. Hansen did not even bother to reply him, quickly stabbing his dagger at Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting snorted and urged the fragrance to spread. He thought Hansen, who had already been poisoned, would get worse at this point. If Hansen did not die right away, he would lose the abilities to fight. At that point, he would tie Hansen up. However, the fragrance seemed to have no effect on Hansen. The dagger immediately reached Zhu Ting's face, making him feel shocked. Zhu Ting quickly used 7 twists and dodged the dagger, but the dagger was so sharp that he could only run away. Zhu Ting was dumbstruck. Not only did his fragrance fail on Hansen, his 7 twists did not save him from Hansen either. Very soon, he found it was impossible to run away. In addition, Zhu Ting found that it was harder and harder for him to move around. Shortly, he was backed into a corner. Stop it. We can negotiate. If you help Ningyu to kill the creature, you will not gain much. I can offer you way more than he does, exclaimed Zhu Ting, terrified that he was about to be killed. Boom. Hansen ignored him and punched him in the face. Zhu Ting's nose started to bleed, and the fist was imprinted on his face. Zhu Ting covered his face and crouched. Boom boom. Hansen paid him no mind and kept beating him up. Zhu Ting was shocked. He thought he would be caught or killed or interrogated, but Hansen did not ask him anything before beating him up, making his nose run. Zhu Ting wanted to fight back, which only brought him harder hits. Hansen did not mean to stop anytime soon. His fists kept landing on Zhu Ting, the force hurting Zhu Ting's inner organs, making him scream like a pig. When Zhu Ting stopped twitching, Hansen paused, and Zhu Ting thought that was the end of it. However, it only got worse. Hansen was good at grappling and easily dislocated Zhu Ting's joints, making him almost faint. Stop it. Make it stop. Ask whatever you want. Ouch. What do you want to know? Zhu Ting screamed as he begged. The questions can wait. I am mad at you, so I will see how much beating you can take first, replied Hansen casually. He reached out and dislocated Zhu Ting's shoulder. Zhu Ting was yelling and cursing. He regretted so much that he had made Hansen his target. Such a pervert. He was not even trying to interrogate him, but just beating him up. It was not even okay for Zhu Ting to use information to trade for mercy. Zhu Ting wanted to kill himself before he was tortured further, but he found almost all his joints dislocated by Hansen. Unable to use any force, Zhu Ting could not even commit suicide. Eventually, maybe Hansen got tired. He left Zhu Ting lying on the ground in the weirdest shape, covered in tears, while he sat down on a rock next to Zhu Ting. Okay, I am a fair person. So, I will offer you 2 options. One is to answer my question, and the other is to answer my question honestly. Choose for yourself. Hansen looked at Zhu Ting seriously and said. ABA, ABA. Zhu Ting made odd sounds with his lips moving but could not say anything. He was depressed and thought, you dislocated my jaw and asked me to answer your question? Oh. I forgot. Hansen walked to Zhu Ting and put his jaw back in place. Pervert. Zhu Ting thought but did not dare to say anything. Hansen scared him so much at this point. Hansen was not the most treacherous person he had ever met, but definitely the weirdest. In addition, the fact that Hansen was immune to his poison made Zhu Ting feel scared. You are saying that there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures. What are they? Hansen asked. Although Hansen did not say anything to threaten him, Zhu Ting felt a chill just being watched by him. Hurting all over his body, Zhu Ting did not dare to pause and answered, I do not know. It's just speculation. No one had ever killed that kind of creatures before. If it's just a speculation, why would people be willing to pay so much for it? Han Sen was ready to beat him up again. Don't start. All I'm telling you is the truth. Everything is just a speculation. If we have the ability to kill the creature, Ning Yu would not have hired you, and I would not have taken such risks. The dagger in your hand is the sharpest weapon so far. There are a lot of creatures stronger than sacred blood creatures that no one could even hurt, let alone kill. Zhu Ting shouted. You're quite tough. Han Sen gave Zhu Ting a thumbs up and grappled at him again. Zhu Ting suddenly screamed and twitched like crazy. The pain was unbearable for any normal person. Although Zhu Ting had a pain threshold much higher than a normal person, he couldn't stop screaming either. All I'm telling you is true. I really don't know anything else. It's just a message from older generations in the family. Zhu Ting screamed and said in broken sentences. Han Sen stopped and asked, what is it? Do not lift your hand again. Ask whatever you want, and I will tell you everything. Zhu Ting felt scared. Cut the crap, Han Sen said impatiently. Zhu Ting was so depressed at this point. What Han Sen was asking was no secret. He did not mean to hide anything. Being tortured by Han Sen, he doubted whether Han Sen had more interest in torturing him than knowing the answers. Pervert. Moron. Idiot. Zhu Ting cursed Han Sen with all the words he knew inwardly, but replied in compliance, I don't know much about it. I just heard from the older generations that when God's sanctuary was first discovered, my ancestor found something that proved there should be another level beyond sacred blood. The Chens had worked hard to prove that speculation, but the creatures we suspect to be of the higher level are simply so strong that no weapons in first God's sanctuary could hurt them. Isn't your family name Zhu? How come you are one of the Chens? Han Sen gazed at Zhu Ting. I'm a bastard, so I took my mother's family name. Do you know Chen Zichen? We have the same father, Zhu Ting said hastily. Han Sen was not interested to know whether Zhu Ting was actually one of the Chens. He thought about it and continued to ask, why did you become a spy in Starry Group? Don't tell me it's because that's fun. Zhu Ting became pale and said, since I have told you everything, there's no point in hiding this. The ancestor of the Nings worked in the same department as my ancestor. When they discovered those things, they were together, which was why the Nings had the same speculation and had also paid a lot to prove it. You know that Starry Group is very strong, and the Chens are not on the same level as them. With me as the spy, if they discovered something, we could also benefit from it. Zhu Ting paused and did not continue. What is the name of the department? Han Sen asked casually, but his heart was racing, because he thought of the work permit of his great-grandpa. How on earth would I know that? It was such a long time ago. Seeing Han Sen's face became grim, Zhu Ting added, I heard it's something rather secretive. The full name, exclaimed Han Sen coldly, feeling excited inwardly. What Zhu Ting was talking about this seemed to be the secret service written on the work permit. If that was true, then he could start to piece together what had happened. His great-grandpa, the man of the Nings, and the man of the Chens, should be working in the same department. Very likely, they found something in God's sanctuary. Since Han Sen's great-grandpa left the word super gene, maybe the other two persons had left the same message, or even more details. After all, the work permit of Han Sen's grandpa showed that he was just an investigator. Maybe the other two persons were the team leads. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Starry Group had accumulated such fortune in a few generations. I really don't know. My father mentioned it randomly. You know that I am just a bastard son and have not spent any time in the clan. How would I have any chance to know about the family secrets? If they didn't need me to become a spy, I wouldn't have learned these either, said Zhu Ting bitterly. Hansen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions, but did not manage to get more information. Hansen knew that Zhu Ting was still hiding a lot of information, but he understood that it would be hard to tell the truth from the lie if Zhu Ting said more. So far, Hansen did learn some useful things from Zhu Ting. Mr. Han, I have told you everything you want to know. Please let me go, Zhu Ting begged. Since it is none of my business that you are a spy, I would have let you go. However, you tried to hurt me, so I can't just do that. I will hand you over to Yang Yongqing, and it's up to you whether you can live or not, Hansen smiled and said. Zhu Ting suddenly shuddered, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Han, how about I pay for my own life? Could you name the price? The thought of Ningyu made Zhu Ting shudder. If he ended up in Ning's hand, he would rather die. Although Hansen was cruel, he was as lovely as a child in the kindergarten compared to Ningyu, according to what Zhu Ting knew about the young master. All right. So, tell me, what is your worth? You are the young master of the Chens, so you wouldn't let me down, right? Hansen looked at Zhu Ting, curious. I am just a bastard son, and no young master. What kind of young master would risk his life like this? 100 million for my life, what do you think? Zhu Ting gritted his teeth and said. Hansen did not speak but smiled at Zhu Ting. 200 million? Zhu Ting said the number as if he were selling his own daughter. I don't think you really want to live. Hansen immediately walked to Yang Yongqing, checking whether he was about to wake up. No matter how Zhu Ting yelled, Hansen ignored him. It was impossible that Zhu Ting had brought so much cash with him in God's sanctuary. Hansen did not believe he had even 20,000. Just by listening to Zhu Ting, Hansen knew that he did not plan to pay. Hansen used some common approaches he learned from the school, trying to wake the rest of the group up, but none of the approaches seemed to be working. No wonder Zhu Ting was so proud of his drugs. Stop wasting your energy. Without my antidote, they cannot wake up from the knockout drops. If they don't wake up in 3 days, they would become vegetables, and even I cannot save them. Although Zhu Ting had a swollen face, he was smiling happily. The one thing Zhu Ting was scared of was that Hansen did not need anything from him. As long as what Hansen needed something, he had ways to protect himself. Seeing that Hansen was silent, Zhu Ting continued, don't try to search for the antidote on me either. It's too important for me to take it with me. If you know how to make drugs, you can use the materials I have to make the antidote. Or I can make it for you. You think I would care about their life and death? Hansen looked at Zhu Ting, interested. Of course you would not. However, all of them are Ningyu's men, which is why I only dared to use the knockout drops instead of poison. If they die here because of you, you think Ningyu will let you off the hook? You have reminded me of something. Hansen nodded and summoned his dagger, walking toward Zhu Ting. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear me? Zhu Ting became shocked and angry, terrified of Hansen. However, Zhu Ting's joints were dislocated, and he could hardly move, let alone run. As long as no one goes back alive, Ningyu would not know that they died because of me, Hansen said quietly. Stop. What good would it do to you if you kill me? Ningyu is a smart guy. Even if he saw nothing, he could guess something and suspect you. Killing me will do you more harm than good. However, if you save them, not only Ningyu, but the rest of the group would also thank you. Wouldn't you prefer that? Why do you have to kill me? Zhu Ting wondered what was wrong with Han Senator, couldn't he think like a normal person? Because I don't like you. Isn't that a good reason? Hansen then slashed at the dagger at Zhu Ting's neck. Stop. What do you want? Tell me and I will give it to you. Zhu Ting felt that he had the worst luck ever. He regretted so much that he had crossed a pervert that was not so smart. Doesn't this person understand that interests are more important than killing someone? That arrow will do, Hansen said casually. Which arrow? Zhu Ting pretended to be confused but felt shocked. Zhu Ting did have an arrow, a sacred blood one. He cherished the arrow like a treasure and did not use it often. After all, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was very rare, even more rare than a beast soul bowl. Many archers were hoping to get a sacred blood beast soul arrow but could not. Zhu Ting was extremely lucky to have the sacred blood beast soul arrow. When they were in danger against the giant snail, Zhu Ting summoned the arrow but did not make a shot, afraid that the arrow would be broken against the snail shell. After they became safe, Zhu Ting quickly took it back. He probably held the arrow for just 10 seconds. Zhu Ting could not believe that under such intense circumstances, Han Sen still saw the arrow and recognized it to be a sacred blood beast soul. Han Sen immediately grabbed Zhu Ting's ear and was about to cut it off. Yes. Okay. You can have it, Zhu Ting screamed immediately. If you talk more crap, you can have it for yourself, Han Sen said quietly, not letting go of his ear. Zhu Ting wanted to ask whether Han Sen would let him go if he gave Han Sen the beast soul. Checking Han Sen's face, dagger, and hand on his ear, Zhu Ting gave up the idea, swallowed and transferred the sacred blood beast soul arrow to Han Sen. Meeting you as my worst luck, said Zhu Ting with a sad look. Sacred blood beast soul of bony fish gained. Han Sen saw an oddly shaped fish beast soul in his mind. A sacred blood beast soul arrow at last. Han Sen celebrated inwardly. Because he had never gained a sacred blood arrow, Han Sen had not been able to use his archery skills. Mr. Han, I have given you the beast soul you asked for. Can you let me go? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen and asked, worried. He did not know what kind of person Han Sen was and could not tell whether Han Sen would go back on his words. Did I say that I will let you go? Han Sen curled his lips and said. Didn't we agree to trade the sacred blood beast soul arrow for my life? You can't eat your own words, said Zhu Ting, cursing inwardly. It's for your life, not your freedom. Han Sen's words startled Zhu Ting. What do you mean? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen with a blank face. Han Sen did not reply, but twisted Zhu Ting's south joints back in place. The crackling of the bones and Zhu Ting's screams sounded scary. Go make your drug and wake them up, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow, playing with them. After recovering, Zhu Ting did not feel anything weird. Looking left and right, he wondered how he could run away. Glancing at Han Sen, Zhu Ting suddenly felt terrified and gave up the thought of running. Han Sen was aiming the spiked white bony fish arrow at him. Just with a glance, Zhu Ting felt the arrow would hit him any time. Looking at Han Sen's position, Zhu Ting felt that if Han Sen released the arrow, he would die right there. Ahem, we have agreed that I paid for my life. If I wake them up, they will bring me to Ningyu, and I will still die, Zhu Ting explained, freezing. Han Sen did not say anything but aimed the arrow at Zhu Ting again. Zhu Ting quickly took out a dozen small bottles, mixed the powder in them with a certain proportion and blew it into everyone's nose. After waking up, the rest of the group quickly understood what had happened. They shot murderous looks at Zhu Ting, and someone even drew his weapon out. Han Sen stopped him. That person asked Han Sen, Mr. Han, what are you doing? If it were not for the fact that Han Sen had saved them, they would have killed Han Sen in madness as well. He paid me for his life, so you will let him survive, said Han Sen quietly. In addition, if you want to kill him, you should ask your young master first. The reason that Han Sen had saved Zhu Ting was because he wanted to find out what Ningyu would say to Zhu Ting, which might give him more clues about the Chens and the Nings. The accident of Han Sen's father was so mysterious that it would be hard for Han Sen to learn the truth. Otherwise, Han Sen would not have saved Yang Yongqing and the rest. He would probably have killed Zhu Ting as well. However, Han Sen had to be more thoughtful than that. The first thing he needed to figure out was whether the Nings were his enemy. Something made Han Sen feel confused. With the power of Starry Group, it would be easy for them to investigate the Hans. If Han Sen's great-grandpa had something to do with super creatures, why did the Nings never find them? Maybe they knew who Han Sen's great-grandpa was and had targeted the Hans in the first place. However, in that case, why would Han Sen's father have asked him to seek the Ning's help? Han Sen did not think his father was a stupid person. On the contrary, Han Sen remembered his father to be mild-tempered but quite smart. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to develop a workshop into a medium-sized business worth 100 million. Although 100 million was nothing in the alliance these days, it was hard to earn that much for someone with no background. Since that is the case, let's do what Mr. Han asked. Yang Yongqing stopped the rest, nodded and said. The group of people marched back, taking Zhu Ting as their prisoner. Han Sen was tired of hearing them cursing Zhu Ting. It seemed that it had never occurred to them that Zhu Ting was a spy. Han Sen, will you save me for real? Zhu Ting moved his tightly tied-up body close to Han Sen and whispered when it was Han Sen's turn to watch him at night. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Zhu Ting continued. Seeing that Han Sen was still ignoring him, Zhu Ting frantically whispered in an even lower voice, do not give your dagger away for any reason. Otherwise, you will face death. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting but did not speak. Beyond sacred genes, there are super genes. For more than a century, both my family and the Nings have paid unimaginable costs to figure it out. However, until now, we have still found nothing. The only weapon that could possibly be used to kill a creature beyond sacred blood creatures is the dagger in your hand. Ningyu will get it at all costs. As long as you have the dagger, you can still live. However, if you don't, you will not be far from death. Zhu Ting continued. Since no one could kill those creatures, how did you know that super genes even exist? Han Sen kept his face calm though feeling incredibly excited. I told you before, my ancestor worked together with the ancestor of the Nings in a department. Do you know what the department is called? Although Zhu Ting was asking Han Sen, he did not mean to hear a reply. He lowered his voice and continued, the department is called Secret Service. When the teleport technologies were first developed, the department was the first to enter God's sanctuary. And they were the ones who left us the information about super genes. Han Sen calmed himself down and whispered, how is that possible? Even nowadays, humans could not kill the creatures you're talking about. When we first discovered God's sanctuary, we had even worse martial arts and geno point counts. How could they have killed those creatures to gain super genes? I don't really understand what had happened. However, they did leave us some information. Otherwise, the two families would not have spent so much effort in pursuing super genes. You couldn't imagine how much we have paid and how many lives it has cost in these years. What is the information they left? Han Sen raised his eyebrows and asked. The information is very limited. The majority of the Secret Service died in God's sanctuary, only a few survived. And after they teleported back to the Alliance, all of them died at the same time with no obvious sign. Before they died, they were still excitedly investigating something and did not realize death was about to come. We only found some clues in their belongings, but the information is fragmented. Han Sen frowned. It seemed that the information Zhu Ting gave him matched what was left by Han Sen's great-grandfather. However, something seemed to be wrong. I am just a bastard son and do not know much about it. The only thing I am sure about is that the families of the survivors in Secret Service are all looking for super genes, Zhu Ting continued. What do you want me to do by telling me this? Han Sen asked Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting suddenly had a mysterious look on his face and said, rest assured, I will not ask you to cut me loose. I am only telling you these to make you understand that you can never give the dagger to Ningyu. Also, you'd better not try killing that creature. If you do, never give Ningyu the beast's soul or meat. Once the Nings have the ability to kill those creatures, do you think they will let you live and compete with them? Han Sen knew what Zhu Ting wanted. He said all that to talk Han Sen out of helping Ningyu. However, Zhu Ting's worry was unnecessary. Hansen never planned to kill a super creature for Ningyu. Hansen understood everything Zhu Ting was saying. Hansen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions, but Zhu Ting did not say much. He did not beg Hansen to let him go either. Very soon, Zhu Ting fell asleep. Chapter 384 Fate. Hansen did not know how much of what Zhu Ting had told him was real. Although he had learned more, Hansen now had even more questions. The second night after Zhu Ting told Hansen those words, Zhu Ting was tied up with special ropes, managed to run away. The person who was in charge of watching him died on the spot with all his skin black. Obviously, the guard was poisoned. Zhu Ting was kept close to the rest of the group, but no one heard a thing. The guard never made a move or sound either. Yang Yongqing only found his body when it was Yang Yongqing's turn to watch Zhu Ting. Damn it. Yang Yongqing's face was stern. Hansen also frowned. He had been underestimating Zhu Ting as well. With such a belief, Zhu Ting should have left on the first night. However, he deliberately waited until he told Hansen those words. When they returned to the faith shelter, Ningyu had already arrived there. When Yang Yongqing told Ningyu what had happened, Ningyu only smiled and thanked Hansen for saving his men. Ningyu also told Hansen that all the procedures had been completed for Han Yen to be admitted to a posh school. Then, Ningyu had prepared everything and left for the primeval forest again. During the process, he did not mention anything about the cursed wolf dagger. Nor did he ask which creature the beast soul was from. It was as if Ningyu had no interest in the dagger and only wanted Hansen to kill the creature with them. Hansen admired Ningyu's patience, no matter Ning actually had no interest in the dagger or was simply pretending. Such patience was a rare quality. People like Ningyu would always launch a deadly strike in the most unexpected way. This time, the group leaving for the primeval forest was even smaller than last time. Including Ningyu and Hansen, they were only 5. 2 of the 5 were new guys, so Hansen only knew Yang Yongqing and Ningyu. The 3 persons had all maxed out on their super geno points. Before they left, they all finished their evolution in the evolution pool in the shelter and became evolvers. It looks like Ningyu wants to kill the creature badly. Hansen was calculating what he should do. There was no way that he would help Ningyu kill the creature. Even if Hansen could make sure that he was the one who made the last strike, he was still reluctant to let anyone see the life essence. The bodies of the super creatures would disappear, except for the golden growler, which died in a natural way. If I could stay far from the rest of the group, make the last strike, and take the life essence without them seeing it, they would not know about the existence of the life essence, but only wonder where the body was, Hansen planned. The Nings might be friend or foe. Hansen would not help them since they were still the biggest suspect in Hansen's father's death. Since Ningyu did not have the best health, he would cough a lot even riding on a mount, which was why the group was much slower than last time. When they were on a break, Hansen would focus on the beast souls he had gained. Among all his beast souls, there was only one that he did not know how to use, which was the Beetle Knight. Hansen did not find any information on doppelganger beast souls wherever he looked. It was a rare beast soul for sure. However, Hansen did not know how to use it, which made him feel puzzled. Hansen had tried many ways, but Beetle Knight was never summoned. Doppelganger? How does it work? Maybe he will live on my behalf when I die? Or, can he do something for me like a stunt double? Watching the Beetle Knight in his mind, Hansen thought. As Hansen was thinking, he went to the creek to get some water. Looking at his reflection in the water, he was reminded of something. When he was fighting the Beetle Knight would constantly go to the lake. It did not look like the creature was taking a bath, since the weather was so shallow that only its feet would get wet as it rode on its mount. Doppelganger. Lake. Maybe the Beetle Knight did not go to the lake for the water, but for the reflection? On this thought, Hansen's heart leapt. Damn it. This is so straightforward, but it never came to me for so long. I've been so stupid, Hansen almost shouted, looking at his reflection in the water. He wanted to test his speculation right away, but the rest of the group were still nearby. Hansen had to calm himself down, return to the camp, and start to boil the water. As the water was boiling, Hansen was deep in his thought, wondering about the beetle knight. If what I think is right, then I could resolve the issue of Dollar's identity. Before I go to second God's sanctuary, the beast souls owned by Dollar could be returned to me in public. No one would ever guess I am Dollar again. Hansen thought to himself. Hansen, no need to be nervous. The other guys would distract the creature and make sure you're safe. All you need to do is to launch the deadly attack at the right moment. I guarantee with my life that as long as the four of us are alive, the creature could never hurt you, Ningyu said to Hansen with a smile, thinking that Hansen was absent-minded because he was afraid of the creature. Thanks so much, Mr. Ning. Hansen did not want to explain. Call me Ningyu, please, said Ningyu and started to cough again. He covered his mouth with handkerchief and said, Hansen, do you believe in fate? A little. Like a normal person, Hansen felt reverent of fate, but did not completely believe in it. Maybe you don't believe this, but I believed we would be friends the first time I saw you. Ningyu smiled and said. My great-grandfather had a good friend whose family name is also Han. That friend saved my great-grandfather's life. Maybe we can be friends like that as well, and this time allow me to save you. Hansen was dazed. All of a sudden, a million thoughts came to him. Hansen did not believe that Ningyu never looked into his background. Either Hansen's great-grandfather was a friend to the Nings, or the death of Hansen's father had something to do with Starry Group. Ningyu's behaviors were strange. What is the name of the friend? Maybe he is in my family, Hansen probed with a smile. Han Jingji, Ningyu said without hesitation. That is such a coincidence. The name of my great-grandfather was also Han Jingji. They are not the same person, are they? Hansen simply asked. It should be easy for Ningyu to find out such information, so there was no need to hide. Ningyu said in a gentle manner, they should not be the same person. The friend of my great-grandfather is much older than your great-grandfather, and he never got married. Hansen was confused by Ningyu's reply, and then understood what was wrong about Zhu Ting's statement. His great-grandfather Han Jingji was not even born when God's sanctuary was first discovered. However, if Hansen's great-grandfather was not the friend Ningyu was talking about, why did he have the work permit? Hansen felt more and more puzzled about what had happened and what Unit 7 had seen in God's sanctuary. A friend of the Nings must be a celebrity as well, right? Hansen asked. Ningyu smiled and nodded. Indeed, he is an incredible person. And that age, the God's sanctuary was only just discovered. Before mankind started to gain geno points and hyper-geno arts were developed, Han Jingji was already a famous Qigong master. Qigong master? Hansen became dumbstruck. He had learned in history class that the Qigong masters were all basically just con artists. It's not what you think. Han Jingji had incredible skills and was the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Ningyu said with a smile, knowing what Hansen was thinking. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force? Hansen became more shocked. Blue Blood Special Force was still the elite force in the Alliance. Even an ordinary member of the Blue Blood Special Force was surpasser. It was easy to tell how good the troop was. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force at this point was a famous demigod. Hansen became more confused. If his great-grandfather was really the Han Jingji whom Ningyu was talking about, it seemed unlikely for the Hans to be so poor. In addition, Hansen had never heard about any Qigong in the family. Hansen wanted to ask more about the instructor Han, but it was already time to set out on the journey again. Ningyu got up and told everyone to depart. What am I missing? Hansen felt like he must be missing something in these connections. Han Sen had to put the thoughts away because they had already reached the primeval forest. What Han Sen cared most was how to kill the super creature. He must kill the super creature, but he could not let the rest of the group see the life essence, which was not something easy to accomplish. More importantly, Han Sen did not know much about the creature so far. He had to use Ningyu's knowledge of the creature before he could determine whether he could kill it. Otherwise, Han Sen would have come back and killed the creature when the group was drugged by Zhu Ting. Ningyu and Han Sen were carefully protected by the 3 other members, who had already become evolvers. With higher fitness index, they felt the tasks much easier. When the group of 5 came to the mountain again, they climbed up at Ningyu's command this time. The mountain was huge, although it was not steep. Han Sen followed the rest of them to go up. When they were about to reach the mountaintop, everyone became careful. Hush! Yang Yongqing, who was leading the group, signaled them to be silent when they were about to reach the mountaintop. The mountaintop was a stone platform about half an acre. The giant snail with the jade shell and red body was resting, hidden in the shell. The red meat was concealed completely. Young master, Mr. Han, wait here for a second. We will draw it out, whispered Yang Yongqing. Be careful. Safety first. Ningyu nodded. The 3 evolvers agreed and approached the creature. They summoned beast soul bows and started to shoot Z-steel arrows at the shell. Boom boom boom. The Z-steel arrows were smashed against the shell. All 3 revolvers shapeshifted into humanoid figures. With their fitness level as evolvers, they became extremely strong. Han Sen checked the way that the Z-steel arrows broke and found that they did not break because the revolvers were strong, but because the jade-like shell seemed to have a bouncing effect, which crushed the arrows. Super creatures are never easy. Han Sen thought to himself. After taking several arrows, the snail stretched its red meat from the shell and fixed its eyes on the evolvers. All of a sudden, it rushed toward them. If it was before, the revolvers would have chosen to keep their distance from the snail. However, this time they must approach the snail to make it leave its shell so that Han Sen could kill it with his dagger. In addition, the evolvers felt more confident since they basically represented the strongest humans in First God's sanctuary. Therefore, they were not as scared of the creature. Very soon, they found that they were too naive. The strong physique of Evolver did not make it easier for them to fight the creature. The Evolvers were so close to the creature that the snail suddenly turned into a snake with wings and left its shell, throwing itself at one of the Evolvers. The person quickly wielded his broadsword at the snake. Yang Yongqing and the other person also started to attack. The rat snake did not even try to dodge and let the weapons cut into its meat. The Evolvers became overjoyed. Currently, their fitness index should be over 30. With a sacred blood weapon, they might not be able to cut the shell, but they believed the weapons should hurt the soft meat. However, as their weapons hit the meat, they realized how wrong they were. The thin blade cut the soft meat as if it had cut into glue. Not only was the meat intact, but all the force they used on the weapons was also absorbed. Then, the red snake suddenly changed its shape. The red meat moved like liquid and wrapped the 3 weapons up. The Evolvers tried to retrieve their weapons, but found it was impossible. The weapons were bundled together with a strong force that they could not be taken out. What was more frightening was that the red meat started to develop tentacles looking like snakeheads, moving toward the guys. The Evolvers had to give up their weapons and come back. When they tried to summon their beast soul weapons, they found it was no longer possible. The 3 weapons were wrapped inside the red meat and melting. All 3 Evolvers became irritated. Initially, they thought after their evolution, they could pose threats to the creature. However, the moment they launched their attacks, they lost 3 sacred blood beast soul weapons. The red meat did not stop its attack. Its body could be twisted into any shape to attack in any form, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. On the other hand, the 3 Evolvers did not dare to touch it. They didn't even dare to use their weapons and were suddenly trapped in an awkward position. Once the red meat touched them, even their armor started to melt, which looked horrendous. Fortunately, although the creature came very fast after coming out of the shell, it was not as fast as the cursed wolf. Otherwise, the 3 revolvers would have died a million times. Even so, the evolvers were hardly able to make it to the place where Hansen and Ningyu were hiding. Hansen shapeshifted into Fairy Queen and seized the cursed wolf dagger, wanting to go out and help the evolvers. In fact, he was trying to look for an opportunity to kill the creature himself. Before Hansen dashed out, Ningyu pulled him and said calmly, "Don't hurry. This is not the time. Wait for them to draw the creature here, find a good spot, and make sure you kill it in one strike." Hansen glanced at Ningyu and saw the guy had a blank face, as if he was chatting in his living room. The fact that Ningyu was not nervous at all made Hansen feel that the 3 evolvers were nothing to him. Seeing through Hansen's thoughts, Ningyu said calmly, "If you go out now, then the risks they are taking will be wasted." Before Hansen replied, Ningyu summoned a slim sword and walked toward the creature. Hansen was surprised. Ningyu was so sick and had not evolved yet, so why would he go there himself? Holding the slim sword, Ningyu quickly stabbed at the creature at an incredible speed, which actually hit it. His sword was not stuck in the red meat either. Impressive, this Ningyu. Although they are twins, he is much stronger than Son of Heaven. Hansen felt a bit shocked. He could tell that Ningyu had not evolved, but Ningyu was able to distract the creature and avoid its attacks. In addition, his sword skills were unexpected. Although he only had one move, he always attacked in the most surprising angle. Only his sword could be retrieved from the red meat which none of the evolvers dared to touch. Although the creature was not hurt by his sword, it became irritated. Under the extremely intense circumstance, Ningyu looked so calm that Hansen could not tell that he was in a deadly battle. The behaviors of the evolvers became more and more organized since Ningyu joined them. They moved around the creature and gradually led it to Hansen. It is such a shame that Ningyu has poor fitness level. His fitness index should be around 15, the number of a normal person with sacred Geno points maxed out. Even with the cursed wolf dagger, I don't think he could kill the creature. After watching for a while, Hansen learned that speed should be Ningyu's main strength, which should be around 20, while his other items should be around 15. Seeing that the creature was led to him, Hansen gripped his dagger. He had been watching long enough to determine the fitness level of the creature. As long as Hansen did not use heresy mantra and overload, he could injure the creature with the dagger but could not kill it, which was what Hansen wanted. He could not kill the creature in front of the group. Eventually, the creature approached Senator Hansen dashed out without hesitation and quickly slashed the dagger at the meat. The meat that the evolvers could not hurt using sacred blood weapons was cut deeply by Hansen's dagger. The injury was about 3-inch deep and blood immediately flowed. The creature screeched and quickly shrank its body. To everyone's surprise, after the red meat contracted, the injury disappeared as if it was glued up. Hansen joined the rest of the group. However, it seemed that the creature was scared by the cursed wolf dagger and did not dare to touch it again. It kept moving away from Hansen and attacked the rest. Although Hansen found opportunities to stab it a few more times, it was useless. The red meat had an incredible ability to cure itself. "That's it. My shape-shifting time limit is up," exclaimed an evolver. Ningyu's pupils contracted. He commanded coldly, "Let's retreat." Hearing Ningyu, the evolvers started to go back together with the young master. However, Hansen marched forward instead, making his way to the creature. Hansen more or less had learned the strengths and shortcomings of the creature. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. The shape-shifting time limit of the evolvers was up, so that they no longer dared to fight the creature closely. As long as Hansen could face the creature alone, he will have his opportunity. "Mr. Han, let's go back first. We will organize another campaign," Ningyu exclaimed at Hansen with his brows knitted. It's okay. You go back first. It fears my dagger, so I can try again, replied Hansen, throwing himself at the red meat. Ningyu failed to talk Hansen out of it and surprisingly came back as well, helping Hansen distract the creature. However, the evolver could no longer take the pressure of going over the time limit. They quickly turned back to themselves and became much weaker, which made the situation direr. Ouch! An evolver's arm was swept across by the red meat, and his muscle suddenly melted, his bones exposed. Hansen took this opportunity to make another cut at the red meat. This time, it seemed he had cut a vital part of the creature, which immediately screeched and returned to its shell, never coming out again. Hansen approached the shell and quickly cut at it. Ding! Hansen felt a strong force came through, almost made it impossible for him to hold the dagger, while the shell was only left with a white mark. Let me try with dagger. Yang Yongqing approached Hansen and yelled. Hansen did not answer, backed up, and looked at the rest of the group. His attitude was evident. Mr. Han, I will not lie to you. You should be able to see that this creature is significantly different from all the creatures we have seen. Maybe it is a being beyond sacred blood creatures. If we are able to get its beast soul and meat, human beings will make another leap in the evolution history. Your strength is not enough to break its shell. You can choose to lend us the dagger or sell it to us. After we succeed, you can have half of the benefits, said Ningyu. Before Hansen replied, a tentacle of the red meat reached from under the shell at an evolver. That person was paying attention to Hansen's reaction and did not dodge in time. He was caught by the red meat and quickly drawn into the shell. Blood was spilled, and screams were heard. The person became quiet in a moment, shocking the rest of the group. As Ningyu was about to say something, the creature moved toward the cliff with the shell on its back. Hansen uses of the dagger to slice the red meat exposed under the shell, which did not do much because the injury healed quickly. The creature continued to the cliff, which was shaped like a reversed pyramid. The creature quickly went down and glued itself to the mountain wall, while none of the humans had such ability. Mr. Han, what do you think of my suggestion? Ningyu asked. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in lending or selling the dagger, Hansen said quietly. 5 sacred blood beast souls for the dagger. And you still get to keep half of the meat after we kill the creature. Ningyu said and suddenly stabbed the sword at Hansen's throat. This move was so unexpected in the middle of a sentence that even an evolver like Yang Yongqing would probably have been killed. However, Hansen was an expert in this aspect. The moment when Ningyu moved, Hansen had wielded his dagger as well. Crack! Ningyu's sword was cut in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Ningyu looked surprised, but did not stop attacking Hansen. Yang Yongqing and the other evolvers were helping Ningyu as well. It seemed that they had decided to kill Hansen. Huangfu Pingqing said you are someone who always go by the rules. It seems that she is mistaken. Hansen moved around the 3 persons, using the dagger to defend himself. I only go by the rules because I don't want others to fear me and misunderstand me. You are not someone who fears me though. Ningyu was extremely calm. He summoned another slim sword. Although it seemed to be of a different style, it was still a sacred blood beast soul. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to obtain the dagger, said Hansen. I'd rather not have it than let others have it. Ningyu's sword became more and more swift and deadly. The 2 evolvers also did their best to attack Hansen in the fiercest way possible. Huangfu Pingqing was right. You are indeed a scary person. However, there is one thing that you did wrong, Hansen dodged several attacks and said. What is that? Ningyu did not stop his sword. You misunderstood who is in charge here, Hansen said calmly. He suddenly held the dagger backward and his footwork became extremely odd. His heart beat like an engine, and Hansen was no longer who he was a moment ago. The moment Hansen passed by Ningyu, the dagger in his hand moved like water, cutting the spear in Yang Yongqing's hand. In a flash, Han Sen moved to the other evolver and beheaded him. Blood sputtered everywhere. Ningyu froze for a second. Yang Yongqing yelped. They could not imagine that Han Sen could improve his strength so tremendously in a sudden. When besieged by two evolvers and Ningyu, Han Sen even killed an evolver. You are also an evolver. Yang Yongqing widened his eyes. Unless Han Sen was an evolver, Yang Yongqing could not explain Han Sen's speed and strength. You found out too late. Han Sen moved like wind, dashing past Yang Yongqing. Yang Yongqing became shocked. With his speed, he could not even move away in time. All he could do was to summon a broadsword to block Han Sen's dagger. Crack! Both the dagger and Yang Yongqing's neck were cut by the cursed wolf dagger as if they were made of tofu. The blade was broken, and the man was killed. The body without its head fell to the ground. Ningyu watched Han Senator as calm as him, his heart sank. After all the calculation, he failed to predict Han Sen's strength. At the ring of the VIP section, Han Sen only showed how sharp the dagger was. Ningyu did not know that Han Sen had the strength of an evolver as well. I am right that we are the same type of people. Ningyu smiled unexpectedly. He had better judgment than Yang Yongqing, who was already an evolver, and he did not plan to run away, because he knew very clearly that his speed was much worse than Han Sen's. Maybe as he turned around, his head would no longer be on his shoulders. Any last word? Han Sen did not reply but asked. Ningyu coughed and said, maybe you do not know that there is a type of beast soul, called doppelganger. The person standing in front of you is merely a doppelganger. Even if you kill me right away, you will only be destroying a beast soul. So how about we have a nice talk instead? Han Sen did not speak but walked toward Ningyu with the dagger in his hand. If you do not believe me, I could prove it to you that I am just a beast soul, Ningyu said to Han Sen with his brows knitted. I believe you, said Han Sen and immediately beheaded Ningyu with his dagger. In Faith's shelter, Ningyu, who was drinking tea, muttered to himself, there goes my only sacred blood doppelganger beast soul. My teacher is right, I am still not calm enough. Ningyu took a sip of his tea but could not stop thinking about Han Sen. Watching Ningyu's body disappearing in front of him, Han Sen was not upset, but pleased. He had guessed what a beast soul doppelganger could do. After witnessing how amazing Ningyu's doppelganger was, Han Sen was very glad that he had the Beetle Knight. However, it was not an urgent matter. Han Sen quickly summoned the wings of purple-feathered dragon and flew down the cliff. Han Sen had learned everything about the creature and knew that he could kill it. The Cursed Wolf Dagger, 43 Super Geno Points, Heresy Mantra and Overload, together, gave Han Sen the ability to fight some super creatures. Golden Growler was clearly beyond the Han Sen's ability. However, this giant snail was a weaker, super creature. It was more or less on the same level as the Cursed Wolf, which Han Sen could kill. Han Sen flew down the cliff and saw the giant snail had already made its way half down the cliff. Han Sen flapped his wings and kicked at the shell, trying to send the snail down the cliff. However, the creature attached itself to the stone and did not move at all. Han Sen's foot, on the other hand, was almost dislocated. Han Sen again used the Cursed Wolf Dagger to cut at the jade shell of the creature. With both Heresy Mantra and Overload reaching his extreme, Han Sen was equipped with incredible strength. The Cursed Wolf Dagger moved across the air and hit the shell, making the sound of metal. The shell was left with an inch-deep mark. The bouncing effect was also diverted by Han Sen. Ding ding ding. In the air, Han Sen repeatedly cut the jade shell, making an inch-deep mark each time. Very soon, the marks were all over the jade shell. The creature turned itself again into tentacles, trying to tie Han Sen up. However, the dagger kept cutting at the tentacles, none of which managed to approach Han Sen. Left, right, left, right. With extremely fierce strength, the dagger kept cutting the jade shell and deepening the marks on the shell. The metal sounds were almost non-stop. Boom! Eventually, after taking hundreds or thousands of hits, the jade shell was broken by the dagger into pieces and fell underneath the cliff. Without the protection of the jade shell, the red meat issued a screech and threw itself at Hansen in the form of tentacles. Hansen looked extremely calm. He wielded his dagger and cut off all the tentacles, approaching the vital part of the red meat at the same time. Whoosh! Hansen's strike broke the red meat and sliced off the two eyes of the creature. The creature suddenly screamed. It could no longer attach its body to the cliff and fell. Super creature blood snail, killed. Beast soul of super creature blood snail gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Hearing the voice in his mind, Hansen almost moaned in happiness. It was indeed a super creature. He not only gained its life essence, but also had the beast soul. Amazing! Hansen was in a great mood. When he reached the bottom of the valley, the body of the blood snail was almost all gone. A red crystal, the size of the fist, fell on the ground. Hansen took the red crystal and started to lick it. The crystal melted into blood like liquid and Hansen swallowed greedily. Life essence of super creature blood snail eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Life essence of super creature blood snail eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Hearing the pleasing voice and feeling the warm streams filling his body, Hansen felt on top of the world. It was almost like he was in heaven. The life essence of the blood snail provided 9 super geno points for Hansen, adding to the 43 points he already had. Hansen currently had 52 super geno points and his fitness was further enhanced. Humans in First God Sanctuary could reach 15 in fitness index when maxing out on all 4 types of geno points. Most people would be able to reach 20 in some respects, which was already the limits humans could reach in First God Sanctuary. After evolving, people like this would gain a sacred body, which would enhance their fitness index to around 30. At that time, they could reach nearly 40 in 1 or 2 aspects. However, Hansen had not evolved yet, and his fitness index had already passed 20 by a lot. However, all aspects of Hansen's fitness were rather balanced. Hansen calculated based on his own condition. When he maxed out on sacred geno points and super geno points, his fitness index should be over 30 without any additional enhancement, which would be the same as an evolver with a sacred body. Hansen was looking forward to experiencing the evolution and having his physique enhanced. At that point, his fitness should be reaching an incredible level. In addition, the foundation would mean the world to his future development. It would determine how he performed after becoming a surpasser or demigod. Hansen did not want to miss any opportunities. He wanted to evolve at his best. The fitness level of a mutant evolver was around 20, and the fitness level of a sacred blood evolver was around 30. So how about a super evolver? The first super body in mankind, the thought made Hansen's blood boil. He wished he could immediately fill up his super geno points and become a super evolver. Hansen found a hidden spot and started to appreciate his newly gained super beast soul in excitement. Type of beast soul of super creature blood snail, pet armor. Pet armor? Is this beast soul used on pets? Hansen had never heard of such a beast soul. Feeling puzzled, Hansen hesitated and summoned Meowth. He then used the super pet armor on Meowth. All of a sudden, the shadow of blood snail was attached to Meowth and then turned into a translucent jade shell, covering the entire body of Meowth, which now looked like a jade statue. Run, Meowth! Hansen wondered whether Meowth could still run fast wearing such armor. Meowth roared and set out like a lightning bolt. In an instant, Meowth was almost 200 feet away, even faster than it was before. Hansen was surprised. It seemed that the pet armor did not affect Meowth's speed but enhanced its fitness. Hansen called Meowth back and beat it hard. It seemed that the super pet armor had incredible defense, which was much better than Hansen's sacred blood armor. Without using the cursed wolf dagger, Hansen could not even break the super pet armor. Lucky. I have been so lucky. With the super pet armor, Meowth should be able to take attacks from some of the super creatures. With such a super pet as my tank, I do not need to probe and take the risks on my own when hunting another super creature. Hansen became overjoyed and kissed Meowth on its forehead. Hansen summoned the Golden Rockworm King and Holy Angel, trying to equip them with the super pet armor. Pet not transformed yet. Unable to use the armor. Hansen got a hint telling him it could not be used. Only transformed pets could use the super pet armor. Fortunately, the Golden Rockworm King should be transforming soon. Hansen thought he should kill 1 or 2 sacred blood creatures to feed the Golden Rockworm King. However, Hansen was not in the mood. He was thinking about something else, which was the ability of the Beetle Knight. Ningyu had shown him the power of a doppelganger beast soul. Having spent many days with Ningyu, Hansen was not even able to tell it was just a doppelganger. This kind of ability was simply unbelievable, which was also quite meaningful to Hansen. He was about to evolve, and the beast souls belonging to Dollar were less and less useful. Although he could sell them using Dollar's name, the things he got in return would still be traced back to Hansen. With the doppelganger, Hansen could be 2 persons at the same time and purchase the beast souls Dollar sold. No one had to know the connection between himself and Dollar, which was perfect. Hansen could not wait to know whether the Beetle Knight would work in the same way as Ningyu's doppelganger beast soul. Hansen went back to Faith's shelter overnight and teleported back to Blackhawk. He then went to the restroom in his dormitory. Watching his reflection in the mirror, Hansen summoned the Beetle Knight again. Previously, the Beetle Knight could not be summoned. However, this time it came out of Hansen's mind. Without a pause, the Beetle Knight entered the mirror. A ripple appeared in the mirror as the Beetle Knight walked inside. After the Beetle Knight was in the mirror, it integrated itself with Hansen's reflection and walked out of the mirror. Looking at the Beetle Knight that looked exactly like himself, Hansen opened his mouth wide and could not begin to describe the excitement he was feeling. After a series of experiments, Hansen felt more and more thrilled. He could even manipulate the Beetle Knight's body from the beast soul's perspective. Although the Beetle Knight had become Hansen, its physique was still the same as the beast soul, vastly different from Hansen's. To Hansen's satisfaction, the doppelganger could use beast souls like a normal human being, as long as Hansen transferred the beast souls to it. It is exactly what I think. This way, Dollar's identity would no longer be an issue. Hansen was wondering how he could transfer Dollar's beast souls to himself without exposing his secret. However, he could only do that when he returned to Steel Armor Shelter. Otherwise, people would still connect him with Dollar. The next morning, Hansen was preparing to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Since he had already killed the super creature and antagonized Ningyu, it was no longer a good idea to stay in Faith's shelter. Mr. Han, how about we find a place to talk? Before Hansen left Faith's shelter, Ningyu was standing in front of him, with a gentle smile per usual, as if nothing had happened between Hansen and him. Is there anything to talk about between us? Hansen looked around and did not see any suspicious person. I am alone, and you could decide where we have the talk, Ningyu smiled and said. Mr. Han, competition and business should not be mixed. If you have already killed the creature, I am willing to pay for the meat. If you're willing to sell the beast soul, it would be even better. I can accept any price you name. Young master, do you really think I could kill the creature alone? Hansen licked his lips and said. Previously I did not believe that. However, after that day, I no longer dared to think so. You are not an ordinary person, said Ningyu earnestly. Young master, you give me too much credit. However, I am not as strong as you think. Hansen paused and said, you know clearly when I came back and whether I had brought any meat back. What more do I need to say? Naturally, Ningyu knew what Hansen meant. The creature was huge and had a lot of meat. Hansen returned on the same day. If he had obtained the meat, it was impossible for him to finish eating it. However, Hansen brought nothing back. But the creature disappeared. Ningyu stared into Hansen's eyes and said, I had also gone down to the valley and did not find the creature. If you're asking me where it went, I would have to let you down again. Hansen was not afraid that Ningyu would not believe him. So far, no one knew that the body of a super creature would disappear after being killed. No matter how smart Ningyu was, he would not know there was no meat to begin with. Ningyu watched Hansen for a while, but could tell nothing. He chuckled and asked, What's your plan later? How about we continue to collaborate? No, thank you. To be honest, I am scared. Hansen waved his hand and walked toward the exit of the shelter. I will go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Forget about the collaboration. I am too old for that kind of thrill. Ningyu did not stop Hansen but still sent for someone to follow him. Although Hansen felt he was followed, he did not mean to get rid of the tail. Hansen returned to Steel Armor Shelter as usual. Ningyu received the message and frowned. Is it true that he did not kill the super creature? The super creature had at least 400 pounds of meat. In such a short amount of time, it was impossible for Hansen to finish the meat. If he hid the meat somewhere, then he should not have gone back to Steel Armor Shelter. After all, meat went bad easily. If Hansen hid the meat away, after he returned from Steel Armor Shelter, the meat would no longer be edible. If he had not killed the creature, where did the creature go? Ningyu felt something was wrong but could not tell what. Hansen went back to Steel Armor Shelter, wondering where he could kill a few sacred blood creatures to max out his sacred geno points and help the Golden Rock Worm King transform. Maybe I should go to the Devil Desert. Hansen was still thinking about the Sacred Blood Fox King and the Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King. Either would make a great snack for the Worm King. Hansen had always wanted to kill the Fox King but had never found a good opportunity. A while back, he was unable to kill it. When he was capable of killing it, he could not find the creature. The Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King was a creature that could produce a rare flying Sacred Blood Beast soul. It was quite a shame that Hansen did not kill it last time. If Hansen could gain the beast soul of the Sacred Blood Black-Feathered Beast King, he could sell the wings of the purple-feathered dragon, which had been seen by too many people. Since Hansen had reached a conclusion, he did not go back to Steel Armor Shelter, but went to Devil Desert directly. Foxes. Black-feathered beasts. Where are you? Hansen rode on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and entered the Devil Desert. Although the Golden Rock Worm King had not transformed yet, it was of a significant size and marched much faster in the sand compared to Meowth. Entering the desert again, Hansen did not know how to describe his feeling. He used to be chased by the Sacred Blood Fox King in despair, but could kill it with a single shot these days, no matter how sly it was. Shortly after Hansen entered the Devil Desert, he saw many dead creatures. It seemed that some people had already cleared the path. As Hansen was wondering if he should choose a different direction, he heard roars of creatures and shouting of humans. Since the sounds were not far, Hansen commanded the Golden Rock Worm King to go over there. Hansen saw the group of people who were hunting. The group was led by Yuan and Qing. The Golden Rock Worm King was so eye-catching that Yuan and Qing saw it from afar. They recognized that it was Hansen's pet and felt relieved. Since they were hunting rock snakes, they did not say hi and fought harder. The group was quite organized as if they were soldiers. It was easy for them to hunt the rock snakes, so Hansen did not join them, but watched on a dune nearby. Watching Qing and Yuan slaughtering the creatures, Hansen felt so much time had passed. These two boys were rookies who he used to instruct and protect. However, they had become masters who could defend themselves, which made Hansen feel a bit emotional. Have I grown old? Hansen touched his chin, which was very smooth, and was reminded that he was only nearly 20 years old. Because he had practiced jade skin, Hansen had very tender skin like a teenage girl. Even he had been exposed to wind and sunshine in the wild for some time, his skin still remained soft and fair. This is too obvious a feature, Hansen thought. If he did not have erection every morning, he wondered if he would become a woman if he kept practicing this hypergeno art. Hansen looked around 18 years old, younger than he actually was. Fortunately, he had manly facial features. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a woman for real. After all, it was so rare for a guy to have skin like this. "Brother, how come you're here?" As Hansen was deep in his thought, Yuan and Qing had finished hunting the rock snakes and walked over to Hansen. "I plan to hunt some sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert and max out my sacred geno points. Didn't expect to see you here." Hansen came off from the back of the golden rockworm king and said with a smile. "Oh, you're going deeper into the desert? Take us with you. We will just watch you and don't worry about us stealing your creatures," Yuan said, looking at Hansen expectantly. "Okay. We can go together. You can hunt the creatures as well, which should be fun," Hansen smiled and said. Hansen was actually thinking, "Sorry, Yuan and Qing. Kill as many as mutant creatures you want, but sacred blood creatures are all mine." Currently, Hansen was equipped with a sacred blood bow and arrow. With his archery skills and strength, a sacred blood creature could not even take an arrow from him. It was impossible that the boys could snatch a sacred blood creature from Hansen. "Haha, then we will do our best. Don't be pissed if we snatch a creature from you," said Yuan, grinning. "Don't worry. I am not that far from maxing out on sacred geno points and can wait 1 day or 2. In addition, it will not be easy for you to steal creatures from me. If you have that kind of ability, I will be more happy than mad," Hansen said with a smile. "Maxing out on sacred geno points is not a big deal at all, not to mention you have not achieved that yet," said the young man with his lips curled. The young man was about 17 years old and had a butch haircut. It seemed he was unhappy with the fact that Hansen was treating them like kids. "No big deal indeed. I entered God's sanctuary 2 years earlier than you did is all," Hansen said with a smile, seeing that Yuan and Qing were blinking at him. Hansen did not want to be too serious around a teenager. Entering God's sanctuary earlier does not mean you are stronger. "Since you have said we are free to hunt the creatures, let's see who could hunt a sacred blood creature first," the teenager insisted. "Okay," Hansen nodded and said, still smiling. The group of people continued their way into the Devil Desert. At night, when they were having a break, Yuan whispered to Hansen when the teenager was not nearby, "Brother, Hai Yun is arrogant because his grandfather is Hai Mingwei. Don't pay him any mind." "Senator Hai Mingwei?" Hansen was surprised to hear that. Hai Mingwei was a senator and demigod, probably the best fighter among all humans. When Hansen just entered God's sanctuary, Hai Mingwei became the first human who had killed a demigod sacred blood creature. So far, no one could follow that example. Hai Mingwei was named the best fighter ever, and the most likely candidate of the president of the alliance. Hansen had heard rumors that the Hais were one of the clans that inherited ancient martial arts, which was why Hai Mingwei could reach his level. Yuan nodded and said, "Hai Yun is the only boy in his generation, which is why the entire clan takes his education very seriously. Since he is randomly assigned to steel armor shelter, both my family and Qing's family told us to keep him safe. If anything happens to him, both of us will be responsible. Just don't pay him any mind, brother." Hansen nodded. He did not mean to take Hai Yun seriously anyway. However, he curiously asked, "Did the Hais really inherit ancient martial arts?" Yuan curled his lips and said, "Most of the senators have something to do with ancient martial arts, which gave them a huge advantage when they entered God's sanctuary. Otherwise, they would have no advantages. Those who fight on their own are basically all in the house." Good to know. It was the first time that Hansen heard about these things, so he felt quite interested and asked Yuan a few more questions. Yuan did not know much either. Some of his family members was in the house. Although they knew something about the Senate, they did not know a lot. When they set out on the road again, Hai-yun was extremely active, killing almost all the creatures they saw. His fitness was great, and the techniques he was using were impressive, many of which Han Sen had never seen before. They were probably the secret of the heist. Each time Hai-yun killed a creature, he would shoot a challenging glance at Han Senator. However, Han Sen remained calm and acted as if he did not see it. The biggest thing Hai-yun killed was 1 or 2 mutant creatures, which Han Sen was not interested in at all. He was not in the mood to play a child's game. The third day into the desert, when they were marching, Han Sen suddenly looked surprised as he gazed at the horizon. He stopped his mount and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow. Brother, what had happened? Seeing Han Sen acting like that, everyone else became alarmed. However, they did not see anything nearby. Black-feathered beasts. The king is also here, Han Sen pointed to the horizon and said. Han Sen was quite pleased. This was not far from where he ran into the black-feathered beasts last time. It was great that he saw them again. He would never miss this opportunity. The rest of the group looked in the direction that Han Sen was pointing. All they could see was some black dots. I wonder if that is true. You are so far from the creatures. Even if you could see them, what's the point of taking out your bow? You could not even hurt an ordinary creature at such a distance, let alone a sacred blood creature, said Hai-yun with his lips curled. Han Sen did not reply, but pulled the horn bow to its full. Aiming at the horizon for a while, Han Sen suddenly shot the bony fish arrow. A gray shadow flew toward the sky and immediately disappeared in people's sight. No one knew where the arrow went. Momentarily, they heard a shrill cry from afar. The group were overjoyed. Yuan looked to Han Sen and asked, Brother, you got it? Han Sen nodded excitedly. The voice in his mind made him so happy that he did not know what to say. Sacred blood creature black-feathered beast king killed. Beast soul of black-feathered beast king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen was surprised to gain the beast soul of the creature. He felt like his luck was getting better recently. Brother, did you really kill the sacred blood black-feathered beast? Qing could not believe what had happened. He stared his eyes wide, as he did not see what the black-feathered beast looked like. Han Sen nodded. Hai-yun snorted and urged his mount to run where the arrow fell. He did not believe that before he even saw the beasts, Han Sen had already killed their sacred blood king. Yuan and Qing were worried about Hai-yun and quickly summoned everyone to go after him. As the group of people approached the spot, they eventually saw a tornado of black-feathered beasts hovering in the sky, screeching. In the center of the tornado stood a boulder 100 feet tall. A giant black-feathered beast was impaled on the boulder with an arrow, the same arrow that Han Sen shot just now. Hai-yun widened his eyes and felt incredulous. The rest of the group were also dumbstruck. How strong must Han Sen be to kill a sacred blood creature more than a mile away? In First God's Sanctuary, I believe you do not have any match, said Yuan admiringly. Hai-yun looked at Han Sen with complex emotions. Initially, he did not think much of Han Sen, but he suddenly realized the gap between Han Sen and himself was too wide. Before he even saw the sacred blood creature, Han Sen had already killed it, which was a hard blow in Hai-yun's face. There are so many masters in the alliance. This is nothing, said Han Sen casually and quickly rushed into the black-feathered beasts, trying to snatch the body of the beast king. The rest of the group also rushed over. Without the leadership of the beast king, the black-feathered beasts became a chaos. Most of them flew away, and the few that attacked the humans were all killed. Han Sen quickly dashed to the boulder and took back the bony fish arrow. The body of the black-feathered beast king immediately fell to the ground, dust swirling. Han Sen did not take the body up but summoned the golden rockworm king. He pointed at the black-feathered beast king's body and the worm king immediately threw itself at the body excitedly. Recently, the golden rockworm king had stopped eating. It lost its interest in all meat but the meat of sacred blood creatures. Hansen thought it was time for the Worm King to evolve. The black-feathered beast was huge in size. It would take Hansen a long while to gain a sacred blood geno point. He thought it was better if he just feed the whole body to the Worm King. The golden rockworm king, which had lost its appetite for a long time, suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the black-feathered beast king's body in its entirety, making the rest of the group dumbstruck. Everyone could tell that the body indeed belonged to the sacred blood black-feathered beast king. Originally, they thought Hansen would save the body for himself. Who knows that Hansen had fed the whole body to his pet? It was simply impressive. After swallowing the black-feathered beast king, the golden rockworm king stayed still and started to squirm. It really is about to transform. Hansen became overjoyed and took the Worm King back, letting it finish the transformation in his mind. I hope it could evolve at the same time. If I could gain a super beast and equip it with the blood the snail armor, I can basically kill any super creature. Hansen prayed secretly to all the gods in the world, wishing that the golden rockworm king could evolve in the same way Meowth did. Sen, if you have maxed out on super geno points, you can sell me the sacred blood meat. It is such a waste feeding it to your pet, said Yuan. It is too late. Maybe next time, Hansen said with a smile. He did not think feeding his pet was a waste at all. With the super pet armor, a strong pet would be a tremendous help to Hansen. In addition, Hansen was also expecting the golden rockworm king to evolve. Although the chance was slim, one could still hope. I have some private business and will not keep going. We will have to part our ways here. Hansen planned to go to the underground cave where he used to hunt ghost butterflies. Maybe he could gain a few beast soul boomerangs. The sacred blood ghost butterfly boomerangs were quite useful. Although the cursed wolf dagger was good, it was a short weapon after all. And when he used sacred blood bow and arrow, Hansen needed time to prepare. The damage the boomerang cost and its flexibility meant a lot to Hansen. Since he was already close to the cave, Hansen planned to have a look. After parting way with Qing and Yuan, Hansen went to check out the underground cave. Again, he saw the ghost butterflies with blue flames flickering on their wings. Hansen summoned Meowth, put super pet armor on it, and ordered it to rush to the butterflies. Groups of butterflies were awakened and became fireballs rushing toward Meowth. Blue flames hit Meowth as if they had hit a glass shield and bounced off immediately. The blue flames were flying across like fireworks, but Meowth was not hurt at all. Hearing the voice sounding in his mind, telling him ghost butterflies killed and beast souls gained, Hansen became overjoyed. Super pet armor was indeed outstanding. Boom! Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. Suddenly, Hansen heard the voice, which made him jump with joy. Checking Meowth, Hansen found his pet was still going forward as if nothing had happened. Super pet armor is simply wonderful. Hansen had never visited the underground cave before because the sacred blood ghost butterflies were still threatening to him. He could not even defend himself with his sacred blood armor on. This time, Hansen was planning to check out the performance of the super pet armor, which did not disappoint him. The explosion of the sacred blood ghost butterfly did not even leave any mark on the pet armor, let alone hurt Meowth. The pet armor was basically invincible. Hansen did not bring the rest of the group over, not because he did not want others to learn about the cave, but because he did not want them to see the super pet armor or Meowth. Watching Meowth having fun hunting the butterflies like a kitty cat, Hansen followed his pet delightedly, enjoying the gains without lifting a finger. All sorts of ghost butterflies were smashed against the super pet armor, contributing beast souls to Hansen. Meowth jumped up and down in the cave and cleared all the ghost butterflies. Hansen summoned his newly gained sacred blood black-feathered beast wings and followed Meowth in the air. A pair of black wings spread on Hansen's back, making him look like a dark angel. The speed of this pair of wings were the same as the purple-feathered dragon's. Last time Han Sen did not make it to the end of the cave, so he wanted to see for himself what was awaiting if he went further. Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Watching the ghost butterflies became more and more scarce, Han Sen heard another voice telling him about another sacred blood ghost butterfly beast soul. Another sacred blood one. Han Sen saw another blue ghost butterfly in his mind, flapping its wings and looking gorgeous. When Han Sen went deeper into the cave, there were few ghost butterflies left. Han Sen checked his mind and found that he already had 200 to 300 ghost butterfly beast souls, among which about 2 dozens were mutant and 2 were sacred blood. Such a great place. However, I wonder when there will be ghost butterflies again after I wiped them out just now. Han Sen glanced at the empty underground cave and Meowth, which seemed to be lamenting the fact that it could not play anymore. Deeper inside the cave, darkness prevented Han Sen to see the end. The cave was extremely deep, and water kept flowing down. Although there were some sideways, the main cave never changed its direction, but went straight down to the center of the earth. Han Sen hesitated slightly and decided to let Meowth scout. According to Han Sen's previous experience, there are generally very strong creatures in deep caves like this one. Since the direction was pretty straightforward, he was not worried about getting lost and was in no hurry to leave. After more than half a day, Han Sen suddenly entered a large space. Water started to go down straight and became a waterfall. Standing at the end of the narrow path, Han Sen could not see where the water was falling using the light of the torch. It was deep and dark and silent. Han Sen could not even tell how deep the larger cave was, given that he could not even hear the sound of the waterfall. Han Sen looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted as his glance swept across. Using the torch, Han Sen saw someone sitting opposite him. "Who is there?" Han Sen yelled at the person, but there was no response. Looking around vigilantly, Han Sen felt something must be wrong. He was about 100 feet from the person, so he should not be able to see the person with the dim light of the torch. The reason Han Sen was able to see the person was that the person was glowing. In the beginning, Han Sen thought it was the person's clothes that were glowing. Maybe it was made of some fluorescent materials. However, very soon, Han Sen made sure that it was not the clothes, but the person himself was glowing. After checking carefully, Han Sen was surprised to find that it was not a living person. Although it looked exactly like a living person, it was obvious that its exposed face and hands were dried up. It was impossible for a living person to have this kind of feature. Different from a dead person or a skeleton, the man had his skin and muscles intact, although water had left his body cells. Because his skin was glowing, he did not even look like a mummy. "Are you alive or dead? If you're alive, say something." Han Sen was not quite sure whether the person had died. Han Sen became curious about this dead man, wondering why he would die there in such a strange way. Checking left and right and making sure nothing was abnormal, Han Sen flapped his wings and approached the person with caution. While approaching the dead man, Han Sen checked him out. The clothing on the man was very strange, much different from modern clothing. The material and style of his clothing were like the ancient clothes human wore before they ever left planet Earth. However, Han Sen decided that this idea was ridiculous. At that time, men did not even have the ability to survive in the universe, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary. Maybe he was just a guy who liked to dress weirdly. Han Sen thought to himself. When he was about 20 feet from the dead man, Han Sen did not continue to approach him. Moving left and right, Han Sen observed the dead man from all angles. A dead man that looked like he was still alive, that was the only way Han Sen could describe this person. He looked like a breathing person except for the fact that his body had dried up. However, he looked more like a statue made of jade or something, glowing with fluorescent light. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes were caught by something next to the left hand of the dead man, which looked like it belonged to the man. The dead man was sitting with his legs crossed and arms hanging naturally on a platform about 6 feet long extruding from the stone wall. Beside his left hand, there was something that looked like a scroll. At this point, Hansen was certain that it was a dead man. Since there was no danger he could sense, Hansen hesitated, landed on the platform, and picked up the scroll. The scroll looked like it was made of silk, but the touch of it felt more like leather. Hansen looked at the dead man before he opened the scroll. There were lots of miniature characters written on the scroll, at least 30,000 characters on the 3-foot-long scroll. The majority of the characters were embroidered using some special threads, while the last portion was written by a certain kind of liquid. The handwriting of the two parts was also quite different. Hansen believed they were from two different hands. Hansen tried to read the scroll, but found that the characters he knew were rather limited. Some of the characters he was familiar with, but not sure if they meant what he thought they meant. Is it some ancient language from the early days of mankind? Hansen pondered. The universal language of the Alliance came from a certain country in the early days of mankind. However, the language had already gone through a lot of adjustments. Most people no longer recognized the older languages. However, in artifacts like calligraphy, older languages could still be found, which seemed to be similar to the characters in the scroll. Quite a weird dead guy. Hansen checked the dead man out again. The dead man was about 30 or 40 years old. Although he looked dried up, Hansen was still able to tell that he must have looked handsome when he was alive. "Brother, since you have died already, you have no use of your belongings. I'm sure you'd rather do some charity work for a poor living guy like me." Hansen reached his hand toward the dead man. He was no stranger to death and did not mind doing something like this. However, the moment Hansen touched the clothes of the dead man, the material immediately turned into dust. Pulled by Hansen, the clothes were immediately blown away. All of a sudden, nothing was left on the dead man's body. How come the clothes are so old? Hansen paused and looked to the person again. The dead man was naked right now, but his whole body looked sacred and solemn. Hansen looked the body all over and found nothing but the scroll. I wonder who he was. There is no chance he came from the ancient times, right? Even Hansen felt amused by his own thought. There were very limited technologies in the ancient times. It was simply impossible for someone to teleport at that time. In addition to the dead body, there was nothing else. Hansen then summoned the cursed wolf dagger and cut a hole in the stone wall. He placed the body into the hole, filled the hole with rocks, and said, "Since I damaged your clothes, I will give you a place to rest. As for the scroll, you would not need it as a dead man. I will take it back to have a look. Maybe I can find out who you are and ask your family to bury you properly." Hansen then looked around. He did not have anywhere else to go other than the deeper cave. Hansen looked into the depths of the cave and tried to fly down. After flying for a few miles, he still could not see the bottom of the cave. Watching the darkness that looked like an entrance to the hell, Hansen felt scared. He hesitated and felt like it was unnecessary to take such risks. Hansen flew up and went back to Devil Desert from the path where he came from. Hansen spent 2 more days in Devil Desert and found no more sacred blood creatures. He went to the area where the sacred blood fox king used to be and failed to find it. To Hansen's surprise, Golden Rockworm King had accomplished its transformation. Super Golden Rockworm King, pet, evolved and transformed. Seeing the Golden Rockworm King that had finished its transformation, Hansen felt dumbstruck. Its gigantic body had become much smaller after transformation. It used to be the size of a bus, but had shrunk to the size of a car. However, the golden shell had become thicker. In addition, it had grown 4 pairs of sharp claws that looked like the sickle of the deaf. Behind its body, it had also developed a tail like a scorpion's. Behind its back, 2 pairs of golden wings buzzed like a bee's so fast that they were almost invisible. Ferocious was the word Hansen was thinking when seeing the Super Golden Rockworm King. The worm was completely different from what it used to be. Evolution. Super pet. Han Sen had become so overjoyed that he did not know how to organize his words. Although he had hope, the chance was so low that he felt surreal when his hope actually became true. Ha ha. Han Sen summoned the golden rockworm king and couldn't resist laughing when seeing how good the pet looked. Super pet plus super pet armor, I don't know who can stop my maxing out on super geno points. Han Sen felt quite proud. He cannot wait to find more super creatures to kill. However, it remained an issue where to find a super creature. Unlike Starry Group, which had a huge intelligence network and large amounts of capital and manpower, or Ares Marshall Hall, which had talents in all shelters, Han Sen was on his own. To find a super creature, the only way was to piece together fragmented information from the news on the Skynet and the platform of the Special Squad. With the Super Rockworm King, Han Sen did not want to find a sacred blood creature anymore. Instead, he immediately went to Steel Armor Shelter, wanting to find a super creature so that he could max out on super geno points as soon as possible. However, before Han Sen reached Steel Armor Shelter, he felt something was wrong. Many people were fleeing from the shelter with a terrorized look. Some people were even injured. Han Sen would not feel much if it were just a few people. However, more and more people started to flood out of the shelter, which was abnormal. "Brother, what's happening?" Han Sen pulled someone passing by and asked. "Creature." A creature came to the shelter. The person said, frightened. Han Sen paused. It was common for a creature to make its way into a shelter in second or third God's sanctuary. However, in first God's sanctuary, creatures would not even approach a shelter. Han Sen had never heard of any incidents in which a creature attacked humans in the shelter. In fact, he thought it had never happened before. How many creatures were in the shelter? Han Sen asked hastily. 1. The guy replied. 1. What creature? Maybe it's a super creature? Han Sen's brows were knitted. Steel Armor Shelter was not a weak shelter. There were a lot of strong men in the shelter. One creature frightened so many people out of the shelter, which proved the strength of the creature. A lion. A giant golden lion. The guy stuttered. The words made Han Sen's heart sink. Golden lion. Could it be that baby golden growler? Han Sen walked faster toward Steel Armor Shelter. The closer he got to the shelter, the more people running away from the shelter he saw. Many people were injured and crying. Han Sen also saw many people pulling dead bodies out of the shelter. It looked like there were quite a lot of casualties, since no one could have imagined a creature making its way into the shelter. There were so many weaker people in the shelter. If it was really a super creature, Han Sen did not think they could even be able to run away. Han Sen gritted his teeth and went against the crowds, entering Steel Armor Shelter. He saw a giant golden lion raging among the buildings of the shelter from afar. Although many strong men were attacking it, none could stop it. The golden lion was still killing like crazy. Golden Growler. You must be the little golden growler. Watching the grown golden growler, which was as tall as a two-story building, Han Sen felt surprised and pleased. He was pleased that he got to meet the baby golden growler again, as he now had the ability to kill it. This golden growler was simply a godsend. However, Han Sen was surprised how big the golden growler had grown. When it moved its paw, it could easily tear down a room. Each room was a private space equipped with a teleport device. Everyone was naturally assigned his or her room when coming to First God's Sanctuary. However, in Higher God's Sanctuary, humans were completely on their own. They would need to build or fight for their own shelter, and sometimes they would even be attacked by creatures in the shelter. Watching the golden growler crushing buildings and rooms, Han Sen's heart raced because the golden growler was about to reach his room in the shelter. Han Sen did not care about anything else but the archer crow he was feeding, which should not be revealed in public no matter what. The golden growler stamped on the buildings and people who had not made their way out yet, looking like a vicious dragon. Golden Growler approached his own room. Without any hesitation, Hansen summoned the Super Golden Rockworm King in super pet armor. He shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen and summoned the Cursed Wolf Dagger. Standing on the back of the Golden Rockworm King, Hansen rushed toward the Golden Growler. With its 4 wings buzzing, the Golden Rockworm King looked like an alien creature, wielding its 4 sharp claws at the Golden Growler. Hansen was standing on the back of the Worm King, his blonde hair dancing in the wind and his ruby crown shining under the sun. With the Cursed Wolf Dagger in his hand, Hansen fixed his gaze upon the Golden Growler. Broken buildings and damaged bodies were everywhere. People were crying and shouting. Those who could fight in steel armor shelter, no matter which gang they were from, had all joined the fight. No one wanted to see steel armor shelter ruined. If they lost their own room, which was their safe space, everything would become difficult for them in God's sanctuary. Especially for the large gangs and merchants, losing their rooms meant the loss of a safe warehouse or transition space, which would cost tremendous damages. Many precious items were stored in the rooms. If ruined by the Golden Growler, many people would become poor overnight. Numerous arrows flew to the Golden Growler like a shower, which did absolutely no harm to the creature. In the eyes of the Golden Growler, the attack was like drizzle. Even Littlefinger, who was already a first-class fighter in First God's Sanctuary, could not even hurt the Golden Growler with a sacred blood weapon. When hundreds of different weapons cut on the Golden Growler, the creature could simply shake its body to get rid of both the weapons and their owners. The Golden Growler was like a monster from hell, crushing and smashing everything in its way. Whoever happened to be standing under its paw would become a pool of mud immediately. Blood flowed and became a river. It looks like apocalypse in steel armor shelter. With the screaming and howling, one would have goosebumps even it was noon. Retreat! Retreat! Littlefinger ordered everyone to retreat. It was not because he did not want to buy more time for the merchants and ladies who did not have much ability to fight, but because he could no longer keep fighting. In a short amount of time, the Fist Gang had already lost a few core members. The situation of Steel Armor Gang and the Disciples was not any better than the Fist Gang. Plus, Steel Armor Gang had suffered the most loss. Many members of the Steel Armor Gang were military school students. The education they received gave them more courage to sacrifice themselves. However, no matter how brave they were, it was simply useless in front of Golden Growler. The blood made people's hearts tremble, and deaths brought despair. At this point, even if the Steel Armor Gang wanted to retreat, it would be too late, given how fast the Golden Growler was. Its giant body did not affect its speed. If no one could distract the creature, none could run away from it. The Steel Armor Gang had become the last line of defense. As the members were becoming desperate and about to make suicidal attacks, they suddenly saw the murderous Golden Lion stop. Everyone was dazed. The Golden Lion raised its head, staring into the sky, and had an angry look on its face. What could possibly cause the anger of such a frightening creature? Everyone followed the Golden Lion's sight and became dumbstruck. A monster in jade armor fell from the sky. Although it was much smaller than the Golden Lion, it looked even more vicious. On the back of the armored beast stood a man with golden hair and red armor, who looked like Apollo. Hansen. Many people who knew Hansen couldn't help but yelp. As people were taken aback, the Golden Lion suddenly roared and jumped into the air, throwing itself at the Golden Rockworm King. Seeing the look in the Golden Growler's eyes, Hansen knew that the creature had recognized himself. The lion's eyes were filled with hatred. Hansen was sure the creature wanted to rip himself apart. Let's finish everything here and now. Hansen gripped the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, staring at the Golden Growler. Boom! The Golden Growler clashed with the transformed Golden Rockworm King. Although the Worm King was just about 1/10 the size of Golden Growler, it did not back off after the clash. The 8 sharp claws dug deep into the fur of the Golden Growler. Roar. The golden growler felt the pain and held. Its paw hit the golden rockworm king, knocking the worm away, which then caused several buildings to collapse. The moment the golden growler laid its paw on the rockworm king, Hansen's heart started to thump like a running engine, almost jumping out of his chest. Chi and blood quickly rushed into Hansen's body, making him burn with explosive energy. The cursed wolf dagger almost became one with Hansen and went toward an eye of the golden growler. Previously, Hansen could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler. However, Hansen had become much stronger. With the super beast soul, cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Hansen was not who he used to be. The dagger was stabbed into the eye of the golden growler hard, as if it was stabbed into rubber. Hansen used all he got and pushed the dagger inward. Roar. As blood flowed, the golden growler howled, trying to hit Hansen with its forepaw. The moment Hansen pierced the golden eye, he had already kicked the golden growler's face in order to retreat. When he was in the air, the Worm King threw itself under Hansen's feet, helping its master avoid the golden growler's paw. With a bleeding eye, the golden growler had incredible hatred in its only eye left. With a roar, it quickly hit Hansen and the golden rockworm king again at an incredible speed. Hansen looked cold. Stepping on the golden rockworm king's back, he dodged the paw and stabbed at its other eye. When the golden growler tried to take its paw back to hit Hansen, the rockworm king had already dug its claws into the lion's paw, its tail piercing its fur, making the golden growler scream. Hansen threw himself at the lion, piercing the other eye of the golden growler. Blood suddenly colored the golden eye red. Roar. Growling continuously, the golden growler quickly rushed toward a direction, knocking down countless buildings. It eventually broke out of the shelter and ran away. Watching golden growler leaving embarrassed, loud cheers exploded in the shelter. Many were shouting Hansen's name. However, Hansen had no time to respond. Standing on the back of the golden rockworm king, Hansen quickly chased after the golden growler. This time, he will not let the creature off the hook again. Kill it. Many people were shouting their hearts out, wishing they were able to kill golden growler, and even alive like Hansenator, humans had never experienced such cruelty in first God's sanctuary. The blood of family and friends made them furious. Buzzing its four wings, the golden rockworm king quickly went after the golden growler. When it was about to catch up with the lion, Hansen deliberately slowed down a little bit as he did not want anyone to see him kill the golden growler. Hansen wondered if the golden growler would disappear like other super creatures, which would look suspicious to other people. Hansen was confident to kill the golden growler at this point. All he needed to do was to wait for the golden growler to run to a desolated spot, which would be the moment he made his move. Being blind, the golden growler could no longer tell which direction it was going. Its eyes were bleeding, but the blood was going back into its injuries. It looked like it was healing. Bang bang. All the rocks and trees were knocked away by the golden growler. The creature eventually entered dark swamp. Go deeper. Hansen was pleased with the fact that the creature had entered the least populated place, creating the perfect opportunity for him to kill it. Following the golden growler into the dark swamp with his wings, Hansen saw all the creatures in the lion's way knocked dead or stamped on. The fitness level of a super creature was much higher than any other creature. Even when it was blind already, no one could hurt it unless they had a super beast soul weapon. Watching the golden growler going deeper into the swamp where there was no one nearby, Hansen no longer hesitated and ordered the golden rockworm king to go at the blind golden growler. Its four wings buzzing, the golden rockworm king strangled the golden growler with its barbed tail. The tail pierced the creature's neck and the blood started to flow. Meanwhile, the 8 sharp claws the rockworm king locked the golden growler's head down, stabbing inside its skull. The golden growler cried in despair, trying to hit the golden rockworm king with its paw. However, it only made some noises of metal on metal. Hansen summoned his black feathered wings, hovering in the air and watching his pet fighting the golden growler. The super pet and super pet armor was almost invincible. Even the golden growler could not injure the golden rockworm king. Instead, it was haunted by the worm king and attacked by 8 sharp claws. The golden hair of the lion was shaved by the claws, and bloody scars crisscrossed on its head, looking miserable. Let's end it here. Seeing that the golden rockworm king could not really kill the golden growler, Hansen gripped the dagger and rushed toward the stomach of the golden growler. In Hansen's hand, the cursed wolf dagger made a cut of 12 feet long on the stomach of golden growler. Golden blood jetted out like a spring, mixed with pieces of inner organs. Roar! The golden growler cried, waving its paws and trying to kill its enemy. However, it could no longer tell where the enemy was. As its blood left its body, the golden growler quickly became weak. Hansen jumped on its head and stabbed the dagger into its brain, accelerating its death. After all, the golden growler had not grown as strong as its mother. It was only at the same level as the cursed wolf. Compared to the invincible large golden growler, it was still much lacking. If the golden growler had become as strong as its parent, Hansen was afraid that the entire steel armor shelter would be crushed by the creature. At that point, Hansen could not guarantee he would be able to stop it. Super creature golden growler killed. Beast soul of golden growler gained. Life essence available. Meat edible. Watching the dead golden growler, Hansen was dazed. This time, the voice was different from before. Hansen was happy that he was able to gain the beast soul of the golden growler. However, after killing several super creatures, it was the first time the body of the creature did not disappear. In addition, the voice had always told him that the meat of super creature was inedible, yet this time it said something different. If the meat was indeed edible, Hansen wondered why the voice did not say it could bring him more super geno points. In conclusion, the voice was kind of weird. Hansen watched the creature's body with his brows knitted. The golden growler is different from other creatures. Hansen quickly forgot about this issue. He was overjoyed that he had gained the super beast soul, life essence, and even the meat of the golden growler. Hansen was surprised how lucky he was. Hansen had thought that he had used up his luck, given how lucky he had been recently. However, he still gained the beast soul, and even gained the body of a super creature. Hansen did not dare to hesitate much longer. He quickly dissected the body of the golden growler with the cursed wolf dagger, searching for its life essence. Hansen almost tore its entire body up to find the golden crystal in its skull. Although the golden crystal was much smaller than that of its parent, it was still the size of a basketball. Hansen quickly licked at the crystal. As he drank the golden liquid, he felt his entire body was on fire. Strength was instilled into his body cells, making his entire body stronger. Life essence of golden growler consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Hearing the wonderful voice in his mind, Hansen almost laughed out loud. He licked the crystal faster. Hearing the voice telling him about his newly gained super geno points, Hansen felt he was on top of the world. The life essence of the golden growler gave Hansen another 8 super geno points. Hansen now had 60 super geno points. After finishing the life essence, Hansen felt more cheerful than ever. He glanced at the meat of the golden growler. Since the meat could be eaten, I believe it should also give me super geno points. The body of this creature is so big that I wonder when I can finish eating it. Watching the golden growler cut into pieces by him, Hansen felt worried. Any piece in front of him was taller than himself. Hansen wondered how he could eat it. Let me try some first. Hansen picked a tender piece and made a thin slice. Without time to cook, Hansen decided to taste it raw. Very soon, Hansen found out sadly that the meat was as tough as ever. Hansen chewed the meat and felt as if he was chewing calfskin. There was no way his teeth could tear up the meat. In the end, Hansen decided to simply swallow the meat since the slice was quite thin. However, after he swallowed it up, nothing had happened. Even if this piece of meat did not give him any geno point, Hansen should still be able to hear the voice telling him no geno point gained. However, after swallowing, Hansen had heard nothing. What the heck? Hansen felt quite upset. He hesitated and summoned Holy Angel, wondering if she would eat it. If she could not eat it, then the meat was useless. After seeing the meat of Golden Growler, Holy Angel was overjoyed and threw itself at the meat. Holding a piece of meat, she gobbled away. The meat Hansen could not even chew was easily torn into pieces by Holy Angel with her teeth. All pets would be winners at eating contests. Hansen was dumbstruck by the way Holy Angel ate. Momentarily, the little girl had already swallowed a piece of meat taller than Senator Hansen wondered where the volume went in the belly of the Holy Angel. However, the Holy Angel did not mean to stop. She quickly went to another piece of meat and started to eat. Hansen saw the little girl started to grow as she ate the meat of the Golden Growler. Her hair became longer and chest fuller. Her legs became longer, and a pair of white wings started to grow on her back. Hansen felt the little girl looked more and more like the creature she used to be. Her wings became bigger and her body more curvaceous. Jade armor started to formulate on her body as well. Holy Angel. She really had become the Holy Angel. Hansen was dumbstruck and did not know what to say. After eating a small part of the Golden Growler meat, the little girl had grown into a woman. However, the change had not stopped. The Holy Angel was still bearing her face in the meat. As she ate, the figure of Holy Angel started to shift again. Her blonde hair became almost transparent, her white armor became golden, and even her eyes and halo became pure gold. The Holy Angel turned into an elegant goddess, covered in a sacred aura. After eating all the meat of the Golden Growler, the Holy Angel turned and walked to Senator. She approached Hansen until their faces met. Watching the gorgeous yet ice-cold face of the beauty, Hansen was wondering what she wanted to do. All of a sudden, the Holy Angel held Hansen's face with both hands and covered his mouth with her red lips. Damn it! I am molested by a pet. Hansen stared his eyes wide, feeling incredulous. As Hansen was having complex feelings, he suddenly felt suction from the mouth of the Holy Angel. She sucked the piece of meat that he just swallowed out from Hansen's stomach. Holy Angel released Hansen and swallowed the piece of meat, which seemed to make her look more mysterious and pretty. Evolution of Holy Angel complete. Hansen heard the voice in his mind. Checking the data of Holy Angel, Hansen was dazed. Holy Angel, super pet, can further evolve. Hansen could understand that the Holy Angel had evolved into a super creature after eating the meat of the Golden Growler. However, after she had already become a super pet, the system said she could even evolve further, which was beyond Hansen's comprehension. Hansen had never heard that a pet beast soul could evolve twice. In addition, a super pet must be the top being in First God's Sanctuary. If the Holy Angel could evolve even further, what would she become? Watching the innocent girl standing in front of him, Hansen did not know what to think. After finishing evolution, the Holy Angel had dismissed her transformed state and become the little girl again, looking at Hansen with her eyes wide. Hansen was shocked. Technically speaking, a pet could not decide its state for itself. Some intelligent pets could react automatically under emergencies, which was also quite rare and limited. Dismissing its own transformed state like the Holy Angel was simply beyond the ability of a pet. Hansen regarded the Holy Angel with his brows knitted and took her back. Fortunately, the beast soul did not resist. This is so strange. I believe it's the Golden Growler. Other super creatures all disappeared after being killed, but the Golden Growler had edible meat. There must be some mysteries. Hansen did not have any clues. In Steel Armor Shelter, everyone was talking about the creature and Senator. They had never heard about a creature attacking a shelter in First God's Sanctuary. The fact that Hansen had chased the creature away made a lot of people in Steel Armor Shelter grateful to him. Many people in Steel Armor Shelter posted on the Skynet about the issue, giving rise to quite a lot of attention. The shelters in First God's Sanctuary were not built by humans, but a part of the God's Sanctuary system. No creatures dared to come close to the shelter before, yet one suddenly attacked a shelter, which naturally made breaking news. Ningyu was also reading about the incident. Although there was no picture or video, Ningyu was paying a lot of attention, especially to the part about Hansen. After a long time, Ningyu turned his device off and asked an old man who looked like a steward, "Is everyone ready?" "Yes, young master. Everyone is ready, but are you really going to do that?" The old man asked Ningyu. "We cannot touch someone from the special squad, especially someone connected to the Qins. If we want to capture him alive, we can only do it in God's sanctuary," Ningyu said casually. "But young master, you don't need to go yourself," the old man said worriedly. "That guy is not an ordinary person," Ningyu said quietly and walked to the teleport device. Ningyu slowly walked into the cold liquid of the evolution pool. Initially, he did not want to become an evolver so soon. Once he finished evolution, he must leave First God's Sanctuary in a short amount of time, otherwise his body would be damaged permanently. However, Ningyu still chose to evolve at this point. He had so many doubts about Hansen that he felt it was worthwhile for him to evolve. Although he had summoned 13 evolvers with their sacred geno points maxed out who worked for Starry Group in different shelters, Ningyu still chose to evolve himself as well. Ningyu did not want to give Hansen any opportunity of survival. He only trusted himself with this mission. Although Starry Group was powerful, they did not want to mess with the special squad unless they had to, especially in the case that Hansen worked for Qin Xian. Ningyu could not do anything to Hansen in the alliance, so he had to do it in God's sanctuary. In the evolution pool, Ningyu's body was undergoing significant changes. Other people only knew about Son of Heaven, while few people knew that Ningyu was the most talented in his generation of the Nings. Although he did not have the best health, Ningyu was the only person who had practiced the sword skills of the family successfully. Before God's Sanctuary was discovered, an ancestor of the Nings was one of the few people who had mastered sword skills. Their skills were called Ke, which had been considered a famous school since ancient times. Since people had found God's Sanctuary, the Ke techniques were adapted into super Geno arts and became even stronger. However, Ningyu did not think that. Although the super Geno art was strong, Ningyu thought his family never had another sword master like his grandfather Ningtie since the invention of the super Geno art. When Ningyu was a little boy and just started to learn to use sword, he abandoned the strong super Geno art and insisted on practicing the old sword techniques. When he just started, the techniques were not even close to the modern super Geno art, but Ningyu did not question his own decision. 2 years ago, Ningyu finally succeeded in practicing the old sword techniques and understood its essence. He eventually knew how ridiculous the adaptation was. Initially, Ningyu thought no one in First God's Sanctuary would be a worthy opponent for him to use the actual Ke sword skills. After meeting Hansen, Ningyu thought everything had changed. Ningyu had so many doubts about Hansenator. If Hansen had become an evolver when they first met, he had been staying in First God's Sanctuary for too long, which should have already caused his body harm. No one would be so dumb. If he had not become an evolver, he did already have the strength beyond an unevolved person. Ningyu could only think of one possibility, which was that Hansen had already acquired super genes. Ningyu even suspected that the dagger of Hansen was a beast soul beyond sacred blood beast soul. Otherwise, how could it be so sharp? However, Ningyu did not dare to tell anyone about it. Ningyu was not the only person who was pursuing super genes, and the Nings was not the only family who knew about it. Ningyu did not want anyone to know about Hansen, otherwise Ningyu himself would have even less chance. Therefore, Ningyu could only depend on himself even at the cost of leaving First God's Sanctuary early. He had to figure out Hansen's secret. Ningyu did not want any accident. Therefore, he had used all his connections to gather the 13 advanced fighters who were about to max out on their super Geno points, help them fill their Geno point count up, and make them evolve. Ningyu had been preparing all this, which was why he did not make a move on Han Senator. What he was waiting for was this opportunity. After reading about the news that Han Sen had beaten the Golden Lion, Ningyu was even more certain that Han Sen had acquired the power beyond sacred genes. Meanwhile, Han Sen was drooling before the Golden Growler in the 7th warehouse. The beast soul of the Golden Growler was a mount. The super mount had not only incredible speed but also adjustable size. At Han Sen's command, the Golden Growler could be as large as a small hill. Its smallest was still the size of an elephant. In addition, the Golden Growler had a tough body and an incredible ability to bear weight, which was outstanding for a mount. Han Sen wondered if the Golden Growler had other abilities, which he was not sure of so far. Riding the Golden Growler in its smallest form in the warehouse, Han Sen felt fantastic. The ride was so comfortable, like he was in an advanced private aircraft, even when the mount was running at its full speed. This is the ride that gets me, girls. Han Sen felt excited. Maybe he could take Ji Yanran for a ride on the Golden Growler sometime and maybe even do something naughty with her. What would the term be if we do it on the lion's back? Han Sen wondered. After playing around for a while, Han Sen took the Golden Growler back and started to look for information on the Skynet using his comlink. After finding what he needed, Han Sen opened the scroll he took from the cave, scanned it with his comlink, and machine translated the characters into modern language using the device. Indeed, the characters were in an ancient language, which were easily translated into the modern language. Han Sen carefully checked its content. In the beginning, Han Sen felt quite relaxed, as he was just trying to determine where the guy was from. After a while, however, Han Sen's face became grim. Shortly, Han Sen was shocked. In the end, he couldn't even close his mouth. Han Sen could not believe what was written on the scroll was true. This must be a prank. How come this is possible? After Han Sen read the content, he was appalled. However, thinking about how strange the dead body looked, maybe it was true. If it is true, then the entire alliance would be shocked. It is completely against what we know so far. Han Sen could not calm himself down reading the translated text. According to the translated text, the owner of the scroll, aka the dead man, was from ancient times when cold steel was the only weapon material. They did not even have electricity, let alone teleport devices. A man from that time could teleport into God's sanctuary using just their body, which was hard to believe. The latter part of the scroll was a statement of the writer. According to him, he was a Taoist who styled himself as Dong Xian. He was the leader of an organization called Xian Men. Having committed himself to Taoism, he eventually reached the state where he could break through the vacuum. However, after breaking through the vacuum, Dong Xian found that he did not reach heaven. Or, the heaven he reached was different from his imagination. He appeared in a different world, where everything was beyond his comprehension. Unfortunately, although Dong Xian was successful in breaking through the vacuum, his body was severely injured by the shift. Shortly after he reached this world, he wrote down the scroll and died. Han Sen felt the story absurd. Using one's own body to break through the vacuum so that one could teleport into God's sanctuary must require incredible strength. Even demigods in the contemporary time could not achieve that. Han Sen felt like it was just a fairy tale. The former part of the scroll was a Taoist martial art called Dongxian Sutra. According to Dongxian himself, it was his life's work and invention based on a Taoist martial art. It was with Dongxian Sutra that Dongxian had achieved the state of breaking through the vacuum and landed in God's sanctuary. When he traveled through the vacuum, almost everything Dongxian was wearing got destroyed, including a treasure piece he was wearing called the feathered cloak. Only Dongxian Sutra, made of void silk, was kept intact. I wonder if it is true. If Dongxian was telling the truth, then this Dongxian Sutra should be even better than demigod hyper-geno arts. Hansen read Dongxian Sutra with suspicion. It seemed that Dongxian Sutra was too difficult for the machine to translate. Hansen could not understand the translated text and felt confused. For generic content, the machine translation was good enough. However, for a sutra, the machine translation was either wrong or messy. It seems that I should not try to translate Dongxian Sutra using a machine. I have to learn the ancient language myself. Hansen translated the text word by word but found that many characters had multiple meanings, and he had no way to determine what they actually meant. Hansen found that even if he knew what each character meant, he could not understand the article. Hansen eventually understood why the machine had failed at the task. For an ancient language like this, it was essential for the reader to have the knowledge in a certain area before reading. Although Hansen could guess the meaning here and there, he did not dare to try practicing what he guessed. Hansen had to set Dongxian Sutra aside and started to study the materials of the ancient language department of Blackhawk. It took time for Hansen to learn the ancient language, and it could not be rushed. After resting for 2 days, Hansen started to plan to transfer the beast souls of Dollar back to his own identity. Su Xiaoqiao, who had now become the team lead of Bullseye, was hunting a mutant creature with a group of people. Suddenly, someone dashed from a forest in front of him and cut the mutant creature in half. "Damn it! Who gives you the nerve to snatch my creature? Are you tired of living this life?" Su Xiaoqiao bristled. However, when seeing who it was, he quickly stopped and stared his eyes wide. "Dollar, you did not evolve?" "Very soon. So, I want to sell all my beast souls and need your help," Hansen said and transferred all his beast souls and gear to Su Xiaoqiao. Hearing the voice telling him about Sacred Blood Beast Soul after Sacred Blood Beast Soul, Su Xiaoqiao was completely dumbstruck. When Hansen was about to leave, Su Xiaoqiao came to himself and exclaimed, "Dollar, you're not afraid that I will keep the beast souls for myself?" "No, I'm not," said Hansen casually without turning back. Su Xiaoqiao quickly asked, "You haven't given me a price yet. And where should I find you after they're sold?" "Do an auction. I only want S-class licenses of the Evolver level." "I will go find you," Hansen said and disappeared in the mountains. Of course, he was not afraid that Su Xiaoqiao would keep the beast souls. After all, Su Xiaoqiao was working for Steel Armor Gang, and Hansen knew everything about him. The beast souls are so good. Well, there is even a sacred blood pet. Although he took off his armor, he was still covering his face, and I cannot tell what he looks like. What a pity. Su Xiaoqiao licked his lips and lamented. "Boss, is that guy really Dollar? Why would he ask you to do the auction for him? What is your relationship? What beast souls did he give you?" Su Xiaoqiao had not completely recovered from the shock, so there was no way he could answer that. Very soon, the news got out that Dollar asked Su Xiaoqiao to do an auction of his beast souls in Steel Armor Shelter. Many people were shocked. No one knew that Dollar was still in First God's Sanctuary, and no one could foresee that Dollar's beast souls would be for sale. Many people investigated Su Xiaoqiao and determined that he could not be Dollar. At this point, Mingyu had also come to Steel Armor Shelter to find Han Senator. When hearing the news, he also looked into the background of Su Xiaoqiao and reached the same conclusion as others. "Young master, Su Xiaoqiao is going to do the auction tomorrow. Should we attend the auction?" Lu Lin asked. The Sacred Blood Beast souls of Dollar were quite famous and coveted by many. Mingyu was deep in his thoughts. He murmured, "Dollar. Hansen. These two. Go get me the information you gathered on both of them." "Young master, you're saying that Hansen is Dollar?" Lu Lin was dazed. "We will know the answer to that question very soon. Go prepare for the auction," Mingyu said quietly. Every once in a while, Steel Armor Gang would organize an auction. It was rather easy for Su Xiaoqiao to conduct another one with the trained personnel. On the day of the auction, almost everyone with some status in Steel Armor Shelter came. Ningyu and Lu Lin were covering their faces, observing in the crowd. Ningyu's gaze lingered on Han Senator. It seemed that he was trying to tell something from Han Sen's look. The 4 items that Han Sen gave Su Xiaoqiao were Sacred Blood Black Beetle Armor, Bloody Slayer, Meowth, and Spinning Spear. Too many people knew that Han Sen had made the last shot at the purple-feathered dragon and claimed to not have gained the beast soul, which was why Han Sen did not give the pair of wings to Su Xiaoqiao. Before the auction started, Han Sen felt he was being watched. He resisted the temptation to look back. When Qing came over to say hi, Han Sen stood up and glanced casually to the back. Ningyu is also here? Han Sen greeted Qing as if nothing had happened but felt slightly surprised. Although Ningyu was covered in beast soul armor and his face could not be seen, Han Sen had a deep impression of him and still recognized him. He recognized me, Ningyu said quietly. Really? Lu Lin looked to Han Sen, who was talking to Qing incredulously. Han Sen only glanced at them and did not even look twice. Since Ningyu was dressed like this, Lu Lin did not believe that Han Sen could recognize Ningyu. In addition, Han Sen did not look like he had seen Ningyu given how calm he was. Ningyu smiled and did not say anything. However, he took back the beast soul armor and revealed his face. Ningyu is probably here to kill me, Han Sen thought after sitting down. However, he did not know what Ningyu was about to do. It was steel armor shelter and Han Sen was at home. Would Ningyu harm him in public? After the auction started, Han Sen had not been able to close his mouth. His initial plan was to purchase all the beast souls himself. It was his money anyway. Su Xiaoqiao would get a small cut was all. He did not expect the prices would go so high though. Even the Black Beetle armor, which was of the lowest value, was already worth 5 S-class licenses of the Evolver level and more. Qing, are you crazy? Although the Sacred Blood armor is precious, I'm sure it's not so precious. When Qing bid 8 S-class licenses of the Evolver level, Han Sen thought he was out of his mind. Haha, brother, it is more than just Sacred Blood armor. This is Dollar's signature and only his name would be worth this much. Many people around Qing seemed to agree with him, especially Hai Yun, who was standing S-class licenses like water. When he bid 10 licenses, everyone was silent. Han Sen was dazed and thought, 10 S-class licenses of the Evolver level? It must be billions of dollars, while the Sacred Blood armor would probably only be worth 200 to 300 million. Han Sen wanted to purchase his own beast souls back initially, but he was having second thoughts. S-class licenses were rare items that could hardly be purchased. Even if he had no use of them, he could always trade them for beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary. 10 licenses were a price that Han Sen could not say no to. Having given up the idea of purchasing the Black Beetle armor, Han Sen decided to let Hai Yun keep it. The bidding for the Bloody Slayer was even more heated. Hai Yun had raised the price to 15 licenses without even blinking. Han Sen felt what had happened was beyond his understanding. He even doubted whether the S-class licenses had been depreciating. Hai Yun, are these beast souls really worth it? Han Sen asked Hai Yun. These are dollars, so they're different. Hai Yun was overjoyed that he won the auction of the Bloody Slayer. Hai Yun, you already have 2. Do not try to steal the last one from us, said Qing half seriously. Whoever gives the higher price would win it. If you pay more, you can have it, Hai Yun said. During the auction of Meowth, Han Sen felt torn. Although Meowth was no longer that useful to Han Sen, it was his pet for the longest time. Han Sen did not want to let Meowth go. Very soon, Meowth's price was raised to 15 licenses by Hai Yun. Everyone became silent. Few people had that many S-class licenses, which could not even be bought with money. Lin Beifeng was also quite rich, but he could not even come up with 5 S-class licenses. For universal S-class licenses, Han Sen gritted his teeth and set a price. He resisted the temptation of 15 S-Class licenses and would like to get Meowth back at all costs. Universal S-Class licenses? Han-sen, you would pay this much? Are you also a fan? Both Yuan and Qing were shocked. Not really a fan. I am just into pets, Han-sen smiled and said. 20 S-Class licenses, which should have a higher value. Haiyan still would not give up. That is hard to say. Su Xiaoqiao hesitated. Universal licenses win. All of a sudden, a voice came from the gate of the venue. Everyone turned and saw someone wearing a mask. Dollar? Su Xiaoqiao was surprised to see the person. The person looked exactly like Dollar when he was giving Su Xiaoqiao the beast souls. Su Xiaoqiao naturally recognized him. Dollar left after saying that. After all, it was just a doppelganger created by Han-sen using Beetle Knight. The shorter it appeared in front of people, the better. Should we follow him? Lu Lin looked to Ningyu. Ningyu shook his head and said, no need. Our target is Han Sr. Han-sen saw someone following the Beetle Knight but paid no mind to it. The Beetle Knight was a sacred blood beast soul and was controlled by Han-sen, so it was not difficult to get rid of the followers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Haiyun. Dollar had said himself that he preferred universal licenses. Su Xiaoqiao looked around and said, for universal licenses from Han-sen. Going once. Eventually, Han-sen won the auction of Meowth and had his beloved back. Even the Sacred Blood Gear spinning spear was bought by Haiyun with 2 Sacred Blood licenses. Han-sen did not expect this guy to be such a diehard fan of Dollar. Han-sen had earned 27 S-Class licenses of the Evolver level, and all he paid was 2 Sacred Blood Beast Souls and 1 Sacred Blood Gear. The price was simply unimaginable. If I was not afraid of his family, I would never have let Haiyun take in the 2 Beast Souls of Dollar. I should have bought at least one. Qing couldn't stop complaining after the auction was concluded. Han-sen felt shocked. It turned out the price was not high enough in the rich kids' eyes. They gave up only because they did not want to cross Haiyun. Han-sen knew that the 2 Beast Souls were expensive because of the fame of Dollar instead of their real worth. Han-sen, you should have purchased the armor or the shape-shifting beast soul. Although the pet was strong, the other 2 items were the signatures of Dollar. Qing lamented. Brother, would you like to sell the pet? Haiyun still did not want to let it go. He was obviously a perfectionist who had to have the whole set. Haiyun, I am so sorry. I need that pet and do not plan to sell it for the moment, said Han-sen. If you would like to sell it in the future, you have to come to me first. I am easy on the price, Haiyun said and left with regret. When Han-sen, Qing, and Yuan just walked out of the venue, a dozen people laid siege to them. Are you looking for trouble? Qing frowned and exclaimed. Ningyu walked out and said calmly, Qing, Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. It is personal between Han-sen and me. Feel free to leave and I will apologize to you later. Ningyu, what did Han-sen do? Qing and Yuan both frowned. Han-sen snatched our creature, Ningyu said quietly. It is just a creature. Name the price and I will pay for him, Qing said immediately. It is not about money, but about getting things straight. I hope you can understand, Ningyu said with no emotions. Qing and Yuan felt they were in an awkward position and both looked to Han-sen. Han-sen, what had happened? Su Xiaoqiao rushed out with his men from Steel Armor Gang. The Special Squad and the Steel Armor Gang were closely connected and could be considered a family. Seeing Han-sen in a siege, the gang members came to his rescue. Are we bullying them with number? Count me in. Look at where you are. How dare you try to cross Han-sen here? You must be blind. This is Steel Armor Shelter and you should go back to where you are. Very soon, the gang members had besieged Ningyu's men. Thank you so much. I will always remember how good you are to me. If you ever need me in the future, I'll be there. However, this matter is between Mingyu and me, and I will take care of it myself. Hansen quickly stopped the steel armor gang. Although others cannot tell, Hansen had known evolvers very well and could tell that the men Mingyu had brought were all evolvers with their sacred geno points maxed out. If they were really in a fight, although there were more people in the gang would still suffer a greater loss. Qing, Yuan, let me handle this myself, Hansen said to his two friends. If you need anything, just say the word. I will never see you being bullied. Qing raised his voice and said. Hansen, what do you say? Mingyu paid Qing no mind and asked Hansen with a smile. 13 evolvers with sacred geno points maxed out plus himself, he was determined to capture Hansen, no matter who was present. He was constrained by rules and laws in the alliance, but in God's sanctuary, no one could do anything as long as he did not kill Hansen in public. In addition, Mingyu did not plan to kill Hansen anyway. He had so many doubts about Hansen that he had to figure out. Let's find another place to have a talk, said Hansen calmly. So brave, Mingyu said and commanded the evolvers to force Hansen out of steel armor shelter. The steel armor gang, Qing, and Yuan were trying to follow them. However, Hansen asked him to go back. On one hand, Hansen did not want them to be injured. On the other hand, Hansen had his own plan. When they had reached a desolated spot in the mountains, Hansen stopped walking. The group of people were still surrounding him, not giving him any chance to escape. Hansen, what do you plan to do? Mingyu looked at Hansen. I'll let you capture me. What do you think of this plan? Hansen said calmly. Everyone was dazed. Even Mingyu was surprised. After a while, he looked at Hansen and asked, Are you sure? So many evolvers with sacred geno points maxed out. I don't think anyone else could gather so many talents in the first god sanctuary. I don't think I could escape alive. Rather than taking some beating, I would surrender myself. Hansen reached out his hand, looking like he had given up. Mingyu was still suspicious and ordered his men to tie Hansen up. Hansen did not resist and let the guys lock him down with special locks. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Mingyu looked at Hansen with his brows knitted. I know you will not kill me, at least not before you have your answers, Hansen said while thinking, You really think you could kill me if you lock me down? If I am not trying to fish information from you, I would have summoned my 2 super pets to teach you a lesson. You still had an opportunity to run away while you were in steel armor shelter, Mingyu said. I am a member of the special squad after all. My mission is to protect others, not to let others sacrifice themselves for me. Even if I could run away, I would be too ashamed to live. Hansen said calmly. Give me your dagger, and I will let you walk free. Mingyu pondered and said. If it was the first time, I might consider your words. However, I am certain that if I do not give you my dagger, I will not necessarily die. If I gave you my dagger, I will die for sure, Hansen said with a smile. Bang! Lu Lin threw a hard punch at Hansen's face, knocking him down on the ground. Blood started to flow from Hansen's mouth. I will show you what it's like to pray for your death. Lu Lin sounded cruel. He took out a dagger and slashed it at Hansen. Lu Lin did not push the dagger into Hansen's vital organs, but where it hurt most. He was also doing it as slow as possible and dragging the blade back and forth. Hansen's face became pale immediately, covered in cold sweat. However, he managed not to make a sound. I don't believe you are made of iron. Lu Lin took a black leather bag at his waist and opened it. There were many odd-looking utensils. Lu Lin picked one and tried to use it on Hansen. That is enough. Take him to number 107. Mingyu stopped Lu Lin, gazed at Hansen, and ordered his men.